Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, by the way, to Ryo Hazuki. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. It's a Saturday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or anytime when the long week has ended and the weekend's arrived. This is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. As you can tell, we are back to Shenmue for Part 4, playing on Dreamcast. Of course, last time we played, met Nozomi at Sakuragaoka Park after Christmas in 1986. We weren't having a good time of ourselves. Ryo got the crap beaten out of him from Chai at the arcade until I did a 20 attempt run of it off screen to edit last time. And she was saying, hey, I wish I could have spent Christmas Eve with you. And also, I'm going back to Canada. My father wants me to come back as far as staying with him. But she's like, yeah, don't leave without saying goodbye. But also last time what happened was that, Ryo, we got an idea as far as a lead for where we're going to go to find Landi. Because we met Master Chen and we had his son Guizhang. And so, with that, we found that Ryo's father had another mirror as opposed to the Dragon Mirror. He had the Phoenix Mirror. We have it still in line, but we heard about the Mad Angels, this group that says, hey, you know, we're running the harbor with an iron fist, and if you work at the harbor, they'll haze you, and we might be connected with Landi. Especially when we tried to go to Hong Kong, we were stymied. But yeah, tonight we're going to get our revenge. We are also going to make a phone call to Guizhang in the first case we have. Typing the number in of 615647, which it's worth pointing out, I actually didn't realize this until last time when I was editing. The HD version of this game, it removes the last digit for some reason, for every number in this game. Another reason why maybe the Shenmue 1 and 2 HD version is not the best way to play this. Hence, we're running the Dreamcast builds because I love this game. I got my experience with it. We got into the puzzle going on to say Mother's Earth, Comrades, and of course, Father's Heaven and 9 Dragons. It's right there.
9 dragons.
Okay, because we were going to start a job today because Goro, you know, the ne'er-do-well, came around and beat us up on Disc 2. He said, you know what, I've turned over a new leaf. I'm going to help you get a job. And so we got to meet him over at warehouse number 1 at 12 noon.
Arrange us a meeting.
But first, I'm going to call to Guizhang. It's like, hey, you know, I need to talk about something.
Tell me if you must.
All right, we will. Because we are going to get our nice job, but before we get our job, we're getting our daily allowance.
I have to be sure not to waste this.
Yeah. Okay, but before we do that, we're going to make our rundown, but first we are going to go to Yamanose. There's a couple things we need to do, and tonight's show, by the way, is going to be Ryo working. Mostly. We also have a lot of downtime to talk about some of the gaming developments of this past week, including the Pokemon Presents information, as well as the Sony State Play stuff I did not talk about a couple weeks ago. There's just a few things I skipped, and other random odds and ends. So yeah, we're going to have a great discussion as we go more, of course, into my love of Shenmue for Dreamcast. And have a great time. And our first Saturday night show for them. Every other one's been Friday until now, and the finale is going to be the same way on April 12th. We're going to go and see Mimi, the cat. Hello, hello. Let's take a look at our nice kitten. Or fine, the kitten of the neighborhood, as Megumi here is saying, hey, you know, after Ryo's father was killed, the sedan of Landi's ran over the mother of this kitten. So we're gonna give her a nice pet. And I'm also gonna talk to Megumi, because if you talk to her before we start our job, you get this information.
Hi, Megumi.
Hi, Adele. My mom.
Yeah, her mother said we couldn't keep the kitten at home, so she was saying, but now she's changed her mind,
That's
and
wonderful.
she can.
Always
I guess consider it a late
take
Christmas
care of her,
gift as
okay?
far as it, but take care of her, Megumi. Well, Megumi will. Megumi is definitely a responsible young girl.
Don't worry.
If you talk to her a couple times, she'll have indications as to why. Like right there, she's almost in the first grade, which is the reason why, you know, my mommy's gonna let me do this.
That's good. See you.
Bye-bye, Adele.
Alright, and bye-bye also to Mimi. So yeah, we were able to take care of the kitten. I also did try off-screen to get the thing with Nozomi fighting with us at Sakuragaoka Park.
Mommy.
I used the HD version for it. I was not able to make it happen. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to promise
good.
footage of that. Although what I will do for the finale is I will at least have
Bye-bye.
a video of it happening as far as in the link list. That'll be for next time though. But for old time's sake, well, there's Megumi. Yeah, should be a good mommy to the kitten, no question. But let's give the kitten some food before we go. Have some nice squid legs. Fine, we're giving her the expensive stuff,
eat it.
that
It's
being the
tasty.
sliced fish, to try to get its affinity up. And I believe, from what I understand,
Very hungry.
there's also another affinity item, which I think you have for a battle we have later on. I believe that if you have the Candy's affinity to 1,000 or higher, the enemies will throw a Shoryuken out at you, and they don't say Shoryuken as far as like Street Fighter from Capcom, but it is in that motion. I believe they intended it. Fine, for finale's sake, I'll have that in link list. I will not have that for link list this time, though I will, of course, have what we have every time when I edit this in a couple days. The entire playlist of Shenmue 1, as far as every part we've had so far.
Excuse me.
Huh? Sorry.
Yeah, ask me later,
would you
okay?
Ask me later.
Alright, yeah, we will. We're gonna go our way through town, and we have to go and catch a bus. Because remember, Goro said to us, hey, be here by noon. But, well, fine, we can blow him off. I don't think I'm gonna blow him off. I just want to make sure that I'm not running a case where I'm missing anything. Because I mentioned with this game, I do want to show off everything in it that I can. I definitely have when it's come to other stuff also. You know, I want to take a look at something. This is going to be a briefcase. Yeah, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I looked as far as the OBS I'm running. It looked like the game was outputting it mono for some reason. Because, maybe I'll have a picture of what this is. If you've never used the OBS recorder before, fine. It kind of interfaces with any capture device you have. It'll show left and right as far as bars of green for the audio of the capture card going, the top one being the left and the bottom one being the right. It looked like the bottom one was the only one that was going that way. So I plugged it, or unplugged the cables of the audio from the S-Video I'm using for Dreamcast into and out of the Retronic 5X that I use for streaming old consoles. Just wanted to see, it looks like it's fine now, so I don't know if it was coming off weird as far as stuff like that. But we should be good, and as long as today is not a Sunday or Saturday. Okay, fine, it is. I was gonna say, the bus comes at the top and bottom of the hour, except on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. It comes at 15 to 45 after the hour, so in this case, gotta sit here and wait. As far as when we discuss this stuff, other things going on as far as things in gaming that I want to go into, and stuff I mentioned, like, hey, it'll be downtime. It'll basically be when we're doing work. But we will explain how work in this game works, because it is an interesting case, and I guess I should probably insert here the advice that the Crochet Nerd 64, or fine, Crochet Nerd 64 doesn't have a the, or he doesn't. Fine, he is the Crochet Nerd 64. He gave me advice, and he wanted me to do something very specific when it came to when I get my job in this game.
I just want you to put the boxes in the lines.
Yeah, that's good.
That's all I asked for.
Yeah, that's gonna be for when we're moving the crates. I will try, my friend, as far as what that is, and that'll make sense when the edit comes. But having said that, let's take a walk on the bus. Yeah, because always you pay 160 yen, and you're able to take the bus down to Yokosuka Harbor, or the new Yokosuka Harbor. Now, as I mentioned, we gotta go to warehouse number 1. We have to be there at noon. But before we do that, since we made a phone call to Master Chen, or more accurately to Guizhang, who was the one who picked up, we can go over to old warehouse number 8, and we can go in there with an appointment. And it was like, oh yeah, you're not gonna get accosted again like I was last time. Also, there's another reason I'm going there, because I asked last time to myself, and I looked in this for the purpose of the edit. I said, hey, that stab armor I got. I read it was like, Ryo was looking at it and said, I can't read Chinese. But if you go to Guizhang after you have this, he will show it. As you're getting Yoshi from Gemini 96. So good to see you tonight, my friend. We're playing part 4 of Shenmue on Saturday for the first time. Who knew? Definitely have a good time doing work and find, I guess, I was mentioning before you jumped on, Crochet Nerd 64 of the case that fine. He's the one watching saying make sure you get, fine, I'll have edited in for the purpose of this, but fine, in this case now that I've mentioned that, you know, get the crates within the lines. So he's gonna, you have to give it perspective and feasibly report to him, or I don't know, make a phone call saying like, Captain G-Treg's on stream playing Shenmue tonight, he's not getting the lines, or the crates in the line, please come and chat and tell him, get them in the lines, please. But so good to see you tonight. Feel free to go into more you got on Shenmue, other stuff you're playing, other thoughts on your, on recent game announcement stuff. The Pokemon Presents that came out a couple of weeks ago, or days ago. I guess the Sony State play, which I got some stuff I'm going to finish off later. And other stuff, including, actually, Nintendo Switch Online Day I'm going to have, not because of an edition, but actually because of the first deletion. We'll get to that a little later. But after you go there and say, hey, we got the appointment, come here and see Guizhang. We have the stab armor. We found this in our basement when we were finding the Phoenix Mirror. Yeah, I'm here to do supervision. There you go. With the Crusader 64's own
If I ask you something?
sheep emotes. But alright,
What
if you
is
do
it?
come to Guizhong, when you have the stab armor found it, it's like,
Could
I
you
need
translate this
translation.
for me?
Because Ryo's Japanese, but Master Chen and Guizhong, they are of Chinese descent, and he's able to read this off, saying, the stab armor is a palm blow that utilizes the body's power.
Take one step forward. And two
Take
steps
one step
back.
forward and 2 steps back.
Tense
If it
your
gets too
limbs.
far like that, but for this one it can, because if I
Resulting
keep
impact
practicing with this
is
thing,
capable of penetrating
this
armor.
can be devastating, although I
Powerful enough
gotta
to
be
fell a
honest,
fierce tiger in
I've
one hit.
not used this move much. Even in all the years I played this game,
It's a different
actually, I don't really think
style
I,
from mine,
until
so
this
it's
play, I
not
don't
clear.
think I
But
actually
if you
ever
remember what I
looked
read while
to get this
practicing,
thing translated. But you do have to come
perhaps
here,
you could master
you make
it.
the phone call to Guizhong before you start the job. So as long as you do it right before, you'll be able to get it.
Really?
Actually, the guide I
know what to
have
do.
from Prima, which I'll have the link
Thanks.
to the
Sorry
PDF
about
like I have for every part, that says you have to do it when you're going to find your Hong Kong ticket. But it's kind of wrong. Fine, it's sort of right and sort of wrong. It's right in the sense that if you're looking for your Hong Kong ticket, you find the stab armor around that area anyway, in the basement. And when you do that, you're able to get it translated. But I believe this is, I think, the cutoff. At least I think it is. From what I looked as far as, fact checking myself, that looked like that was the case as was going on. But yeah, so good to see you tonight for sure. And yeah, let's get going because we're starting our job. Although, as far as clock, well, it is 11. There's another guy walking around. Wonder what his deal is. Okay, there we go. So, fine. You're probably seeing, I guess, what's going on there as far as what we got. Oh, wait, no. Ryo's turning around. Like, no, we're not turning around. We have to go to our job. Sorry. Also, it created the interesting dichotomy when it came to practicing this game on my lunch break because it was something that, hey,
Excuse me.
I'm practicing a game where I'm at work, and I'm doing it whilst I'm on break at work.
Alright.
And it was very, it was kind of the most interestingly contradictory thing I think I've ever done as far as a game prep, as has been the case. But fine, we still have about half an hour, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna have, fine, he's picking up the lunches. Oh,
What
hi,
is it?
right, Hisaki-san.
Is the stand busy?
How's business
I also
going?
have to work on thinking up a new menu.
Okay.
So I guess you could say I'm fairly busy.
I see.
And we did take
I'm
care
in a
of
hurry, so-
her sister Mai, who was
see you
hanging out
later.
with a bad crowd. They came with us with razor blades, and we said, "Fine, get down." And I edited in every opportunities or every scenario of what happened there, and realized, wait a second, there's graphical and audio issues with that HD edition. Let's take some. I don't think we've had the grape soda. Let's have grape soda. Why not? Yeah, in the Japanese version, again, it is Fanta. It is Coca-Cola products in that, but for the US, they made something generic. Bellwood's drink for Jet Cola. I do like that. It kind of looks like, something real, but also something that, fine, they don't have to license it again. Well, fine, not for that anyway. They have the Timex licensing going on from a watch and my clock. Well, the case, like, fine, it is kind of just realistic
good.
enough, but not being completely. All right, there you go. Good. Okay, but unfortunately no winning can, although the good news is, as I mentioned last time, I got winning can on part 1, I got winning can on part 3. I'm holding this off for the finale, which is going to be on April 12th, because since we're running this on the Dreamcast, I have the Shenmue Passport. That's on the 4th disc. This game is on 4 discs, and that's the 4th one. If you have winning cans, I'll only be able to take them in-game to any convenience mart and getting a free raffle ticket draw. You can use that for Shenmue goodies. Well, we'll talk about that. It's going to be a little limited to mainly what I can show because, I mean, I guess I can look into this to see what I can do for this, but since I am running this on the Dreamcast, when this came out, it did utilize the Dreamcast's 56K modem. It's built into the console. You connect online to the Shenmue website, and you're able to do things with the Passport, including downloading specific VMU animations and things. You can jerry-rig that sort of nowadays to make it so it'll be red when you do stuff with, with that broadband thing. You have to convert it over. I don't know if it's still a case where I can do much with it, but at least give some lip service. But here's Goro again.
Bro!
Hear the wonderful Yokosuka Blues, his theme song. But
I got you a job, man!
okay, great, we got a job.
Really?
And of course, once again, Goro, he is voiced by Brian Madol, which is every time he is here, but there we go.
I had to go through quite a lot of hassle for you, though, bro.
Consider my payback,
you
your
say?
payback for me
That'd be
beating
the
the
job
shit out
I
of you. But alright, fine. That's the job I found, so
Shut
Mai
your
says.
lip, woman.
Oh shit.
Hello, Mai.
Hi, Ryo.
Hey! You two know each other?
Yeah, you can say
Go
that.
ahead here, ask me to find it for you. I
I'm always delivering lunch to Harbor Dorm, so I asked the
Okay.
foreman I know for you.
Okay, that's nice, because remember, last time she was gonna beat us up.
Oh, pretty please, Mr. Foreman, huh? Ow!
That being said, they are a couple, it's worth pointing out. So remember, she does like bad boys, I guess. So, okay, we gotta go to the Alpha Trading Office, and we're gonna be there at 2 o'clock. Yada-san is gonna be our boss, okay?
2 p.m. Yada-san, Alpha Trading
It's a short walk over there, but thank you so much to Goro and Mai.
See ya.
Because, yeah, it's that idea, like, hey, you know, he's potentially coming off as misogynistic the way he's going, but even she's like, fine, you're like, I'm giving it back, you fucking geek. He's like, yeah, fair enough, but, you know, that idea of how they go. It's like, fine, he was a bad boy, fine. Actually, I go to high school with them, as far as how it is. We don't see that on screen, but we all go to Tsuka High School, and that's where I know Mai from, and that's where I know Goro from, but fine. Goro was a bad boy, turned over a new leaf, and she was attracted to bad boys and bad girls, and well, found someone who's gonna, you know, be in a good case, who's in good case with us. But all right, welcome to the Alpha Trading Office, and welcome to our interview. Yada-san?
Excuse me.
What do you want?
A
Are you
job,
Yada-san?
I
Yeah,
think. I
that's
was
me.
told there might be a
Mai-san
connection.
at the lunch stand mentioned me.
Oh, yes. Mai from the lunch stand.
Thank you.
Yes, she did. Can you start right away?
Absolutely. Okay, so we got our job now. That was easy. It's also because I set all that up last time. But anyway, we do that, we're gonna take our walk. So yeah, you're hired. Remember, we have this job because we need to find the Mad Angels. Like, do you ever drive a forklift? No, and we're not licensed.
Well,
He's like, okay, fine, whatever, it's
something,
alright.
It'll be deducted.
You can't break something though, so don't worry about that.
Hey, Mark.
Hi, number 5. That is Mark, by the way. He's voiced by Jerry Ledbetter. This is the only role he's done, but he's gonna be very important to the plot as we go along now. And he is our superior.
Okay, Mark will take it from here.
Alright, thank you very much.
I see.
Mark, show him how to drive the forklift.
Perfect, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
boss.
this is unique. Maybe you never saw this. Fine, Gemini 96
I'm
has.
Ryo Hazuki.
But still, the idea is that, hey, you know,
man, I'm
doing
Mark.
forklift
I'm
driving
sure
in the
we'll get
game.
along just fine.
Yeah, we will.
Driving the forklift, it's easy. You'll get the hang of it real quick.
Actually, also, I'll say this, sometimes some of the voices that,
All aboard?
Mark has, Mark Kimberly, that's his full name, kind of sounds like a Maddox when he's been on the show, actually. Just going to that. But alright, fine, we're learning how to drive. It's not like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas later where you can, you know, run people over with this thing. We have to be, you know, goody two-shoes on this, but it's fine. Actually, there's a interesting detail show later as far as that. But, okay, let's see, what do we got? And you get this great 80s commercial style music
you
going on
ready?
when it comes to your
Let's
forklift
start
driving.
your
Alright, here's the lesson.
First turn the wheel either left or right.
Alright, so use the D-pad to do it, or say, like, fuck it and hit the right trigger.
No, that's the accelerator.
Okay.
No, that's reverse.
That's left trigger, that's
Don't
reverse.
you get it?
Sorry, it's my first day. Okay.
Good, that's it. Next, press the accelerator. That's wrong, kid. That's the steering wheel.
Alright, you said to go left and right, but like, fine, hit right trigger to do that.
Okay, good.
Okay, good.
Now back up. Different from accelerating.
Okay. That's on left trigger, as is
that's
the case.
it.
It's not hard to
Finally
drive.
Try raising and lowering the left.
Okay.
No, that's the accelerator.
Oops. Okay, you hit the A button to lower and raise the lift. And go to
Okay, not
2
too
levels
bad.
up and then 1 level
Now,
down.
you try moving that crate. Take
Okay.
that crate to warehouse number 3, just there.
Yeah.
First slide the fork under the crate. Then lift the crate and go.
And as Mark is showing us, yeah, you have to get it, fine. It has to be in the lines. It doesn't have to be perfectly in the lines. See, okay, that's how I'm supposed to do it. Crusader 64 said, like, fine, I just want to have it in the lines, please. I'll try, but you will not get deducted if you don't put it there. And
Easy, ain't
well,
it?
fine, if you don't have it
Okay,
perfect.
now it's your turn.
If you can't actually put it
Then
outside of the
grid
lines, so you have to
marking
make
the
sure to
floor
place
of
it in
the
the grid
warehouse.
marking of the floor of the warehouse.
Okay, for the rest of the day, you'll be training, all right?
Okay.
Take the rest of the crates to warehouse number 3.
Okay,
I gotta get back to work, so finish the rest yourself.
no problem.
Okay. And by the way, it's worth pointing out when it comes to your practice, or your training, I should say, you do get paid for everything you move. So that's in the line, but let's pull that down. Also, hit the B button, you go into first person, which would be pretty useful, actually. And you can also put crates on top of each other, but unfortunately, what you can't do is, it's also easy to get caught, but you also cannot carry more than 1 crate at a time. But fine, if I'm gonna be very specific about this boat, Okay, that's fine. Let's see what's the judge on this one. Oh, fine. Back up. Fine, we'll see when I get the next one. And you can also keep the lift up enough so you basically run it right underneath. You can't take more than one. Okay, that's a little off, but not too bad. And by the way, we get money for each of these crates we move. We'll see how this goes. And I probably am intentionally going to do one badly just for the case of this, but I'm going to try not to. Although it does move you to basically do as many of these as quickly as you can. Does that look pretty good? Oh, a little crooked, but fine. That'll be when we get to Shenmue 2 when we're doing the sign movement. And the guy says, "This isn't right. It's crooked." Who, by the way, is also voiced by Brian Madwell when we get to that game. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. This is the idea of doing the job, and something kind of unique. I remember when I first played this, I said, wait a second, we're doing forklift driving. And also, fine, here's the other thing. Gemini 96, we were talking this whole game, I know you've mentioned when you come on the show for this as well, saying, we need to spend money on capsule toys, yeah? I said there's no way to make money until now. This is the way you're making money. This is the only way you can get money in this game. Shenmue 2 would enhance that because for that game, for reasons we'll see when we get there, you're always going to need to buy money or get stuff going on to have money. It's a big part of the game, so make sure that, so we'll have to make sure that's going. And actually, in that case, we are going to move crates in that one, but we have to use our hands. And that'll be fun also because when we meet, I'll preview this because I don't know when we're doing Shenmue 2. We're going to meet a guy named DollyFinn, and we're going to meet another guy named Congo. They'll help us for moving the crates. And DollyFinn's voice, I do love him. He says like, "Okay, well, now let's carry it over there." And then when you're doing the movement, he goes like, "Yeah, woohoo!" And anybody's played Shenmue 2 is probably saying like, well, fine, if you didn't play Shenmue 2, you're probably hearing thinking like, what the fuck is he saying? And then if you have played, he's like, that's exactly what it sounds like, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, so not bad so far. And by the way, as far as training's concerned, that's a little better. You stop at 5 p.m. The way your workday goes, just to let you know, is you start at 9 a.m. and then you will work until noon, and then you get a 2-hour union break. And then after that 2-hour union break, you work 3 more hours, and then it's the end of the day. As we'll see in a little bit, you get money for every crate you move. It is... I'm trying to remember what it defaults to. He'll tell us what it defaults to. And in the day, when you meet a quota, they'll give you a quota at the beginning of the game. If you meet quota, you get a raise of 50 yen. So you basically get more money, and it means that you can just go around and feed your capsule toy addiction. And I guess I'll do that, because we're going to have downtime when it comes to some of the stuff. Also, when it comes to some of those other things I'll discuss those a little later. But when it comes to, fine, the Pokemon Presents thing, the Sony State of Play stuff I did not talk about last time, because I forgot. Oh, wait a minute, I gotta do that one. Oh, but it's 5 o'clock.
Finished for the day.
Alright, so there you go. That is our first day, but we're training. And here we go. Okay, when you finish the day, we go off to the office. Fine, we're working on Saturday. You work every day, but that even on Christmas, if you play us up to Christmas, you're working every day. Actually, we are going to work holidays. As
used to the forklift.
Yeah, we are.
I suppose so.
About your wage.
Yeah, you start at 300 yen for each crate you move, and if you meet quota each day, he ups it to 50.
There's a quota
or by
every
50.
day, so don't go slacking off.
Yes, sir.
He will potentially chew you out if you don't meet quota, but he will not fire.
If you do good enough and meet quota, I'll give you.
So right there, I got 2,000 yen.
I understand.
So that's 20 capsule toys right there. Fine, you're going to do economics or adding of your math going on. It's like, how many capsule toys can I buy for that price? Or how many raffle tickets can I buy for something rare at the Tomato Mart? I mean, I guess I could try and get the boombox, maybe? I don't know.
Yo, Mark.
Hello,
I
hello.
need you to come tomorrow at 9 a.m., okay?
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, sure.
There's something we gotta do before work.
Okay.
Before work, really?
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
sound
man.
sketchy whatsoever, but we gotta do
You'll
it.
see when you get here. Oh, and don't be late.
Okay.
Okay.
We shall not be late. But for the rest of the day, what we can do, as we take a look at our notebook, we have to find out, where are the Mad Angels? Who can we find? Actually, what we can do is, we can go back to where we started. We can talk to the guy at warehouse number 1. He might know something about where the Mad Angels are. 'Cause yeah, that's why we took this job. Above anything else, we took this job because, like, where's warehouse number 1? Fine.
Excuse me.
It's right here,
I
but
help you?
where are the Mad
Do you know
Angels?
anything about
The
Mad
rumors
Angels?
are saying, hey,
The
if you
Mad
start working
Angels?
here, they'll
I've
hate you.
heard it's a group of foreigners.
Okay.
Foreigners?
Talk.
Do you know anything else about them?
Now that you mention it, can't say as I do, but I hear they raise a ruckus at night. As if they own the place.
Okay.
I see.
Okay, so around nighttime, they come around.
Is
So,
now a
you know what
good
that
time?
means.
Yeah?
Well, fine, what do you know about the Mad Angels?
Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
The Mad Angels?
Or fine,
hell
Gemini
is
96, fine, he doesn't know what it is.
Excuse me.
What was your name for them? Was it the... What was your name as far as it? Because I know, actually, I didn't mention this when we did Streets of Rage 2, because I know, Kazum22 said it was,
Excuse me.
cul-de-sac of cul-de-sac of
know
anger, I
anything
think
about
was
the
what he
Mad
called it.
Angels?
As far as it, we had a couple names as far as that. When it came to Mad Angels, I think you called them the, what was it, the aggravated
So what about them?
Guardians, was
Nothing.
it?
I just... Thank you.
I don't know. Well, feel free to let me know what that was, as far as what we called them. Like, fine, another name for the Mad Angels, as far as it. Or fine, I guess it's the case of. Well, no, that's the anagrams thing. I was thinking that from The Simpsons, saying like, yeah, Alec Guinness, genuine class. So like, okay, no, that's not it. But all right, here's Mark. He's looking out to the sea. We have seen him looking out to
here,
sea,
Mark.
by the way.
Hey, good work.
So we have seen him. We have talked to him. He was like, hey, see you around. He didn't really have much to say to us, but now since he's fine, he's our superior, as mentioned. That's gonna be the idea. And fine, there's a runner. Actually, no, fine. There's one other person we talked to who might know more about the Mad Angels. Because remember, Tom comes around here during the day up until 7 p.m. He will be working out at the docks.
I've got something to ask you.
Let's see. What do you
Do
know?
you know a group called the Mad Angels?
Oh no!
Oh, you know him?
They are very dangerous, man. Rio, don't get mixed up with them.
You don't know. I mean, he does know who he's talking to,
you
but
know anything else?
you keep going.
They ride motorcycles around and attack people.
Oh, do they now?
Lots of homeless at the harbor get attacked and beaten by them.
Which actually, we
That's
have one
vicious, huh?
person who is a case that's like that.
Real crazy mothers.
Really?
Yeah.
About the Mad Angels?
I'm gonna keep talking.
Sorry.
Here we go.
All I know is that they are some bad mofos, man.
Actually, I never heard him
see.
say that until I was doing the prep for this game and the setup. And as I said, it also explains the strong language tab that is in this version. Although, actually, wait a second.
you have a
Fisherman,
minute?
what do you know?
Yes?
Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
I know who you mean.
You do.
Do you know anything about
By the way,
them?
that is Eric Kelso
Sure,
voicing him,
but
who also
they're
is the
real
voice of
annoying
Fusar.
jerks. They're dumping their garbage into the sea. It
And also
scares
the
away
voice of
fish,
Guijong.
you know?
I see.
Okay, so you're saying, like, fine, they're polluters. And you're saying, what about my, you know, my, what about my fishing? They're getting in the way. Goro.
Groovin', bro.
Yeah, what's grooving, bro? He's like, yeah, do you know about the Mad Angels?
Do you know about the Mad Angels?
Oh yeah. Working hard, eh, bro?
I am, but,
Why are
you
you
said, why are you
shouting?
shouting, man?
Don't you know, bro? You don't say that name so loud.
Why
Why
not?
not?
Just because.
Because
Do you know
why?
about the Mad Angels?
I love how he just keeps asking. He's like, yeah, be quiet. I told you not to say it so loud.
You not to say that so loud. That kind of talk is taboo around here.
Okay.
Why?
I ain't privy to say. I don't know what you're trying to find out about, but I wouldn't be as indiscreet as you're being if I's you.
Except, yeah, you're not me.
Oh, about the Mad Angels.
I told you.
I love that as far as you just keep asking him.
Loud.
And there's gonna be a part in Shenmue 2 we're gonna have that. Okay, here we go. We get something. They're a gang.
Really? See you around.
You bet, bro.
So, yeah, if nothing else, it shows how persistent Ryo is. And fine, some people, actually, we're gonna see this, I think. Other people saying, like, man, you're really thick to keep asking about this. But eventually, he does get the results. And in Shenmue 2, there's that case where basically you go to the jewelry shop. They say, like, hey, you know, why are you wearing jeans in here? This is a high-class establishment. He's like, I'm looking for the Anton Apartments in the South Korean Quarter. Where is it? He's like, I'm not telling you a damn thing. He's like, he just keep asking. He's like, fine, will you leave if I tell you? He's like, yeah, sure, fine. He's like, yeah, it's over this way. Make a right over here. I was
Excuse
like,
me.
thank you.
Yes? What is it?
All right, maybe, you
Do you
know.
know anything about
Our
the
favorite
Mad
singing
Angels?
friend. It is, yeah, I know. As far as so I guess I got Gemini 96 going on. Fine, she's like, don't talk about so loudly.
Okay.
At least there's nobody in here. So,
About the Mad Angels.
what about the Mad Angels?
You're way too attractive to want to hang with them.
Okay.
We should aim for better things than life on the harbor.
Well,
I know all
yeah,
about
keep
how to
keep
get
a
an
note on that line,
audition.
which says aim for better things in the harbor.
not
Not even the
interested.
audition part, but just the case that. Fine. Let's buy some capsule toys. I gotta wait till 7 o'clock anyway. But anyway, she had a point as far as what she's
100 yen
saying.
each.
So hey, you know, you don't want to do that, but keep that question in mind because
I should
that's
buy
something
one.
that I guess is gonna kind of go with Rio as it is. So fine, let's get some stuff out of the Sega machine. I actually got a rare drop last time of the Hornet from Daytona, USA, and I was ecstatic when I got that.
What? This again?
Okay, that we kept hearing. Speaking of the sheep laugh of Crusader 64s, as far as you keep getting this
I should
again.
try again.
And as I mentioned, it's not like Shenmue 2 where you can go and sell your extra capsule toys to the pawn shop and make money, which then you can use to buy more.
This again?
Yeah, again with the Fantasy Zone, or Ida 2 from Fantasy Zone. Yeah, a lot of stuff from Fantasy Zone. And that's despite the fact that it was
Maybe I
not
should get
a
another.
Yu Suzuki joint. Although it was 1986-87. Just keep going and wait till that clock hits 7 o'clock and we'll go outside. And by the way, when it comes to living around here,
What? This again?
we need something new. So I'm gonna keep going until I get something new. But it's worth pointing out, when you do work down at the harbor, there's gonna be a lot of cases
try
where it
again.
says, like, if you try to leave, it says, I should look for more information. And some of them do require to be out, like, at 7 o'clock or so. Okay, so it is 7 now, but I basically gotta play until I get something new. Okay, here's something new.
I know this.
Alright, speaking of Fantasy Zone, this is the shop balloon. Actually, we have shown Fantasy Zone briefly on the show. In that game, if you take your money there, you're able to go to the shop and buy upgrades for Opa Opa. We should show that game again. Fine, we'll definitely have an excuse to do it. But there you go, that's the shop balloon, so that's something new.
I should try again.
Fine, I'll get one more and then we'll go outside, because I don't need to be out there at 7 o'clock on the dot. But what I do need to do is I need to make sure that... Is that different dice?
This again?
Shit. Okay, fine, we'll get one more.
I should try again.
Fine, one last one, but if this is not something, I gotta leave. Fine, this is another way of, you know, killing time. Because fine, this game is about killing time in a way, but you can also find other ways to do it. That's a...
Huh?
Okay, that's a different kind of heavy bomb, number 3, which is... I always forget if that's,
I should try again.
Fantasy Zone or Bonanza Brothers. I think it's Bonanza
Nah,
Brothers, or maybe
not
I'm
today.
wrong, and I'll say down below, no, it's from this. Okay, so at 7, we gotta go actually back to where Hisaka-san's stand was. Yeah, because they did say, hey, there's a lot of people who look like they're not from Japan who come around here. We hear about this gang that's, you know... Fine, there's Goro again. He's doing his rounds. There's other people saying, like, hey, I'm gonna walk home. And I do love that detail, the case that you can actually follow the workers. It's like, fine, they'll walk home. They'll take the bus home. But oftentimes they might not be going to where you're going, so you might not see them again after that for that day until you come back. But they will have their own routine. You can actually follow them and kind of get a sense of what do they do, where they go. Kind of a bit of a precursor, actually, to, like, the Elder Scrolls games, like Morrowind and Oblivion and Skyrim and things like that. But if you do go here, this place is gone because it's shut down for the night. But let's see. Oh yeah, I said they go after old homeless men. There's the guy that we saw. Like may have more to himself. Oh yeah, we're here to help from these motorcycle thugs. Yeah, leave him alone.
Who the hell are you?
You don't want to know.
Terrorizing him.
Look at him! Talks like a goody-goody little shit.
All right, then. We'll just play you.
Play me, huh?
How about you race us?
Yes, let's do that.
Motorcycle?
A chicken race. You do know what that is, right?
Yeah, we went to high school, but I'll play your little
But
game.
if I win, you leave him alone.
Leave him alone. Now, I do want to do this as best as I can because, depending on the results of this, you can get different perspectives. This is a QT, by
Start
the way.
when this can hits the ground.
Okay.
Here we
Ready?
go.
Hit A button to get your way off the line.
Take that. It's not fair. I'm just
Yeah, it's not fair, but who cares? Fine, that's the nitty thing. It's not fair. But if you do it perfectly... Yeah, he goes off into the ocean. I love that. By the way, if you do that completely wrong, you'll go in the ocean. Or you might stop at the end of it, or you might be beaten. So you do have different ways to do that, and if you do it perfectly like I did, well, there's something that's going to happen a little later that you get access to much earlier than if you don't do it perfectly. We'll talk about that in a little bit. There you go. So yeah, we wiped out those guys. I guess they were with the Mad Angels, but we'll have to see. That'll be a tomorrow thing. Because we mentioned last time, or earlier I should say, we gotta be here at 9 o'clock. But before we do that, we are gonna go home and we'll make a stop in town. We could also make a phone call saying, hey, we're gonna stay late. Actually, one thing I gotta do that I forgot to do, when you go see Guizhong, he translates the stab arm, but you do have to open it
looks like a
and
strong move.
have it added to your book. And remember, it's back, forward, it's forward, back, and I think it's X and A. That Shadow Reaper, which you already looked at, Twin Swallow Leap, Mud Spider, Rising Flash, Crawl Cyclone, because you do have to read them to have them in your book. I just want to make sure I have them all in book. Tiger Storm, Arm Break Fire, and that Rising Hit. And there's Mark.
I'm out of here, Mark.
Yeah, so is he.
Good work. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, good work, I guess, on, actually, did he see that? I don't know if he saw us knocking that guy in the water. Fine, we didn't knock him in the water. We just kept things going well enough so that we won the chicken race and he lost control. Alrighty, so, yeah, when the bus comes, which comes at 15 past the hour, we are going to go to one other place before we go home. We're going to pay a trip to Nagai Industries. I guess while we do that, whilst we're waiting for this... Fine, I'll finish the stuff I was talking last time, because I talked about the Sony State of Play stuff when we did this 2 weeks ago. Mainly because there's a lot of Sega announcements, and I went through all those already. And all the big stuff that I was wondering is, here's a bus. And we are having a line system, so we have to wait behind Mark, but it's fine. He'll go on, and that'll be going. I just want to look at what I didn't talk about that they announced. Okay, one of them was Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, which is the 11th game in that franchise, which is out on June 13th for PlayStation 5 and PC. The Midnight Walk, which is a macabre first-person shooting game from Moonhood Studios. They do a lot of clay design, and this one kind of looked that way. It's actually a PlayStation 5 and PSVR2 game. It's also on the PC. It's out on May 8th. It looked kind of interesting. Kind of like a little bit like, I don't know, a mix of medieval with, I guess that game South of Midnight that's coming out in about a month now. Okay, so we're going to make our walk to Nagai Industries, and whilst I'm doing that, it is after Christmas, so some of the decorations will be taken down. They also announced Darwin's Paradox, which was a adventure game with an octopus. Konami published this along with ZDT Studios out of Paris. It's out later this year. Warriors Abyss, which is a dungeon crawling spin-off of Dynasty Warriors from Koei Tecmo that's out right now on PS4, 5, and PC. Alright, the HD version of Onimusha 2, Samurai's Destiny, which is out on May 23rd for all the consoles and the PC.
Ryo,
And they also give another
have
look
you started
of...
your job yet?
You heard I have a job.
Suppose that means we won't get to see each other much.
Well, I'll have coming here every night, but why all of a sudden you're getting a job?
It's for a good reason.
Is it?
Yeah, she's
Nozomi.
right to
No.
question that.
Well, I gotta go take care of the flowers. So see ya.
Okay.
I gotta go.
Alright, he's right, we do have to go. But fine, we do know how she feels about us, if nothing else. But before we go home... Actually, I probably should... Actually, there's two things I think I'm gonna do. In fact, I'll let myself be tossed home. But first thing we're doing, we're going to Nagai Industries. As we showed a couple months ago, this is a front for the Mafia, or fine, the Yakuza as is. But if you go in and talk to the leaders of this place, they did help me figure out stuff as far as where, the Chinese cartels might be, and they actually did give us a lead on who Charlie is. Shit, I'm trying to walk the other way. It's like, yeah, Ryo can walk upstairs. I'm not saying he can't walk upstairs. I'm like, yeah, I turn left, saying like, fine, turn left. It's the Zoolander thing, Except now he is. Alright, so fine,
Excuse me.
Alright, excuse me, I'm going in.
Hey.
Huh? Shut the hell up.
Oh yeah, this guy again.
Who in the hell are you, huh? You don't shut the hell up, I'll make you wish you had.
What's with him? He's no help.
I was a little like, hey, I'm just actually just looking. Fine, he is kind of looking his eyes to the side, so you do get that detail, but also the case is fine. I'm like, fine, I'm just looking at the wall. I don't care about you. But fine, I do care about. Okay, I'm not. Oh, I didn't even talk to him.
I want to ask you something.
Oh.
Huh? Shut the hell
Okay, actually,
up.
I didn't know you could talk to him more
Who
than
the
once. I
hell
thought you
are
could only
you,
talk to him
man?
the one time.
Shut the hell up. I'll make you wish you had.
Okay.
What's with him? He's no help. Thanks anyway. Just forget it.
Okay, so fine. Let me get in the door. That's what I'm doing here. I'm trying to go in the door. Sorry, Rio. Yeah, the controls are a little inexact. I guess it's being nice, but still, it's either way. But hi, here's the head of the guy.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Do you know anything
Maybe
about
you know about the Mad
Mad
Angels because you're connected with that, but also they have a good side as far as
The Mad Angels?
I sure did.
Recently, a new game seems to be trying to get established at the harbor.
Really?
Really?
Listen, kid, you best not go getting involved too deep. Ain't nothing good gonna come out of it. Watch yourself.
That's interesting because actually, Tom did say in an earlier part, he said, hey, you know, these guys, and the guy who heads this, he's a good guy as far as what it is, even though he's like running the Yakuza, but the case that he's telling the stories about how it used to be, and I guess that, fine, the honor among criminal concept, I guess.
I don't mind you not being polite.
Not being polite.
You can't just stroll in here whenever you feel like it.
I've only been here
Do I have to
twice.
tell you what kind of place this is?
No.
Yeah, maybe you can tell me what kind of place
We
this
have enough
is.
young guys working here. Stop coming in here.
Okay.
You're gonna make your friends worry about
But
you.
right there, it's like, hey, you know, your friends are gonna worry about you if you come here. So in a way, they're trying to tell you, fine, don't get involved, because you think, well, wait a minute, if they're part of the Yakuza, you're like, we always want recruits, right? But not necessarily. They might say, wait, they're trying to tell them away.
I
It's like,
feel like talking to you.
Sorry.
all right, fine, we'll leave. But I get why they're also trying to get
I
me
want to ask
going
you
away.
something.
Listen up, kid. I don't know why you're in such a hurry, but never detour from yourself.
Yes, sir.
That's all I gotta say for now.
I mean, I guess it's the idea that, fine, they're all about honor of what they do, even though, I guess, the question of the criminality, fine, it's something we'll get to when we start looking at the Yakuza games on this channel. Fine, we'll look at them as far as full plays of the game. It's, Chad, what's your experience with these Yakuza, or fine, they're called the Like a Dragon games now, since the 7th one. Which you start looking at, because actually, a couple of them are fine. The 7th one, which is Yakuza Like a Dragon, that's actually an RPG. Actually, I've been recommending that one a lot, by a lot of people. Like versus come in the chat and mentioned that. I think the husband of Blood Spice Moon mentioned that one time as far as saying it was really, really good. And then the other ones are very much like Shenmue. Fine. As Crusader64 and Edwack were saying when I was showing this, saying, this is like beta Yakuza. Like, yeah, it kind of is, but before, after Yakuza came around, or before Yakuza came around, there was this, and those kind of picked up where it left off, and goes into stuff with story that it does really well. Even the one, the first one we got, which is on the PlayStation 2, even with its questions on how they translated it, because it does not follow the script very closely. This one does. But even that one's like, yeah, the story's still really interesting. And then they did remake Kiwami, which was awesome. And there's the new one that came out a few weeks ago, the Pirate Yakuza, which I heard like, hey, there's tons of Sega Master System games in there, and the Ocean Hunter, and the Battle on the Edge version of Daytona USA 2, which they put the Power Edition into the man who erased his name from about a year or so ago. Fine, I'm at the Mahjong parlor, that's why I came by.
I stayed up all night last night.
Okay.
I've been babysitting customers.
Is that
Could
not
you
your
come
job?
back another day?
Is that so? Sure, I understand.
Alright, fine, I understand for that. But yeah, there's no one here, and as I mentioned in earlier parts when we came here, you cannot do playing of Mahjong. That is a Yakuza Like a Dragon case. And actually, the only other reason I came by here is I want to pass by the slot house because this is going to be something I'm going to have for an edit when I do this in a couple of days, which is... For the slot house, I was saying, I think, in part 1 that I was trying to get 777s on something, because if you do, you get a capsule toy. I did get one of them, and actually, I'll talk to Mario, but... Yeah, I'm going to edit in right here, me getting that combination for that capsule toy.
Congratulations, you did it! Oh, thanks. Here is your 777 prize. Thanks.
Yeah, let's take a look at Bob's Pizzeria. And I love the Bob's Pizzeria music, of course. And once again, oh wait, Miki comes here? I didn't know that. Crap.
Evening, Minky.
I'm finding so much about Miki in this entire play.
You shouldn't be hanging around at this time of night.
I just got home from a job, okay?
Like you staying out so late. Want to go someplace?
Well, maybe next time.
Oh.
I got work in the morning.
Guess you're not the type. Well, if not, you better get on home.
I will.
See you later. Bye.
Actually, I've never seen him have customers in here. That's interesting. All right, so that's the thing about this game. Even though I'm playing for 25 years, you can still find new stuff. Hi, Rio.
No problem. Yo, you see Bella Nozomi today?
I did, yeah. I just got talking to her.
Why?
She seems depressed, huh?
Yeah.
Really?
Making me worry, huh?
Yeah, without the make being capitalized. But fine, we did talk to her. Last time we did talk to her.
I will.
Because he does have a lot invested, and as I mentioned before, fine, I'm gonna sound like a broken record when it comes to the game on a lot of the stuff I'm saying, probably. But especially for this, the case that you feel like you're living a life with these people. You get the sense that there's a community here, even when he's like, hey, everything he talks about is about Nozomi. But the case that he knows Nozomi, he sees that, you know, Rio and Nozomi have a connection, as it is. Also, by the way, as I mentioned last time when I edited this, she's the owner of the bar. I thought she was a lesbian based on something she said as far as the dialogue we had last time. Just because, like, hey, I thought that was coming up before that. But he's like, no, actually, it is suggested in the backstory of the game that she might have actually been with Iwao, Hazuki. Because remember, based on story, Ryo's father died very young. And based on the entry that the Prima Guide has, which has been signed off by Yu Suzuki, said, yeah, this is canonical, everything we put in here. It is suggested that she was with him, and then now that he's gone, she doesn't want to talk to him. Because every time you talk to her, except that cutscene we saw last time, she says, by the way, we'll come to the bar, we'll talk later. Also, one thing we're going to do before we go home is I am going to go to Sakuragaoka Park. I'm going to show off that new move it got. Because they're not going to tell me, like, no, go home yet. If they let me do it. Well, maybe not. Okay. I don't know if it's because it's too late or what, but if you come to Sakuragaoka Park when there's no people, you can do sparring. But fine, there is a place we could do, or fine, sparring is at home with Fukusan, which you're not going to be able to do much now that we got job. But you can do practice really anywhere, and there's a place in warehouse number 4 we can do that, which we will show off a little later. Okay, and as mentioned earlier in the part, we do have the box here as far as the kit. Oh, actually, no, the box is gone because Megumi was allowed to keep the kitten at home because her mother found, or saw that she's being very responsible this way. She's entering 1st grade. She said, hey, you know, you've done a great job. You've never been in the neighborhood, but you especially, you took the initiative when it came to caring for this kitten after its mother was run over. They're going to keep the kitten at home. And if you talk to Megumi before you start the job, you do get the sense of that. Okay, so we're home. Actually, before I do go to bed, I want to show one thing. It's a detail I didn't remember was in this game. Yeah, it's one I probably should have shown when we were at the kitchen in part 1. And I won't be tossed to bed at 11. I'm home. I think it's 11:30 they toss you. So what I'm going to do is, I'm here, so it's fine. I'm going to open up the counter below the grill.
It's just a cockroach.
Yes, you can open that, and there's a cockroach. So, like, yeah, fine. Go buy some combat super bait or some kind of roach kill. Oh, no, yeah, roach killer. That's right. Well, again, I don't know necessarily if... Because I know sometimes when it comes to other countries, I know when I've been to places like Europe, they've sometimes had different cases as far as how do they handle, you know, trapping and maybe killing of insects or pests. I don't know if it's different for Japan. So they might not use, you know, the like the roach baits there. Fine. I mentioned Combat Super Bait. That's a brand I know because of the commercials. Or Roach Motels, of course. But But anyway, we are set as a save. Let's go to bed. We've got an early day tomorrow. As you're noticing there, we are waking up at 7:30, not 8:30. And you get the different cutscenes showing the fact that, yeah, we're hitting our Timex watch, or Timex clock.
Morning.
We have a Timex watch as well.
My new job starts today.
The job is starting today, and we gotta be there at 9 o'clock. And every time you do this, you see the notebook, and then you're automatically taken to the docks. I believe you do get the money that was gonna go for allowance, and then also that's taken away, I think, when it comes to, what is it? When it comes to the bus fare of 160, I think. I'll look in the edit just to make sure of that, because I found in the edit last time, just to go into that when it came to when I got money set for skipping days when I was trying to get to warehouse number 8. I actually got shorted money. Unintended though, but okay, this is why you wanted us here early, because every morning before you start job, we're doing a race.
Daily warm-up race. You all do your best now.
So we're doing a forklift race.
Like always.
Yeah, 3 laps to the finish.
Everybody ready? And don't go wrecking the forklifts, or the formula have your ass.
Okay, don't worry, we won't bust it. Oh, fine. That would be great if they did like a new take on this and say, like, fine, let's have breakable things. Although, okay, I don't know if Yakuza does this. I'm not sure what Yakuza has as far as jobs like this. He has tons of stuff. Let's do it as you get this great, like, Virtua Fighter style music. As like, let's get going. Also, by the way, you can use the left analog stick, or fine, the analog stick for Dreamcast. There's only one. Oh, shit. To steer. Also, also to point out, when you do steering, it is a little delayed. So you want to start turning and holding either D-pad or the analog stick a little before you're going to get to the turn. But also don't do it too early, otherwise you get caught that way. Now. Shit. Now I might, okay, I'm not saying I'm intending to do it this way as far as it, but your prize is going to be different based on how you place. We're going to see how this goes. Yeah, this is interesting. I remember when I actually saw this in the video. Actually, the video showed in part 1 when they gave the Dreamcast magazine a look at this. I saw this. Hey, wait a second, you're doing a forklift race? That seems kind of interesting. It's also pointing out the your coworkers will not take the shortcut, which is right there. Hit the B button and go into first person, which can be useful. Also, you can say, fine, I'm going to raise the lift here, although it doesn't matter. It doesn't really do it. And I can't run it into the other, to my coworkers. And also, yeah, they do also cut off the other areas of the course. And the course will stay the same, by the way, when we do this in subsequent days. But they basically say, yeah, go this way. You can't just take a massive shortcut over there. And even though it looks like there's an opening over there, it's an invisible wall, so don't bother going. Alright. It's also one of those things, I think when I've shown people this game, there's like, okay, fine, we're doing a job as far as moving crates with the forklift, okay. But then realize, wait a second, we're racing with this? Like, okay, that's interesting. And that's also the detail that the Sonic and All-Stars racing games will take into account, with the first two, where Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing has Ryo as a playable character. His All-Star move is racing with this, with the, you know, the main battle theme, and in Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, he's exclusive to the PC version, which I realized when we played that game. And also, by the way, I'm going to do a second chance on that, because when I recorded that, that was back when I had my original PC setup, where it's like, hey, I was using my speaker within that as my microphone. Oh, fine, my microphone within the PC to run that before I got the newer tech. And I forgot to actually swap to the newer one. So I'll have a reason to show that off, and when I do, I'll show it running through the Xbox Series X, because it has frame rate enhanced. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna just miss first place, but that's okay.
Finish!
Okay, so that's second. But we get a prize still, either way.
Oh man, so close, you almost had it.
Yeah, we did.
Here's your prize.
Yeah, the way he says you almost had it, that just sounds like a medics a little bit, actually. I don't know if he's actually... I think he has. I know he loves his AM2 stuff, so I'm going to assume he's played this.
It's time for work. Let's get
But, Actually, I don't know. I'll have to put that to him next time I see him. And also, I'll talk to him eventually as far as when Streets of Rage 3 is going to go, because that's all his. But I know his schedule's crazy, so I know I got to figure... We have to plan that, like, years in advance, maybe.
Welcome. I'll do
But
my best. Time to get to work. Move these crates with the forklift.
Okay, thank you.
Where do I take them?
Warehouse number 18. Here's the route map.
Alrighty.
The quota's written on the map.
Yeah, the quota's 10, and we have to take the crates over there. If you exceed it, you get a raise.
Great.
Just be sure you don't break anything. Okay?
We will not break anything, don't worry. Because we can't. And for this, it's also going to be one of those cases where I'm going to talk about other stuff when it comes to those other announcements that I mentioned after I show where we're going. And also, by the way, even though Tom is working here, he clears out for the purpose of doing this. So warehouse number 18 is pretty close. It's over here. And here are the spaces. Let's see how I do with this one. Fine, I probably shouldn't... Fine, should I? Fine, he asked me to do it. I'm like, fine, I'll do it. It's not that hard. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, so yeah, looking back at that as far as the Sony stuff, and then I'll go to the new stuff that's more in date. Hell's Us. It's a new sci-fi game that came out of Rogue Factor, as far as who developed it. And I'm gonna lift that up so I can do that. It's out on September 4th for PS5, Xbox Series S and X, and PC. The new expansion for Lives of P, that is Lives of P Overture. And also, if you want to, what the fuck am I touching? Oh, cat. Yeah, you can't run it over, it's like, it'll just stop you and go, ugh. But, for that, yeah, let's get going. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's out there played Lives of P. People told me about that game, but I don't have much of a frame of reference on it, honestly. It's out this summer. It is a Souls, like, hack and slash from what I understand. So that's coming. Also, there is, Dreams of Another, which is a third-person action-adventure game. Kind of has some psychological perspectives. Comes out of Pixel Junk Studios. And it's coming out later this year on PS5 and the PSVR2. And, finally, Days Gone. They're taking, the, not greatly loved, but sometimes kind of thought to be interesting Sony Ben game from PlayStation 4, and they're doing a remaster of it. That is coming out in April. It is coming out on April 25th. If you want it on PlayStation 4 already, you can get an upgrade for it for $10. If you do not, it's costing $50. And people say, like, fine, is that too much? To just say, I don't know. It's the Until Dawn argument all over again, because I never played Until Dawn. They did the remake last year. I paid $60 for that. I'm glad to pay $60. But as far as Days Gone, don't know. Because honestly, my experience with Sony Ben stuff is fine, Siphon Filter. And that was back, I think, before they were Sony Bend who made it. Well, or... Actually, fine, I'm trying to remember with Siphon Filter if it was the ones on the PlayStation, it was Sony Bend even at the time. Because I know the two on the PSP were really well received. But I never played them. Chad, if you have experience with Siphon Filter, let me know, because I have all of them on the PlayStation. I got those for a song back in 2007, where I was doing, like, mass buying ups of the GameStop stores when they were getting rid of their PS1 and Dreamcast and Nintendo 64 inventory. So I have, like, tons of stuff. I got, like, 40 games for $30, although admittingly not all of those were completed box. Yeah. Okay, so I guess in that case, as I'm making the turn, we'll go into the other things that were going on. One was those the Pokemon Presents thing, because that was something that's coming around. Heroin Bob, who came in last week, he was saying, hey, do you expect to have, what was it? He was saying, are you going to expect to see the rumored Pokemon, the thought was they were going to do a collection of Pokemon games, Pokemon Generations 1, 2, and 3 in one collection for the Switch, or maybe the Nintendo Switch 2? We didn't see anything to that, so that was, I guess, a rumor that didn't end up happening. Although whether we're going to see it later, that's a question. Fine, we got that question sometimes when it comes to the thought to be HD, again, versions of The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. Oh, no, and Wind Waker. Skyward Sword's already on the Switch. We talked about it for the past 3 years, and that's never come around. I don't know if maybe they're going to do it for Nintendo Switch 2. Maybe we'll see something with a Nintendo Switch 2 announcement, although I don't know if I guess the question is this: does Nintendo want to, you know, go into that when, as far as having, you know, remakes of games? I mean, I guess they got to balance that with the new stuff, but we'll see what goes on with that. As far as the Pokemon Presents thing, yeah, this doesn't look too bad, but it's a little crooked. So I guess it'll be like a, I don't know, a B-. But anyway, as far as what they announced out of this, one of the things they did announce was Pokemon Champions. It is, well, I don't know if this is a free-to-play. It's going to be a download only, I know that, from what they've indicated. Battle game that's kind of harkening back to Pokemon Stadium and Coliseum and Battle Evolution, in that you'll be able to take your Pokemon out of the Nintendo Switch games, and it also is going to be a mobile version that's going on with it too, and take stuff out of Pokemon Home, which remember does run on your mobile devices as well. And, okay, I did have to have it inline enough to drop it on top. I don't know when that's coming, but it'll do linkage for that, and it seems interesting. I guess it's one of those questions that, the thing with Pokemon Stadium, it's always been a question for me, even when it came out, was, yeah, it's the battling part. But the case of how well was that done, how do you get a case of being able to, you know, play against other people, although this one's going to be online, like Pokemon Battle Revolution was. And then I guess the question of how is the AI going to be, because Pokemon Stadium is notorious for having really bad and really cheap AI. Especially Stadium 2, which is why the Switch Online versions are a bit of a question, because you have to run rental Pokemon, and that game is insanely hard, especially 2, if you run a rental Pokemon. The next thing to mention is Pokemon Concierge, which was the animated short series. And by the way, they'll be smart enough and courteous enough to like, fine, you're in the way, I'll back out. Yeah, except that girl is getting in the way too. They're doing another set of episodes. They're premiering in September on Netflix.
I can only transport one crate at a time.
Yeah, by the way, that's what happens if you try to transport both. Yes, if you want to transport more than one crate at a time, play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, of which there's a mission where you have to load the crates in that contain guns and drugs. But anyway, next is, they said another announcement for Pokemon Go, where this weekend, they're going to have a new event, the Unova Tour, where you're able to get Black and White Kyroem. I'm also not as familiar with that Pokemon as far as how it is, but I know it is a big legendary from Generation 5, if I remember correctly. They also show more on Pokemon Masters EX, which is celebrating 5.5 years of operation. And for the purpose of that, as we're going to hit our lunch break in just a second. And I've already hit quota. Also, by the way, if you hit the X button, you can look at the map, which is crooked, and get a sense like, hey, what it is. And it's worth pointing out, I'm hitting Y button. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you can resume save in this? Okay, because I'm playing the HD version, and it doesn't let you save when you're on job. So apparently in the Dreamcast version you can. So fine, one way the saving on Dreamcast is better. But at noon you do get your perspective here of you know, going on break. All right, hello, Mark. Good to see you. Uh-oh, yeah, that music means it's a fight. Oh, my lunch.
You ratted us out, didn't
Rad you out? What are you talking about?
One of Chen's men.
I don't know any Chen.
Yeah, and he's getting attacked, or fine, as Crusader64 said, they're committing hate crime. Well, fine. The Man Angels will not discriminate when it comes to hating people and treating them like shit. So, like, who's this twit? Yeah, I'm gonna teach you a lesson. Nah, it's not happening. Say this a little about Ryo, like, hey, the question, like, hey, how thick he is, but also how quick he is to getting into case like it's fine. Let's show off our new move. Like, let's one step forward and 2 steps back. I just gotta remember that song by the Desert Rose Band. Fine, that's not the move. Okay, maybe I should show that off later. Or do that, that's fine. I've not powered it up enough, so maybe I shouldn't do this. Okay, there you go. Just take the double blow. Fine, now I'm just trying to do that move. It's like, yeah, screw this. Oh no, he's blocking my shots. Okay, there we go. Fine, I'll show that move later. Yeah, stay away from him, alright?
Thank you, Dio.
No problem. Who the hell were those guys?
They were the Mad Angels.
Oh, they were, huh?
Why are
You're
the
not a
Mad
new
Angels
guy,
picking
though.
on
Why are they picking on you?
They seem to think I'm working with one of their enemies.
Who's that?
Somebody called Chen,
Master Chen, perhaps?
but I don't know him.
Yeah, you don't know him. You're right.
Master Shin and the Mad Angels.
Right, because remember, Guizhang said, it must be the work of the Mad Angels when it comes to Chai, the skinhead, saying, like, those dirty bastards. Like, yeah, you're right. Okay. When you're on your break, you can talk to anyone. It's like, Mark, you just got beaten up.
Dio.
Talk to me. Are
Yeah.
you doing okay?
How you liking work?
It's all
It's
right so
okay,
far.
I suppose.
Well, I expect a lot from you, Dio.
Right. I'll do my best.
Okay, so fine. We're gonna look around as far as people, because there's some people who are not on, you know, break. Let's see where the hell he is. Actually, he's over where, I think he's over where, Tommy is. Okay, fine. Going back quickly as I'm making the run. Pokemon Masters EX is celebrating 5.5 years, so they're doing new Master Sync pairs. They're doing one with May from Pokemon Generation 3 that started already and it's running to April 9th, and one with Brendan from... Chat, help me out. Which Pokemon game is Brendan from? He's starting out tomorrow, and then... In fact, here he is. Wait, oh, that's the guy in... I'm looking for the guy in 35.
Excuse me.
Maybe in 9 he'll know. But yeah, they're doing those events as they
Do
are.
you know about the Mad
You don't even
Angels?
know about the Mad Angels.
What's that, eh? Apparently
Some gang that extorts
from the harbor
workers.
workers.
Oh yeah, them punks. I seen them around sometimes, but don't really know about them.
I see.
You'd best not get mixed up with them punks.
Actually, yeah, the voice of that guy is actually somewhere here in Shenmue 2 when we do well, I'll just say if you're familiar with the Sylvester Stallone movie Over the Top, keep that in the back of your mind because it's connected to that.
I've got something to ask you. Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
Rio? You in trouble with them?
No, but Mark is.
I'm just trying to find out.
And you
about
just got beaten up.
No, man. Do not go and get mixed up with them.
We couldn't help it this time. They're killers. Okay, fine. You're saying no, don't do it. Well, fine. He says they're killers. That's not okay. That is the information I'm looking for, and it isn't the information I'm looking for. In that, well, there's a note that goes if you talk to the guy in number 35 as far as the forklift. But fine, we did get the information out. He said like they're killers. Like, are they now? Well, fine. We don't know. I'm not gonna doubt that they are, but you know, let's talk to some people in here.
I'm sorry. Ask me again some other time.
Okay, he is on his lunch break, so fine, leave him to it. Here's my boss.
Yeah,
Hi,
that's
boss.
him.
What's up?
Hey, kid. Rio, isn't it?
Yes, that's the name.
Are you getting used to the work?
Yeah,
Well,
you can say that.
I'm getting there.
Okay. Keep up the good work.
Alrighty.
We also provide lunch, you know. If you work hard, you'll earn lots of money.
Yep.
Yes, sir. I'll do my best.
I mean, I guess that is a reflection, I guess, of what tends to be indicated when it comes to Japan. The idea that sometimes it often is indicated that, hey, you know...
Excuse me?
Having a lot of pride in your job, although, to be honest, that's any culture, really, when you really think about
Do
it.
you know anything
But especially
about
as far
the
as Japan,
Mad
that being a
Angels?
big case.
The
Like, this
Mad
was set in the
Angels.
1980s, that's the idea,
Is
but...
that a baseball team?
No, they're not, unfortunately.
Surely you're not talking about a gang.
I am. Sorry. Maybe she
About the
knows
Mad
more.
Angels?
You might think it's none of my business, but if you have energy to burn, try something like sports. The fact is, my son... No.
Yeah, right there.
Forget it. I'm sorry.
Ma'am?
Anyway.
Okay, so
Don't
she
get
basically
mixed
has an
up
element
in
going on with her
something you
son. She was
shouldn't.
trying to play stupid, saying, no, they're just a sports team. And she's like, hey, get into sports, which, fine, I guess darts is a sport. So fine, we
do
sort
you
of
know
took that
anything about
advice.
the Mad Angels?
What do you get? Girls
What are
know.
you talking about?
Some gang that hangs around the harbor.
No idea, sorry.
Me neither. Never heard of them.
I see.
Okay. Fine, we're also not asking our boss, like, hey, there's this gang around here, I'm looking to meet him. Like, what the fuck are you doing, Rio? Oh, fine, that would be Yakuza. Fine, Yakuza on the PS2.
Excuse me?
Yo, kid.
Hi, kid.
Liking your job?
I guess so.
Your driving is, dangerous.
What?
Don't get hurt yourself, okay?
I never heard him say that. Okay, so that's the great thing again.
Hey, rookie.
Rookie.
Used to driving the forklift? Your driving is dangerous.
Fine, I guess I shouldn't drive and talk about the
yourself,
Pokemon Presents at the same time, but like, yes, I have to do that. Fine, I guess I may as well talk about... Well, fine, talk to you.
Excuse me.
Hi.
What do you want?
I don't know, who are you?
About the Mad Angels?
Now how am I supposed to know about stuff like that? Give me a break. I have nothing to do with them.
I see.
I thought you said you didn't know anything about them. See, it's funny, because I started, or I find I'm mostly done recording the footage for, our off-screen play of The Wolf Among Us that we'll be uploading to the YouTube site throughout this year on the weekends we don't have a show, or we're not live. So that's kind of a game that's also in the detective mindset, and there's Goro again. I'm not going to ask him again about, right, there's 35, get over here. Stop. I can actually ask him, hi.
Yo, what's up, rookie?
Mad Angels, who are they?
Hey, keep your voice down, will ya?
Huh? Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
Oh, fine, we're keeping it down.
Well,
we're not saying it
I
loud.
just heard some rumor.
What was that?
They've been killing people and throwing the bodies in the sea.
Whoa.
Into the sea?
You should lay off them. Don't go getting yourself involved with a dangerous bunch like them.
Okay.
Right.
Well, fine, again, we couldn't avoid it. So fine, there you go. Kills and dumps bodies in the sea. Okay. That being said, I'll ask this. Can we buy one capsule toy before it hits 2 o'clock? No, I don't think so. 1:59, I'm not getting over there in time, unfortunately. Yeah, I tried. So back to work. We can buy capsule toys later. We'll also get more money anyway. Actually, no, it's probably better I do that for the purpose of the edit, so I can get a sense of, hey, you know, how much money did I make? Actually, did my allowance and the payoff from the bus fare take into account? Okay, so back to work, and when you get back to work, he will say...
Warehouse number 18.
Remember, go to warehouse number 18. So Rio, remember the lingo, and remember where he needs to go. Okay. Alright, so back to this. Next, the Pokemon items was an update on Pokemon Cafe Remix, which is that freebie that's on Switch. I believe it's mobile as well. It's actually a game we can't show on the show because you can only play it in portable mode. So I'd have to come up with some way to jerry-rig that in order to show it. But anyway, for that, they have this new Appleton Fruitalicious Jelly Soda menu they're adding to it. It's running for a couple of days. It's running till March 14th. Starting from yesterday. Also updating that Pokemon Sleep app, which is, I think, something that's helping keep track of how your sleep is by adding events for Cresselia and Darkrai, which I guess makes sense in the sense that, hey, you know, Cresselia is like a moonish Pokemon, and Darkrai is, you know, the dark of the night. They're coming this month sometime, they didn't say when. For Pokemon Unite, which I know is a game that Ed Wacnicki and I know Medics play. As far as the MOBA game with Pokemon. They patched it the other day to add Suicune to it, and also to add in Remote Stadium, and also a new mode, First 500. And they also teased the premiering of Alchemy and Alolan Raichu later in the year at some point. Don't know when, but that's what that's about. And yeah, we'll get to the big announcement, because I do have a lot I want to talk about on the main announcement for that, but I'll get through the other stuff. We give it the whole credit. Next up was about the Pokemon trading card game Pocket, the mobile app, which actually a lot of my friends got me into as far as like, hey, collecting cards that way. It's free to play and start, and you don't have to pay into it, but also in case where, hey, you know, you can get stuff going on. They're going to be patching that this month to add the new Triumphant Light set. It has a variant of Arceus in it. Actually, no, it just came out. It's within that. And also, they're doing a giveaway of a free booster pack that's guaranteeing you 4 Diamond Pull. So it's cases like that, as far as, you know, with the collection of that, that'll be something to keep in mind. And actually, even though I mentioned I did get into that, I did kind of in the sense that, hey, you know, you get to open the packs, like, hey, what are the rare cards in that? And then when they add trading, which when I first started, they didn't have. The case that other people like, oh my god, I want to have this, as far as, like, seeing the Pokemon. And as I mentioned, my experience with the Pokemon trading card game is limited. Something that I found too hard to wrap my head around, honestly. Because I'm kind of dumb that way, but it's also something that, fine, just play the games, or the Pokemon RPGs. But they did make games based on the trading card game. The Game Boy Color game is out on Switch Online to play. So maybe we can hit that as a market. Fine, Gemini 96, it was with you when I was getting ready for showing off that aspect of the Yu-Gi-Oh! game on 360 that I showed for the Delisted Showcase. And there's also that Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection that just came out the other day, which has a bunch of old Game Boy and Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance Yu-Gi-Oh! Games in it. So maybe it's one of those things I have to keep going on with it a little more. Hello, everyone. Hello, DollyFinn. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Shenmue for Part 4. We are working our job down at the docks and working the long day through. So good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, and feel free to go into more on Shenmue, more on aspects of, I guess, Ryo driving the forklift, and other stuff, because I'm going through the announcements of the Pokemon Presents that went out this week, and other stuff in gaming, because we have a lot of downtime for the purpose of our, you know, driving with the crates. And fine, that guy is, you know, in my way. Like, yeah, fine. One of the guys said our driving was dangerous, which I never heard, and there is some slowdown here. Fine, actually, fine. More when there's more people here, but it is still okay. The HD version does fix that, but there's other concessions to that. I'll get to that when I get to Final Thoughts in this game next month, which is going to be on April 12th. Because we're not going to need more than 5 parts of this, I don't think. This is honestly a hard part to gauge, honestly, when it comes to the work, but we'll see what that's going to go. And also, as we're pointing out, if you do end up moving all the crates before 5 p.m., your day automatically ends. So you actually might have it end by proxy as it is. Although I don't know if it's... Fine, we'll find out. So fine, at this point, Change 64 is all about, you know, getting, you know... Oh, right. Right. We have this. Oh, God. I don't want to fuck this up either as far as this battle. Ryo can really drive that forklift. Yeah, with no training. Right, we have a thing going on.
You working hard, eh?
You're Mad Angels people, aren't you?
What? You ain't paid your insurance.
Okay, yeah.
That ain't right.
We had to do insurance payment, huh?
Dictates all rookies gotta pay insurance. You know what I'm saying?
That was not in the contract I signed.
What insurance?
I said pay up, boy. Right now.
No.
You guys Mad Angels?
They sure are.
Defiance ain't a good idea. You don't pay up, boy, I'm gonna kick your ass.
They're not lying here. I do not want to fail this battle, although thankfully this is not an insanely hard battle.
You are gonna regret that decision.
But I'm not gonna be, you know, trying to be fancy with my new moves, like the stab armor. I want to get them, because if I lose this battle, all of your money is taken away from you. So do not lose this battle. For the love of God, do not lose this battle. Thankfully, it's not as bad as the Chai fight from last time, where it's like, hey, that's so insanely hard, you couldn't lose that. Just keep hitting these dudes. Even if you use moves over and over again, do it. If it means that you can win, go ahead. And also, be careful, because the camera will shift when it comes to, you know, being by the forklift. All right, fine. Shot the double blow, and they're going down.
All right, you guys.
Yeah, get out of here. I got a job to do.
Hey, wait!
Yeah, we're not gonna run after him. Yet. Yeah, you're right as far as the forklift. He has the forklift. Here it is. So yeah, as we were saying, let's put the crate down. You have to have it in the line. Fine. As Crochet64 said, I want to get it in between the lines, which... Okay, not looking bad here. There's other cases where maybe I'll just say, like, fine, I'll put it in a small enough thing. But alright, fine. So it actually worked. Yeah, but that battle, does take you a little off guard because of the fact that you will lose your money. Not that I have tons, but if you do have tons, say, and you lose that all, like, you do lose every bit. And actually, I don't know that... Oh, actually, no. You can't... Oh, wait. Just... Sorry, Crusader64, it's going in, it's going... Oh. Actually, no. Alright, fine, it's not on the line, sorry. I was gonna say, actually, you can't not have money. I was gonna say you won't have money for the bus fare home. But actually, you will, because this happens during your work day, and you will get paid later. And unless you sit there and... Well, actually, no, you can't sit there and do nothing either. You actually have to move crates. Because you have to move enough in order to make the, Fine, you have to carry at least one in. Actually, right. Oh, right, that's it. Because, yeah, you have to at least move one crate. You could sit there and not do a damn thing. But you can also make it so that, what is it? As long as you move one crate, since it's 300 yen per crate you move, you'll always have enough money for the bus fare home. And the next morning, I think they'll take in the allowance you get from Inisan for that, I believe. Just have to get that said. And by the way, we'll go into first-person view when you go underneath that. So, alright, fine. There we go. Alright, so we are going to finish our work early. And it's worth pointing out, keep that in mind when it comes to Shenmue 2, because you... Well, fine. That's a bit different. We'll get to that when we get to that. Fine, here we go. So there is our handiwork. Okay, some of the... Fine, they are in the lines. They are on the lines. I guess, Gemini 96, since you're out here and being the supervisor... Fine, you're the supervisor to myself doing the crate runs. I know, what letter grade are we giving this? This is not an A. I'll give myself a B-, maybe. We did move all the crates, though, so maybe that counts for something. It's fine. You know what? Actually, no, wait a second. I'm gonna say I'll just do nothing, but I want to see something. Because I did move everything. Oh, no. Okay. So... Alright, by the way, you will automatically back up when you try to go into an area you cannot go. Alright. So I guess I can't end the day yet, so fine, let's have a nice drive around town. Like, it feels like, what are you doing? You're gonna be fired from your job. What happened? By the way, okay. Oh. Yeah, because they will disappear from view, but I never saw, it looked like he was gonna go into the ocean. I mean, we already had that happen with the guy with the motorcycle, but okay, that's amazing. Okay. Fine, okay, going back to the other Pokemon Presents announcements then, I guess. May as well do this. The Pokemon Trading Card game, the physical game. There's new cards coming out as far as with Mega Evolutions. They're doing more of them this year, specifically Mega Lucario EX and Mega Gardevoir EX. So Edwak and Nikki are going to be all over that shit. I give it a solid B. Okay, I'll take that. Not bad. I mean, that's for day one, but the case that fine, the next couple days is going to be something that might judge it harsher based on what it is. Also, I don't think... I'll check this out, just because I'm curious. Okay, well, alright, fine. So actually, I can take it off. So I can move them back, if I want it. Okay, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. So fine. I guess it's like, what's Crochet Nerd 64 as far as this? You're calling him up saying, like, fine. He's up here doing it. Here's his results of day one. But anyway. Is it the Pokemon Trading Card game? New stuff coming up for that for new Mega Evolution stuff. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. They do the giveaways every so often. They're doing a new one for a Rotom case that's out now. New mass outbreaks going on for red, blue, and green elements that are out starting today out till March 20th. And there's new Terra rates for all of the starter Pokemon and their evolutions, those being Meowscarada, or Mighty Meowscarada, Mighty Skeledirge, and Mighty Quaquaval. And we played the game as far as our play of it. I ran Skeledirge the whole way. And then the last announcement, the big one as far as it, so I may as well go into this. They did finally unveil Pokemon Legends ZA, or Z2A? I don't know, it's the dash in the middle, so I think like it's like A to Z, but like, fine. Pokemon Legends ZA, they did announce it's coming out this year for Switch. They didn't say Switch 2, but it will work on Switch 2, because Switch 2 is going to be backwards compatible. From what I'm seeing, a massive red flag on my case, it looks like it's running on the same engine as Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And even Edwak, a resident apologist of that game, will not defend the frame rate of that anymore, I don't think. But either way, they have that. It's going to be taking place in Luminosa City from Pokemon X and Y for 3DS entirely, as they said when they unveiled it last year. But we did see full gameplay of it as far as what we got. They're going to do... The fights are going to be in real time now, which they've not been for this franchise ever, as far as this. You'll have, like, rooftop maneuvering, like, jumping between rooftops, swinging between rooftops. Almost like a Spider-Man case. Mega Evolutions are coming back for the first time in a while. And new things with the Wild Zones. And then also the starters. As we've hit quitting time. Yeah, because the starters in this game, by the way, are going to be Tepig from Pokemon Black and White. Yeah, I think he was in Black and White. Totodile from Pokemon Generation 2, Gold, Silver, and Crystal. And Chikorita from... Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Here's our pay. And I'll get into also aspects like, wait a second, isn't there a Generation 2 starter missing there? Thanks. Yes, I'll talk about it in a sec. You met quota. Yeah, so we met quota. 50,000. Yeah, look at that. That'll be 300. So I get 350 yen per crate, so that does add up really quickly as far as your money. Keep up the good work. And actually, after, fine, I'm gonna let the next cutscene go and I'll talk about the Pokemon Legends ZDA thing. But it is coming this year. I'm gonna guess November. They didn't announce a date, but usually that's when these things come out. But it'll be a big case of that. Probably the last game on the Switch, but alright, after our job. Here's,
Yo, bro!
Here's Goro again. Hi.
Hats off to the hard-working man.
Damn right.
You said you knew a lot about the harbor.
He sure does.
Right on, my man. From the perfect mugging locale to the best spot to take a leak.
I love the way he says that line as far as it's... So you know about the Mad Angels, right? We talked about that before. I'm coming to collect.
Speaking of taking a leak...
Yeah, he's gonna take one in his pants if he has to, so yeah, start talking, my friend.
Must have had me a bad egg this morning. Gotta hit the can, my man. Me hit in time.
I love Matt Ool's performance here. He's just totally insane. I love this guy, you know? Fine, his other performances, but also him as his Goro here. But you gotta be careful of that name.
Please don't say it so loud.
Okay, why?
Why not?
You get yourself fed to the fishes for talking about them, man.
Keep saying that, but...
It's taboo around here.
Uh-huh.
There's a rumor about some loudmouth kid who got himself concrete boots for talking.
Concrete boots, huh? No way. Remember, it's like mafia cases. You basically stick them in that and they drown in the water.
I'm out of here.
And we did hear the case that, fine, they're killing people and dumping the bodies in the ocean. It's like, uh-oh. And he doesn't want to talk about it, which is like, okay, fair enough. Fine. Speaking of things I also don't want to talk about, but I have to talk about. Yeah, well, with Pokemon Legends EA, you're wondering, in Gold, Silver, Crystal, there was another starter. That was Cyndaquil. Why is Cyndaquil not the, one of the 3 starters here as far as the fire type? Why is it Tepig? Well, it's because the game got leaked last year. I'll tell this story. Game Freak leaked the game, or fine, the game was accidentally leaked last year, I should say. Fine, not accidentally, it was maliciously leaked. So a lot of information came out about it. It was basically like Grand Theft Auto 6 almost, as we're getting... Actually, wait. Well, I'll go into that. Fine. The game doesn't want me to talk about it either, but, right, because if you... When it came to that chicken race we did... well... Okay, no, this isn't related, but... We're being watched by Guizhang. Wait, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Weren't you supposed to be helping? Fine, he's our bodyguard, as you mentioned, so yeah, if you make sure you're alright. You never know when to give up.
What do you want?
What are you talking about?
I'm here to teach you a new move.
Ooh,
like,
cool.
That'll be real helpful.
Yeah, but they definitely have, like, the Goku Vegeta thing going on, and also, like, the Sonic Shadow thing going on, too. Like, yeah, you can't take on Landy if you can't take on Mad Angels with this thing.
Look, I don't need your help.
Hey, fine by me. But it's wise to accept the goodwill of others.
Yeah, good point.
So, what'll it be? You are mine or not?
He's right, I'm taking it.
Well, if you're so eager to teach me, okay.
You could be more appreciative.
Yeah, which is weird, because usually Rio is, but for something about Guizhang that kind of rubs him the wrong way. And we'll see that a little later as to why.
One step back, shift your weight.
Step back, shift your weight, and we're backing up, hit kick.
This is called a swallow dive. Now you try it.
Alright, so hit back and hit the A button. Of course, since I'm running on Dreamcast, you get the VMU beep when you hit back and A.
That's fine. I see you've learned the basic form.
Awesome.
I've got it now.
You have yet to master the move. Perhaps you should practice more.
You're right. Okay, so every time you use a move in battle, even if it's a practice case, you do get more proficiency. So, enjoy hearing that Dreamcast beep. I certainly love hearing it. Fine. Even without the issues with the HD version...
Still want to continue?
I'll tell you when I've had enough.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Even with that, I was like, I would want to run on the Dreamcast and hear these VMU beeps. Fine, it's a vital part of the Dreamcast experience, really, when we play anything. Any game that has VMU beeps, let it go, and also let the discs of the system grind.
Yeah, please.
Okay, continue.
Just keep going and build that swallow dive, because it is a nice move. Just keep doing it until he tells us, no, you gotta give up.
I think that's enough. Still want to continue?
No,
hey, yeah, we got enough. Okay. You generally can do that 3 times.
You've only learned the basic form.
Okay.
To properly utilize this move, you'll need to practice.
You're right.
Yes.
And apply diligent training.
Alright, Alright, we will apply training. In fact, that's a good segue. Let me show you where we can do training, and then I'll have to get into the elephant in the room when it comes to Pokemon Legends ZA. Yeah, because we haven't seen anything of this game until just the other day, but we're also having a walk with Guizhong.
Why teach me that move?
Yeah, good question.
You're intent on going to Hong Kong, right?
Yeah, well, we're doing a job, but fine, we're going to find where Line D went, yeah?
Even knowing that you may die?
Right.
No matter what.
He kind of doesn't care, honestly, saying, fine, if I have to give my life, I'm going to do this.
If I were you, I'd do the same.
Right, and that also goes to what we heard him say last time when Ryo asked him the question, well, if it was you, suppose your father were murdered, what would you do? And he said, yeah, I would do the same thing. Which goes to, I think, something pretty interesting about this game, which is that, fine, people saying don't waste your life on revenge to Ryo, but also the case that they kind of sometimes forget the sense of putting themselves in that position, saying, like, would I do this? And the answer is, like, you know, in his case, no, I would do this, because my father's honor is everything, really. Alright, I need to go to warehouse number 4, which is over here. And fine, I gotta talk about the Legend Z to A thing before I get sidetracked, but I won't as far as it... Fine, before I get sidetracked by a cutscene. Because as I mentioned before, and I think this is it. If this is not, it's the one next door. Okay, it's warehouse number 3. I'll actually... Can I practice in warehouse number 3? Yeah, because I've never actually been in warehouse number 3. Because you can go in here, but there's not much reason to. Okay, so it's next door. So you have to go to 3. Fine, that's 3, and I think 4 is on the other side. Yeah, because Pokemon Legends Z Day, as I mentioned, they announced it last year at the last Pokemon Presents. That is... Okay, fine. Here is where it is. In the year that's passed, the game got leaked.
It looks like I can practice here.
In fact, I can do this while I'm doing practice, and also while I show that new move.
I'll lose my edge if I don't practice.
Yeah, he's right. Okay. So I'll also try the new move, which is forward, back, and, X and B. Or X and A. Forward, back. That's stab armor. But yeah, when it comes to Pokemon Legend ZA, I don't know if it's Z to A. They might tell us as far as if that's actually what it's meant to be, but it was leaked last year as far as it, and, oh fine, it got stolen, as was the case. And so as part of that leak, a lot of information about the game that was not intended to be seen was seen, as far as what Game Freak had in mind. It's basically what happened with Grand Theft Auto 6, really. So in this case, understandably so, Nintendo said we're keeping this on lockdown, basically. It's like, we're not going to even touch this. As far as talking too much about it, we're going to protect that like anything. Same with Grand Theft Auto 6. We haven't seen a damn thing about that for a year for that same reason. And it's coming out this year, too. But as part of those leaks, it was found that one of the story ideas that Nintendo... Fine, it's not really Nintendo. It's Game Freak who developed it. And the Pokemon Company, but Nintendo's the stake as far as what it is. As there's our element as far as the move. Let's take a look at that move. In fact, there it is. And with the blue on the bar there, it's going up as far as making sure that stab armor can go. So I think that's good. One of the details that leaked with it, I hate to say it, was in regards to the thought of a legend where a human and a Typhlosion were together. Let's leave it that way. And because of that, and people rightly saying, what is this about? In fact, when we did one of the Pokemon Gen 9 parts, it was part 7, I think, the one that Edwack and Nikki were on. We talked about a story that was about something, a very, very messed up thing regarding Suicune. I said, we can't really talk about that. In fact, we definitely can't talk about that. And given some of the subjects we talked about for, you know, informational reasons, it makes sense as to why. Also, we do need to come here at some point to get a move, but I don't think... Yeah, he's not here. Although I'm going to take a little bit of time just to do that, just to make sure. Yeah, because Shozo Mizuki, who's the homeless guy, he does have something going on, but then again, it's also something that... It is raining, so he might not be here for that. But anyway, because of that, That is the reason why there's no Cyndaquil. Because at first I said, wait a second, where's Cyndaquil? I love Cyndaquil as far as those Gen 2 starters. But then I remember, it's like, oh, right, that. So I think Game Freak rightly didn't want to invite anything for that. So because of that, and fine, this is what I was trying to trigger. They're not there. As far as the game itself, I'm concerned because it said it's running on the engine of Pokemon Generation 9, which was held together with duct tape and glue, and that's being fucking nice.
It's you.
That's my concern, and it did look like there were a lot of frame rate problems. So, I'm fine. And I was burned by Gen 9. Fine, I didn't even fucking buy it. I mean, Edwack and Nicky bought it and shut me up. But that being said, I said, fine, I want to run better. I think even they want to. And fine, they'll buy the game no matter what, even if it runs even worse than it does. It looks like it is, based on how that engine is. Like, I'm concerned about that. So I'm in a question as far as whether I'm looking forward to this game or not, but they did say, hey, you know, it's coming, it's this year, and by the way, stop talking that shit and punch me, okay? I love it because it's a slow punch, like, you call that a punch, like, punch me for real, like, this is not the Hazuki style.
How do you know the
wait,
Hazuki
you know it?
style?
If you really want to know, give me your best shot.
Alright, fire away, Ryo.
Okay then, here we go.
Yeah, look at that, he has quite the moves. In fact, almost looking like some of Landy's dodges, but not completely. Yeah, but even though he is, you know, an old homeless man, he has a lot of skills. Like, the real fighter would have crushed your throat.
How did you do that?
There's more to mastery than offense.
He was right about that.
Evasion without getting hit is an art in itself.
Yes, it is. And we're getting to the part of the game where we're going to start to learn that.
My sensei used to call this move
the Shadow
Step.
And it's worth pointing out, based on that chicken race we did,
so
if you make no mistakes, you can learn it starting at 7 o'clock. If you don't, you have to wait time in order to do it. You have to wait up until either... Actually, no, you can come here at 5 and do it. If you do it flawlessly. If you don't, you have to wait till 7, and if you make every mistake, you have to come here at 9 o'clock. But yeah, start your stance, okay? And get ready to do the move, okay?
That ain't too bad. Now come and do what I do.
Alright, what do you do?
We'll see a step forward. Pull your arms in a slide real quick.
Okay, pull your arms in, slide real quick, we'll move forward.
Behind, cut a blow to the neck, like so.
Right.
Now, start from your basic stance.
Alright, so take your stance. You're gonna hear that a lot in Shenmue 2, by the way.
Move your weight forward one step only.
Okay, so basically saying press forward once. I love how they kind of translate that as far as giving the instruction, but not saying it forward and the button. Alright, so I hit forward and Y and B. That is what the Shadow Step is.
Look at that. Well there, youngin', you're quite skilled.
Yeah, 25 years of counting as far as this game.
Nah, I'm not that good.
He is a little modest, that's a good point, but you do have the touch, my friend.
How about a bit more practice?
Yes, let's keep going.
Okay.
Also, I don't know if...
Well, I'ma watch ya.
I don't know if he gives you the option to do the move that goes. Like, he says you have to hit him in the back of the neck. Okay, you don't get that yet. Because the way this move works is there is an extension is later where if you do that, and at the end if you hit the X button, you do a chop.
That enough for ya? Wanna keep going?
Okay, this is also a weird case because, fine, when it comes to training for this move,
okay, sure, why not?
You're not building the power up of it, at least not in this part of it.
Go on and show me.
But I am getting a little more proficiency, so it's something to remember that as far as the evasion, because yeah, that Y button is your evasion in battle, but I guess it's fine. It's considered a throw move, I guess, because you're on the B button on top of that. Just keep going and keep diving.
That enough for ya? Wanna keep going?
Sure, why not? Just keep going until you tell me to stop.
Okay, sure, why not?
Well, I'ma watch ya. Go on and show me.
Alrighty.
Alright.
I do love this touch as far as, yeah, Shoujo Mizuki. Because the thought, like, hey, this is this homeless guy, we just bought him coffee. He's like, hey, I'd like to have a coffee. But the idea that, hey, you know, he makes the deliberate decision to say, like, hey, you know, I'm just gonna live as a vagabond this way. But the case, like, Not someone that you look at like, oh, you pity him.
think I'm
It's a case of,
alright.
look, he has a lot of skills,
Thank
but
you
also
for
the case
the
that
instruction.
he realizes what Ryo has in him. So, like,
Well,
you helped me out of a
don't go
jam,
forgetting to
and including
practice
against
every
those biker guys, or the Mad Angels guys. You stepped in at, like, nothing, off nothing, said, like, you're gonna help me.
Perhaps
And look at him.
we'll
He's like,
meet
yeah, you're doing a great job, and look at your skills.
Please
Because
wait.
Martial arts kind of bringing them
How do
together
you
on
know
top
about
of
the Hazuki
maybe
style?
their misfortunes as well, you know?
The
How do you know the
Hazuki
Hazuki style?
name's known amongst martial artists.
Yeah, this is the other touch. I love this. It's like martial artists know the Hazuki style. It is
style of
made a
Iwao
while. It
Hazuki
made quite a name
is
for
revered by
itself.
many,
And
including me.
Iwao styles revered by many, myself included.
Quite popular in spite of being so young he was.
So he did hear, of course, probably in the newspaper that
My
hey, he
father?
was killed.
If you knew that move, why not use it that day?
Right. He's like, hey, you know, you got these skills. Why do you just not use it to go away? But like, yeah, sometimes the fight or flight
No
concepts. Like,
sense
sometimes there's
in
not a reason to
fighting.
fight.
Sometimes a clean getaway is also victory.
Yep. And fine, because he's been around for so long, and as far as the way the guide goes, as far as him,
Practice in the day,
I didn't get a sense like how
try
old he
number
is.
4. Sometimes I'll
Because
be
the
there
Prima
myself.
guide does go into his actual age. I do know that.
Be sure and practice daily.
He'll basically say how old he is. Let's see. Yeah, where is he? But we did learn the shadow step.
I should go home.
Yeah, you're right. I should go home. Yeah, we'll take the walk home, and we'll buy capsule toys when we get there. Right, because I do want to see where is he. Well, if I don't find him, fine. We're getting to the bus stop. So that's the good thing about this game having a lot of downtimes. That fine for the purpose of running for show, a discussion show like this, it's perfect game for this. Also, since Sunday, I gotta wait. What's the characters who work at Yokosuka Harbor? He doesn't work at Yokosuka Harbor. That's the deal. He's not a member of the Mad Angels. He's not a resident of Yamanose. Okay, here he is. Shozo Mizuki. He is 67. And actually, I'll have this up as far as an edit whilst I do this, or while I'm reading this off. This elderly homeless man lives in the new Yokosuka Harbor area. Claims to be living there for more than 3 years, but nobody knows where he is, or where he comes from, or exactly when he arrived. In spite of his shabby looks, he has quite a charming personality, but he won't reveal much of his identity. He doesn't have much, so he begs from time to time and even asks Ryo to buy coffee, which we did in part 2. Because of his status renders him a non-person in the eyes of the law, he's treated badly by the harbor workers, but also by the Mad Angels. So you know a lot about what's going on in the harbor, but he's quite mysterious. And we did see that too last time. He's like, by the way, I know the routes that the guards are going to take. I know, where the warehouses are. And so he's willing to help out when he sees somebody who, is going to look at him and say, hey, kind of see, I guess, the person inside as far as that, which I guess, with this game, that is kind of a little bit of the theme of this, in the sense that we've had characters going on with this where they either gave us a lot of trouble and they kind of had a change of heart, like with Goro, or other cases where there are people who you thought, like, who are they? But then you learn more about them. You learn more about their story. You saw that in part 1 when it came to Tao-san and his wife saying, like, hey, we came from China, and the discussion, like, finding Chinese people saying, like, hey, here's our experience from when we came from China, because we realized, hey, the economy is something we could grow bigger in Japan, do well. Some people, as far as the bar, said, hey, I'm going to get here, and because of the money I made, the way the exchange rates work, I can take that home and buy a mansion. So, and then learning also their experience, I'm like, hey, we're like a later generation of Chinese that way. It's the case of kind of understanding more about these people, sometimes just by running into them and talking to them. Even cases where they're not necessarily people you'll see in the plot all the time. Like, fine, we've been running into Miki a lot. She is, by the way, just to indicate that, because we've seen her a bunch of times. She is the daughter of Maida-san, who runs the barbershop right there. But the case is you can find her around there. She's like, hey, this entire play, I've run into cases where she's like, hey, I want to get a tattoo. And we were looking, he's like, I want to get one, but my father's like, no, don't do that. I was like, yeah, he's too conservative compared to everybody else. And then saying like, hey, sorry, hit start. Which pause for this. saying, hey, we can go on a vacation, we'll go to Paris. I'm like, I never heard that before. So, that being something where you learn a lot, and because this game is so tightly packed, and it is a very ambitious game, I mean, sometimes the question like, hey, is the ambition maybe extending its reach? And depending on who you ask, I'd say, yeah, maybe it is, but also the case that there's a lot of interesting things they pack into it.
How old are you?
Old enough to have a job.
You're too young to be in here.
All right. See you.
Fine, I know when I'm not wanted. If I'll go next door where I am wanted, I'll go see Mario again, just because. Or, you know what? Let's go places where I haven't gone recently. And right, I was gonna buy a capsule toy. Fine, let's go home and buy capsule toys. Or, I was gonna say, hope the hell I don't run into the case of, the drunkards again, because they can keep coming around if you go in the back alleys at night. Okay, so yeah, fine. Let's go in front of the Abe Mart, and we're gonna go buy some capsule toys. I'll keep doing that till I send our asses home. And I guess we'll go into the only other things.
Look at the time.
Yeah, I'm running home, Rio. We're gonna make it. Don't worry. Well, fine. We're gonna make it to where we need to be, which is in front of the capsule toy machine. Also, I guess we can flaunt our idea of fine, Ine-san be home by 11. Like, fine, we have a job now. We say, oh, we got stuck home. We're stuck late at work. It's like, until 11 p.m. It's like, yeah, you would never believe what they told me to do. It was like, Rio-san, what is that Sonic the Hedgehog toy that fell out of your pocket? Oh, it's nothing, Ine-san. Yes.
I should.
It's like, okay, so that's the case. Like, fine, she's even good to question it. All right, so keep buying. Fine. Actually, yeah, we haven't touched the Virtua Fighter stuff, so I'll buy a bunch of Virtua Fighter ones. I'll go on the only other stuff as far because I went through all the announcements for the Pokemon Presents that came out this week.
Hey, what's this?
That is Jackie Bryant, who's the brother of Sarah Bryant.
I should try again.
All right, so keep going, and yeah, we'll have that going. Yeah, the only other stuff I saw as far as game stuff that was announced that was a bit different, or that was out of my stuff I didn't expect was new.
What's this?
And there's WoW. And chat, feel free to go to Memories on Virtua Fighter as well if you played it.
Again.
And also, fine, if you're waiting for Virtua Fighter 6 like I am, which about people made Yakuza, that's coming out, I'm gonna guess next year. I don't think we get that this year. But either way, yeah, I guess to celebrate 20 years since we got the last one.
I know this.
And that's Kage. Yeah, actually, speaking of returns of franchises have been dormant for a while, Gex. Last year, there was the announcement of the Gex trilogy that's coming out. That's going to have Gex, Gex Under the Gecko, and Gex 3 Deep Cover Gecko. Limited Run did come out with more information about that.
It's the same one.
As they're getting another heavy bomb. They gave a release window of this summer, which is coming out for PS5, Xbox Series S and X, Switch, and PC. That is coming out from Crystal Dynamics. They're involved in it, and it means Square is publishing this. Interesting enough. So Gex is a Square game, but a Limited Run game's involved because they're running their Carbon engine for this for the purpose of the emulation.
What? This again?
Oh, yes, we're getting Wooden Man, which actually that's not out of something for Virtua Fighter, but there is Dural, but I don't think that's... I think you get Dural.
I should try again.
I'll try for Dural. But anyway, they did announce this week that for that collection, they're going to add widescreen support for Gex 2 and 3. They still haven't indicated really which versions they're taking.
I know this.
As there's Sarah Bryant, who is my character of choice when I play Virtua Fighter, as the case.
Maybe I should get another.
And they also announced that it'll have saving anywhere as far as the Gex trilogy. You can do rewinds. They have a new interview with Dana Gould, who does the voice of Gex for the US version. I don't know if they're going to include the other regions versions that have different people voicing Gex. And that's
this again?
That's the same one as far as Sarah. So it's like, yeah, sorry, Sarah, you have to go away. Find a quarter, even good guys below it. But yeah, they did announce that more, gave more of an indication as far as that, because I know Edwack was one who was like, where's this Gex trilogy? It's coming. Actually, one thing I totally didn't expect, this is the big surprise this week. The announcement of...
What? This again?
3 times in a row. Damn, okay. Just keep going. And we got the money to afford it now, so this makes total sense. The thing they announced that I was totally not expecting was Terminator 2, or Terminator 2D No Fate, is a 2D action shooting platforming hybrid that comes from Bitmap Bureau. These are the people who made Xenocrisis. We talked about that when we played Top Gear 2.
I should try again.
It's coming out on everything on September 2nd, and oh my god, it looks amazing. If they keep going with this, and from what I understood, Xenocrisis is very, very good. So I do have faith that they can pull this out. As they're getting Pai, who is the daughter of Lau, by the way, as far as Virtua Fighter is concerned. If they pull this out, this might be the best Terminator 2 game ever made. And yes, that does include, potentially, Terminator 2 Judgment Day from Midway, the light gun shooter. I was like, oh my god, this looks incredible. They have the Terminator theme. They have all the sequences from the movie. They're capturing so perfectly with this great visual style. It's like, fine, we gotta leave. We're going home. So I was like, oh my god, that looks awesome. So when that comes out in September, I'm totally gonna be there for it.
It's this late already? I should go home.
There's no question mark there. So it's this late already, I should go home. But yeah, that was a good case of it. It's like, yeah, we're home. But yeah, we can't be ratted out because, fine. We're on job, and we can save, and so that's going to be the idea. Yeah, but kind of that Terminator 2D No Fate game came out of nowhere. Like, wow, this looks awesome. And I love Terminator 2, so I'd love to show that. Actually, to be honest, I'll tell you, it almost looks like it could do for Terminator 2 what Terminator on the Sega CD did, which is a great adaptation of that movie. It's like, yeah, this looks like it could be the best one. So fingers crossed they pull it off. I hope they do, because it looks wonderful. And then the only other thing I really had was they did announce the physical versions finally of Tetris Forever, as well as Lamasoft, the Jeff Minter story, and the making of Karateka. They're coming out later this year from Limited Run Games, as far as who's distributing them. They're going to have those pre-orders up until the end of May, or March, I should say. And they're going to have a triple pack that does all of them for a reduced price. I'm buying it despite what's going on with Limited Run Games now, where they're getting a lot of rightful heat over some of the NES games they put out, like Rugrats and Adventure in Gameland, where it's destroying NES's based upon how the chips are badly manufactured. And of course, D on 3DO, where they said, fine, we're printing this to CDRs. Like, why are you doing that? And them apparently not remembering the 3DO is notorious with compatibility across different versions of it anyways. Like, wait a second, why are you risking that? But the Switch stuff is running through Nintendo, so it's a case like, fine. As far as like the manufacturing of the cards, like, okay, fine, but Limited Run, get your act together as far as it, and also don't lie when it comes to cases where you're saying, hey, we're going to release an uncensored game, and then you censor it, like with the re-release of Sam Max Season 2, the Telltale game. Which is why we play that. We're playing the 360 version because they did not censor it. But anyway, let's get back to work. But honestly, for this, I mean, fine, I'm done with all the announcement stuff I was going to go into. So really, it's just be stuff about working and anything else you got going on. So yeah, chat, feel free to hit me with anything else you got going gaming-wise.
Good morning, everyone.
Or maybe other insights on what you're seeing with this game, we can definitely go into. And I'll go into other stuff as we go, because we're doing our warm-up race. And it's worth pointing out, when I got second place last time, I kind of glossed over this. You get the forklift capsule toy of the position you get in. So as I got second, I get the number 2. I get number 1, I get the 1.
Ready?
So feasibly we want to try and get all 5 of these, so that means that we'll try and get into first, second, fine, we got second. First, third, fourth, and fifth place. Oh. Actually, it did sound like, yeah, I crashed into it. Oh, well, fine. I've been playing the HD version for practice, but in all honesty, when it comes to that HD version, there's sound effects in this thing. Oh, shit, right. No. Oh, you put up the map. Oh, wait. When I edit, I want to put that map up in the corner just to show, is it giving me the quota map for today, or is it the one from yesterday? This is a split second. I'll have to take a split second with pausing when I edit. I just don't want to stop the race now. Like, we're in the middle of this, so I do want to win. And if you are going to try and win, try and screw up the other racers by kind of getting in their way as they do a turn. Basically, go on the inside. And also, I don't believe they save... Actually, maybe they did... No, they don't. They don't save best lap times. Just in case it's fine. You're just doing it in red. Oh. Crap. Alright, at least we're on lap 2, so I do have some time to catch up. But yeah, it also shows, if nothing else, this part, which is that it gives a great variety to this game. In this case, they find we're looking around searching for clues, but you have aspect of fighting when it comes to the free battles. You have the quick time events going on with what's going on there. You have the case of like being a work simulator as far as running a forklift. And you have a racing game. And you also have like a flight shooting game when it comes to going to play Space Harrier and darts and all these other things. So yeah, all this variety that's really cool in this. Although, to be honest, I will not lie, as much as I love Shenmue, those Yakuza Like a Dragon games, they really stepped up when it came to these games over the years in the sense that they have so many things going on in them, so many things you can do. That's probably the kind of thing I guess that Shenmue would have done if it had gotten more than 3 entries. Because they probably would have just kept doing stuff. It probably would have been like Yakuza. But unlike Yakuza, Shenmue did not take off. Just Yakuza did take off. It was huge as far as Japan, and it kept being huge, and it took off here too, to the point where, in a way, it's kind of one of Sega's most profitable franchises right now. As I mentioned also, including when I showed off a couple of the versions for like the classic Sega stuff that's in that, they're saying, hey, this is a way to get classic Sega games in people's hands, and maybe getting them released, maybe in more of a permanent case than when it comes to some of these delistings that are going on. Of which, right, fine, that's the one thing I forgot to talk about. Switch Online. I mentioned before that, hey, you don't own these games, which is true. But it is also worth pointing out as we win. Pretty damn good for a rookie. Thank you.
Here's your first place prize.
We are getting our first delisting off of the Nintendo Switch Online on March 27th. That's going to be for Super Soccer. And that also includes the Japanese app for Super Formation Soccer, which was developed by Human Entertainment. These are the people who made Clock Tower. They made the Firemen. They made F1 pole position on Nintendo 64, which is not connected to anything with Namco's franchise.
Today, you gotta take this
and they also made Kabuki Quantum Fighter for NES. Yeah, they're pulling that off, and I don't know if it's a license case or what, but I guess then people were saying, hey, you know, that means that we're not going to have Switch Online stuff. Like, it's going to go away. I mean, because we talked about this last week. We'll look at the map, too. The map is we are going to warehouse number 3. Yeah, like first brought this up last week. We were saying, hey, you know, they were listing the Sega Classics collection. Or fine, the Sega Genesis Classics collection, I should say. Which does have a physical release on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Switch. But it was also on the PC, but they're saying, hey, they're getting rid of this, and it's a case where, fine, with Super Soccer, I don't know what licenses are for that, but they're getting rid of the US version too. I didn't think the US version had a license to it. But the case that, fine, even as far as like a, I guess a case of like a subscription service like this, it could go away anytime, I guess. And fine, a lot of people might say, well, who cares if it's about Super Soccer? Which I say, well, okay, fine. I don't know Super Soccer that well. Chad, if you know Super Soccer and love this game, feel free to let me know. But it's also something that, wait, fine, I don't have this game, it's a case of fine, being able to play it, although, I guess if nothing else, it might be a case where it'll get people to want to maybe buy this game. Or maybe, I don't know if maybe companies are going to look at this and say, hey, you know, maybe we can do a re-release on this. Or something, or on that, or anything, really. And, I mean, the good news, I guess, with Super Soccer is a game that is, like, $10. It doesn't cost much. But then again, fine, on Switch Online, there's, like, Demon's Crest from Capcom. That's a game that costs a fortune. Like, wait, hold on. In fact, I'll say this. Before we get to that Switch 2 announcement, or Switch 2 unveiling on April 2nd, it's something people have been saying when this dropped out, which was, or this information was going, as far as saying you had to listen to that. Or pulling it off, I guess is the right way to go. And that is, will Nintendo go back to the Virtual Console, which was their method of getting digital games, or old games to people via download on Wii and Wii U, although it's one of those cases where I don't know if people are necessarily going to be satisfied with that or not, because I'll tell you this. When it came to Virtual Console, I know there's oftentimes a lot of complaints with Virtual Console saying, like, hey, wait a second, why are they asking $5 for Donkey Kong Jr. Math? It's like, wait a minute, why do you want to pay that much? Why do you have varying price structures when it comes to certain games, either based on popularity or based on, I don't know, rarity or something like that? And same was the case also on Wii U, and also I guess also on Wii and Wii U, it's not like Nintendo was doing sales on those. In fact, there's like, I think one example where I can think of where Nintendo had a sale on a Virtual Console game, which was on Wii U, which was, well, okay, fine, Nintendo didn't do it. Capcom did, though. I know they put, actually, a lot of the Virtual Console stuff they put on, Zack and Wiki from the Wii, and also, I think, Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles. They had those discounted pretty massively from the normal $20 price near the end before they turned off that shop. Oh, that guy walked in my way. But yeah, I'm getting stuck. Oh, but I don't know, because fine, people complain about that enough to the point where when Switch came out, they said, oh, Nintendo Switch Online, this is great. But then it was like, wait a second, you don't own the game, technically, based on how this is set up. I'm not like, no, they should be necessarily. But I guess that goes to that real question, which is, I mentioned last week, I said, hey, you know, we played Super Mario Advance 4. That's definitely a better case of having it digitally as far as playing it that way. Just because of the extra levels that are there that weren't on it on Game Boy Advance by default. But then I guess what happens, how do you necessarily preserve that? And we've also talked this, which is saying that fine, sometimes we talk about that, we talk about the Delisted Xbox Showcase, which is, you know, these games aren't available anymore, it's driving people to piracy. It's like, wait, we don't advocate that. But it's like, well, I'm not saying I do advocate that or don't advocate that, but what I'm saying also is that sometimes the case that, fine, what if you miss this? Like, hey, this game looks cool, you want to get it, and that's the case that, fine, it's gone. What do you do? I mean, fine, I guess then it's fine. He's smart enough to disappear. If I back up and disappear, which I do like that. So the limitations of the game's engine actually can help you when it comes to doing your job. But I guess the case of, fine, what is that looking like? And I guess above anything else, I sometimes think this myself, which is, when it comes to us as gamers, I've sometimes made the suggestion that maybe maybe there's that perception that gamers act like they're entitled or something. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the case that, fine, you're a paying customer. In the case of, fine, you know, the thought of a customer always being right, but then also the case of, fine, what is that? I know sometimes it's mentioned in business, so fitting this is going as far as me doing a job in this game, which is, sometimes a lot of businesses will say, what does the customer really want? Sometimes the question, like, either they don't know, or it's a question that, fine, they might say one way, but then that might change on a whim. So how do you adjust to that? And also, for that matter, how do you necessarily make it so that stuff like this can be, I guess, preserved, and then get a sense of also saying, like, wait a second, maybe being in a better case as far as, like, you know, is, you know, emulating and, you know, doing an emulation of it without paying for it. How much of that is an illegal case in the sense of, fine, people trying to archive something? Fine, DollyFinn, I know you love Carnival from Midway. There was an arcade game that never got a home port, and unless they do like a new version, like a rebuild of that or something, you're gonna have to emulate that via MAME unless you can find an arcade machine, and then you're probably paying thousands of dollars. Yes, I do. But, and then, I guess then we can talk this over, which is, what's the answer to that, really? As far as it, I mean, how do you necessarily save something like that so fine it maybe doesn't get lost to ether? Because, DollyFinn, you're saying, I get the sense nobody knows this game. There's a lot of people who sometimes said that with a lot of games we play or talk about on the show, saying, maybe people don't know this. So what happens to that? Where does it get going? And fine, sometimes people say this, which is, I know there was an article, or fine, there was a letter in Nintendo Power. Actually, they were actually very dismissive towards the person, you know, writing the letter saying, wait a second, I have this game, if I'm emulating it's not a problem. Like, they basically all but said, fuck you, you're wrong, and you're immoral for this. But, like, well, and fine, because he also brought up the concept, the guy who wrote the letter, or gal wrote the letter, I don't remember specifically which it was or who it was. They brought up the concept of public domain, which you get that oftentimes with other, you get that with books, you get that with, like, movies sometimes, like really old movies and things like that. They'll go in the public domain, or, and part of that's also because maybe the license runs out. Actually, to give a little bit of a preview to when we do The Wolf Among Us, which is an off-screen play that'll be starting in June, exclusive to our YouTube site, just to let you know. The rights to that are not in the hands of Vertigo Comics as far as the graphic novel that's based on, that being Fables. And I know every year there's oftentimes a case when it comes to whenever January 1st rolls around, they call it public, fine, it's New Year's Day, but also public domain day. They look and say, what went in the public domain? And oftentimes you'll see YouTube uploads of stuff that just went in because they lapsed, and not a case where, hey, it's illegal for them to do that anymore. Like, I remember like 2 years ago when the rights for Steamboat Willie from Disney, they did not relicense that. So anybody could take that and do what they want with it. And also it led to people saying, as we're getting a lunch break.
Lunchtime, eh?
And my eyes are staying closed for some reason. Oh, okay, they opened. Like, wait a second, why is his eyes staying closed? Did they, he didn't want to see what's going on there? But I guess the case of saying, like, fine, we're seeing this, and then people find maybe perverted in the sense of saying, hey, you know, we're making horror movies based on this thing. I'm fine, maybe not perverting, just putting it out there saying, hey, you can watch this on YouTube. Disney's not going to give us a license problem because they don't own the rights anymore. And I guess because gaming has not been around as long as other stuff. I mean, if you really want to be technical with video games, they were first around really in the 1950s with radar equipment that was done by NASA, stuff like Tennis for Two. That's an example of that was like 1952.
Hey.
So stuff like this, I guess, when it comes to gaming, when is gaming going to go necessarily into, I guess, a public domain? What's that going to look like? And then also for stuff where maybe they only got released digitally, as a case, or in an arcade where it's like, fine, they didn't come home, you can't buy this. How do you necessarily square the idea of holding on to that as far as a record, and maybe even getting a case of saying, like, fine, you know, it's almost emulating this for the purpose of, you know, fine, they talk about the, actually, Wii U and Wii and stuff like that, archiving, saying, like, fine, we'll download this, we'll put this on the internet for the purpose of, I guess, people to download it free if they want to, but also maybe a case that sometimes companies look and say, wait a minute, we might not have a way to emulate this, but just because because other people did this work, it is maybe legally murky as far as this. That's going to be easier for us to do this. In fact, I know,
is that so?
What is it? Fine, he's asking as far as the thugs, like, wait a second, some people around here are on the tough side, but most of them are nice, so maybe Mad Angels would be like that. I don't know. Given what they did to Mark, I would not guarantee that.
Takeuchi-san.
Yeah, Takeuchi is one of our cases. Yeah, we ate really quick.
Alpha Trading's free lunch deal
but
is a pretty good idea.
Sometimes I guess that case of, fine, some companies have said, hey, you know, we went with people who did emulations of stuff to help us get something we thought we'd never get back. And sometimes I know even Square Enix, they said when they re-released Final Fantasy X, they said, we don't have the source code for this, as he also has a family and kids to raise, so he has to do this work, but he's like, I can't afford this completely. But the thought that, hey, they reverse engineered, basically reverse emulated a PlayStation 2 copy of the game that they sold to people when they printed it.
At least we've got the
and other cases where other companies, they'll say,
you're right.
Hey, it was archived, we have a way to kind of build something from this.
You know,
I guess then the question, like, and also sometimes people like do emulation stuff, they'll end up sometimes working for the companies themselves, so maybe where's that go? And also the question, it's always like, I guess a tough question, which is, how do you necessarily hold on to something? Fine, it's easy to say like a physical release like this, or other things.
What's up?
As you have Kondo-san,
when did you start this job?
Not so long ago. It's harder than I thought.
Actually, wait a second. He's the guy who works at the tomato market. I didn't know he worked on this with us.
Sorry, man. I'm beat.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna go crash in the back.
Back of what?
As I see.
Okay. I guess then, yeah, chat, what do you think about this? I mean, I know it's a complicated thing, really, but what are you saying? What are you thinking as far as, like, it's the idea, like, how do you hold on to stuff? Because fine, maybe, here's the thing, maybe I love gaming so much that I don't want some of this stuff to go away. I guess, what's the danger of that? I guess, which is maybe a question. I don't know necessarily to what degree that is. Fine, some of the digital stuff maybe, like, goes to ether. Even garbage like NBA Unrivaled. DollyFinn, I put you in front of the demo, but just the case of saying, fine, this game, we now know it. It's part of the gaming discussion, saying like, man, they fucked this up. It's like what Electra said, saying like, man, people got ripped off by this game. It's a shittier version of NBA Jam. It's like, well, it gave that perspective of really good games, you know?
A Chinese cartel.
And also cases where, as far as better things than that. Yeah, we do know it. Yeah, we're never forgetting. It's the kind of thing I mentioned on like plumbers that wear ties. I mean, no, that might be even something like that. Fine, that's a closer case. Fine, you can get that. It just costs a lot of money, unless you get the new version that came out.
What would your family do if something happened to you?
Yeah, good point.
But
he's saying don't do this because if you do that, you're gonna get in trouble.
You're just asking for trouble. That's all I got to say about it.
And I'll get that case as far as that. But sometimes that can happen, you know. I mean, just the thought of like, hey, experience of game, and then maybe the thought of, fine, learning from a bad game for good games is fine. Even with Tecmo, because like we're saying, hey, didn't they make other, Tecmo made a basketball game. I said, yeah, they made stuff on Genesis and Super Nintendo. I mean, Tecmo's history with sports games generally was pretty good. They made the Tecmo Bowl games, for God's sake. Those games are awesome on NES and Super Nintendo and Genesis. Those are great games.
Are you getting used to the work?
But in the case, like, fine, that is a little bit of a reference point as far as something that goes away, and then, you know, what's it gonna look like, but then also something really good. And so stuff like Poker Smash. Like, I was late to Poker Smash. I'd like to buy Poker Smash again.
Excuse me.
But it's also the case that where the licenses go, how is that going to be to, you know, tie up? I know with Tetris Forever, that was the case. They said you wouldn't believe how hard it was to get the licenses around for the specific games that they're still adding to that game, by the way. They said, we're going to Spectrum Holobyte. We're talking to all these people to get these games. Like, this is licensing hell. I said, you know, Digital Eclipse might have the right idea when it comes to figuring some of this stuff. And then I guess then they have to, as I mentioned, they have to justify it with money. We can sit here and say all we want. Oh, I want this great game that maybe nobody heard of to come back. But unfortunately, they have to rationalize it with money. And if they feel like they can't, they won't do it, which is not good. He's like, fine, not good for us. Because, like, hey, you know, maybe there's a game I missed, like Shadow Hearts Covenant, say, or any of those Shadow Hearts games, really. But then it's like, okay, what do you do? So it's fine. I guess, if nothing else, it's a very open-ended question that there's not really going to be an easy answer for. So, in that case, I mean, you know what, fuck it, let's play darts.
One game, 100
Dice is the next game. Shenmue 2. Play Roll It on Top in that game. We'll do that when we get that. But
maybe I'll play it a bit.
I know it's kind of an open-ended thing, but it's also something that, when Alec first mentioned that last week, I said, hey, you know, that kind of got me thinking. And also because the other thing I realized was that sometimes when it came to those lists, they said, like, hey, they're listing a lot of stuff of Sega's. And I said, like, hey, they pulled Nights into Dreams. But I realized, actually, with that is that...
All right.
As we got a bullseye question mark? Yeah, we did. It was, like, right on the edge. I'll picture what that looked like.
All right.
Damn, a second one in a row. But I realized, actually, some of those were not listed on PS3. It's like, wait a second, they're still up there. It's like, wait a second, you can go buy them.
Hey, not too bad.
All right, not too bad. So yeah, if you have PlayStation 3, go look in the store for that. There's Sega stuff. Like, I thought they delisted that. I mean, even Sonic CD, that was listed like 3 years ago. That's still up there. Like, did they forget that? I guess they did because the PS4 is ancient.
The last start.
But it is up there. You can buy it. It's not a case like, fine, it's illegal to buy it. It's just a case that, fine, they just didn't pull it away. I guess they were supposed to, but it's there. Fine, me mentioning is probably going to go and purge it now. I don't know. So I might have fucked you over, quite frankly, by saying that. We'll do that darts game. We'll do the other one.
next time.
But, so fine, if you have PS3, go get something like that, because maybe it's still up there, you know? Not everything was when I looked. I know Knights was up there. I know an arcade version of Golden Axe I didn't know existed for PS3 is up there. The SVC Alex Kidd and Friends collection, which was delisted way before the 360 delistings happened. That's still there. Sonic CD's there. Sonic Fighters is there. Virtua Fighter 2, I think, was still there. Shit.
I missed.
What was the other one that was up there?
No, good.
Wait. Oh, I didn't get it on the ring. I thought I got it on the ring. Yeah, there's still stuff up there that way, so fine. That's the case, they're fine. They made a mistake in the case. All right, they have Daytona USA up there.
No, good.
Shit. All right. Yeah, because they listed that from 360, but it is on PS3. It's like, okay, they didn't pull it from that. I don't know if they meant to. But either way, it's still there, and okay, better.
Hey, not too bad.
And fine, I'm gonna be late back to work. Sorry.
Last one.
Oh, never mind. They're gonna end the game for you. Shit. Okay, I didn't know that.
It's already this late?
Okay, fine. So we had to drop the darts and run. Fair enough. Fine. It's outside. Yeah, the carts are right outside. So actually, it's perfect we did this. All right.
Warehouse number 3. Okay.
All right, let's go to warehouse number 3 then. Why not? Okay, so yeah, back to work, and fine. As I said, it was worth. I think it's worth going into that in some cases as far as. Okay, yeah, I like crashing you. Like, yeah, fine, he just disappeared. Oh, fine, no, he didn't disappear. It's just the case that he went ahead. But as I said, they'll all be fine. Don't worry. There's nobody's gonna get hurt or damaged or anything. We also see our coworkers also doing their jobs as well. As I said, I just thought about that more, and also fine because we played Super Mario Advance 4 last week. The kids did fine. That's something that is better. Fine, I say is better digitally because of the extra stuff. Like, Nocturne was saying, oh my god, these levels are amazing. And fine, saying like, well fine, there's not an ownership case of that unless you bought it on Wii U. And I did buy it on Wii U, but it's also the case that, fine, how does that work as far as if, I don't know, if the hard drive goes bad? Fine, I'll tell you this. I'll say this. If, say, my drives or something for any console that I have downloadable stuff on go bad, like, I don't know, the Switch, or fine, not the Switch. I mean the Wii U or something like that, and I bought it already, and it's a case where fine, I can, I don't know, download it online again to get it again. In that case, I'll do it because, fine, I paid the money for it. And fine, that's the other reason I said why I'll buy these releases as far as a lot of retro stuff, or fine, anything that I'm really interested in. Probably all of you out there do that as well, saying, I want to buy some of the stuff probably because I want it, number one, and number two, I want to show that support saying, hey, you know, there's enough of a financial reason for companies to say, hey, let's go into this stuff. Even if you think, like, no, there isn't. I mean, even stuff like, I mean, fine, Plumber's Over Ties came back. That was one that game is so infamous. You're going to see that in 4 weeks. You're not going to believe it unless I already showed you. Gemini 96, I know I've shown you. But that being said, you're not going to believe that. You're like, wait a second, you want to necessarily preserve this ancient 3DO game that now is like $400. But I don't know. For my case, I said, fine, I don't want to pay $400 for this thing. Is another option. Maybe people seeing, hey, even something like this, there's a notoriously bad reputation. They'll see that, they'll re-release it, or they'll go through the channels. They might, who's to say, maybe that, because I know there's the remake of The House of the Dead 2 that's coming out. That, from what I understand, the early reception on the demo that came out, they're really not good. But regardless, I mean, I don't know, maybe it'll be better in terms of when it comes out, or they delay it. I don't know. We'll see about that. But who knows? Maybe somebody will say, hey, remember this game Carnival? It had this great style itself. Maybe stuff of going into History Midway, which in fact we talked Midway last week. In fact, that was one thing that didn't come up really. I guess DollyFinn was because maybe as far as you not mentioning, fine, she wasn't here last week. I know that. But I get that, and we're glad to have you this week for sure. We're talking stuff of Midway, saying, what's some of your favorite Midway games? That would have been your answer, I guess, or one of your answers as far as like one of your favorite Midway games. And actually, after the show, Nocturne told me, it's like, I overloaded, I guess, they're saying, like, hey, you know, what's your favorite, you know, Midway game? Fine, I don't want to leave her out of the conversation. I don't leave any of the guests out of the conversation. Say, hey, we're talking about something as far as chat goes. Guests, what do you have to say, even if you don't think you have anything? But then she mentioned me later, or remembered later. Actually, wait, you mentioned the Midway thing, but I love NFL Blitz. It's oh, there you go. That's a great Midway game. So maybe the thought that, you know, they can jump through these hoops to get them back. I mean, fine, even NFL Blitz, it did come back. It's like, wait a second, the licensing case, no way in hell that's happening. But they were able to go to the NFL to get the license. I guess EA let them have it for a re-release. I guess they were involved with Warner Brothers as far as making that happen to get that Arcade 1-Up unit. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't have late hits, and people's like, fine, the NFL cracked down on that years ago, and they pretend, you know, care about that shit, but they don't really. They're fine, it's a dog and pony show, let's just say. But that being said, the case that they go to a degree to get it re-released, even in this case, like, fine, it's not as quite the re-release that we'd have, like, in the old days, like, fine, after you sack the quarterback, you can jump on him and just beat the hell out of him. But the case that it came back was a tough deal to get that going. Tetris Forever, that's the big one. Because you think, go to Tetris Company, Hank Rogers and Alexei Pajitnov, and said, go to us. But it's like, well, we don't have the license to these Spectrum Hololight things from DOS. These are the people you need to talk to, we think. And then they said, well, wait a minute. You have to talk to them, but also the license for this version lies here, here, and here. And then Digital Clip saying, fine, we're going this direction. We're going to make this happen, even though it's a pain in the ass. And then also saying, like, hey, you know, people realizing this is something that people are buying. They're liking these games we're putting out. They've expanded Atari 50 a bunch of times already, and adding more games and really going the full mile of, I think, in some ways, when you think about retro gaming, the stuff Digital Eclipse is doing, I'll say this, I think they're doing some of the best stuff in retro gaming there is now. Which is, as I mentioned, these games, some of these games are putting out, these collections, they're basically like gaming documentaries. It says that they have these games in them. And then you have the stories from the people who made them, saying, here's what we did as far as what they were, going really deep, even more deep than they were in the earlier days of collections like this. They're doing that a lot with the Namco Museum games and the PlayStation. We're doing that a ton. and like Atari Anniversary Edition on Dreamcast, stuff like that, stuff like the Worms Armageddon release they did, Mom's Off the Jeff Minder story. Saying, fine, let's take a look at one guy in particular in this company he started, Llamasoft. It's like, this is someone who had a background as far as Commodore 64 and things like that. Like, what did he want to do with this company of his? And then his connection with Atari, with Tempest 2000, one of the best games on the Atari Jaguar. And then really doing a great job as far as emulating these things, getting these out to people, getting them in a way that I guess is being held a bit because there's a physical release, but also in case they do them right. I learned stuff. I learned tons. I mean, I'll tell you this. We gotta do tons of these games. I don't want to show so many of these just for what they're doing. As we got another thing going on the Mad Angels.
Look, it's Schoolboy.
Yeah, remember him from when we were at Heartbeat's Bar? He said, "There you go. Milk's perfect for a schoolboy, I say." He's here.
Around with forklifts. You might get hurt, you know.
I'm trained. Self-trained. What the fuck are you doing kicking my cargo?
You heard us? You're fired.
You heard us or heard us? Yeah, I always heard that dialogue saying, "You heard us, you're fired,"
Nice taxi
as opposed to
you
hurt
got
us.
here. Take me on home, okay?
Alright, fine, we'll take you home tonight.
Whatever.
I love how he's just like, whatever, fine. I'll go in here, I'll put him down. But the lights are off, and now they're on again, and, oh, that's the drunkard I got myself hit over the head with a bottle with last time.
Hey,
I didn't know he was part of the Mad Angels.
Joke's on you, schoolboy.
That's it. You're mine.
Alright, fine. They're getting in the way of our work. They gotta go down.
Showtime.
Sorry. There you go. Oh, wait, was that it? Shit. Fine, I want to try that again then. Wow. Fine, not that. Like, I got myself knocked down. Whoop. Fine, there's the move of, Wujong's. Get back. Fine. There's the double blow. Yeah, I'm trying to do that new move. Back. There we go. Shit, that's tons of damage. It was like one hit and they went down. Not that they're necessarily that hard to take down, but still, they're here. And it still take tons of damage. Yeah. If I can keep that move going. Fine. Actually, we can try the cross charge thing here. Fine, the shadow step thingy, whatever that's called. Yeah, shadow step. Yeah, back up. I'm trying to do it. Yeah, okay, there we go. So yeah, I did the move, okay. It actually does take a lot of time to get some of these moves down for that, and you do have to wait till they're attacking, right? Yeah. I'm glad I got to show it happening once. There we go. And also, in this case, since my health does recover, it does recover as far as that green bar. I want to just get my move set. There we go. Awesome.
Oh man.
All right, I'm looking for some guy named Landy. You know where he is?
Help me!
Where are the Mad Angels?
I'll find the Mad Angels. You know where they are. You're part of them.
Guys are at the back of warehouse number 17.
Number 17?
Yeah, at the back of the warehouse.
Okay.
You lying?
Yeah, he's now saying, like, fine, I gotta verify this.
Go see for yourself.
Okay. We do still have some time for our job, but we have moved a lot of the crates. Okay, so we have to go to warehouse number 17 after work. We'll do that in a bit. Yeah, so, oh right, I forgot it, because I had a crate here. Alright, I guess that's looking pretty good. Fine, Gemini 96, if you want to judge what that's looking like so far, I'll see if I can get another crate, but I have hit quota. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think we'll be good. I probably should have the thumbnail as one of the stacked crates. I think. I don't know. I'll think about it. Yeah, just keep going. And yeah, keep going into more stuff, because yeah, sometimes fine. It is me talking this way as far as what all these things are on my mind, but also the case that all of you have stuff to kind of go into, which kind of, in a way, kind of gets me thinking that way, and say like, all right, fine, let's figure that answer. Fine, I'm probably gonna bring that answer up all the time when it comes to the next Xbox Live Delisted show we're doing in November. Actually, I gotta think about this. There's probably something else I'll bring that up with that I have a reason to bring it up with. Okay. Okay, fine, that's a bit crooked, but there we go. Not bad.
Finished for the day.
Okay, by the way, it's probably worth pointing out when it comes to getting these crates as decently as they're going, I guess. Fine, that's why I needed my practice of this game above anything else. Not because I needed it for the game itself, mind you. Oh no, I just needed it for getting crates set. Okay, so yeah, at the end of the day, let's get our pay.
Here's today's pay.
I probably busted quota. It's not hard to bust quota as long as you just keep doing what you gotta do.
You met quota.
Sure
son.
did.
So starting tomorrow,
boom,
you'll
look at
get
that.
50 yen raise. That'll be 400 yen per crate.
Yay.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
So yeah, that's 4 capsule toys each.
Thank you very
each
much.
crate we move. Alright, since we did pull off the shadow step, there is, and fine, I mentioned there's another step, or fine, he mentioned there's another step as far as Shozo Mizuki. Let's go see him again. Because fine, he teaches you these in separate elements, but you do not have to actually do this part of it. You walk over to warehouse number 18 again, that's where he is. He's over on the side where the convenience mart is.
Hey, mister.
Yeah, I pulled that move off in battle one of the few times I actually did that, honestly.
Yeah.
Sure have been training, yeah.
That's great. Now then, I can show you how to use it.
Okay.
Use it? The shadow step move?
It's rather hard to do, so I'll only do it once, so pay attention.
And there's also one of the rare moves you don't have to actually practice, and you actually don't get to, right, you don't get to practice.
Behind your opponent.
Yeah, but you did that, forward and line B.
Once you're behind your opponent, strike the back of the neck.
Yep.
An unprotected neck's weaker than you'd expect.
Yeah, they do say the neck is one of the weakest parts on the body.
An accurate strike can paralyze.
Yep. So basically how this works is you press forward, Y, B, and as you get to the back, you hit the X button.
If you practice, you'll get it.
Yeah, I'll have to practice that probably on either on Members of the Mad Angels or something else. And by the way, it does show you on the VMU screen when you're running it what the combination is when you pull it off. But not until you pull it off. Or in this case, get taught it. But yeah, since they did say go to warehouse number 17, we're going to warehouse number 17. There's also a question I'm wondering on one thing, which is... I think I know where I want to end for tonight. And I believe I can get there. I just want to get a sense if it's going to be 5 hours for that. I think it will. Fine, warehouse number 17 is over here. Oh shit, they're beating up on Mark again. Yeah, they're persistent with him. It's like, yeah. Yeah. Fine, to quote what we said as far as you know, blackmail is way uncool. It's like, fine. Don't you know that hate crimes are way uncool? Fine, that would be an 80s thing, wouldn't it? Alright, fine, let's get going. Let's also see if I can't use a new move on him. Whoa! Back off. You do have to wait for them to do the move, to move towards you. You can't just, hit them off of nothing. So actually, in that case, I might not really have the space to do this. But also, yeah, with a throw, you can knock the other enemies down. And that's something you're going to want to do in Shenmue 2 in particular, because there's the wild throw that's going to go in that. Whoa. Yeah. Basically, you have to read the move, and then right as they do it, then do the shadow step. You cannot do it with on your own. Let's see if I can't do it. Oh, yeah, whoa! Okay, did it, but I didn't hit him. Actually, yeah, it's really hard to pull these off, honestly. So it does show there actually is a lot of depth to this combo system. Even if it's a little weird sometimes, like, hey, you know, you just button mash to win. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I can't on this one, so fine, I'm trying. Come down. No. Fine, that worked.
We won't forget this.
And neither will we. Yeah, Mark, they keep beating you up. What's
Mark,
their
you
problem?
okay?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright. No problem.
Oh, you're not alright. Well, let's get you a doctor. Alright, so one doctor visit later. What's going on?
So, looking for your brother.
Yeah, that's why he's looking out, by the way. Let's see.
My only brother. He's about your age.
Really?
But now, he's probably at the bottom of the sea.
Oh, you do think so?
Killed by the Mad Angels.
Oh boy.
Why would the Mad Angels kill your brother?
It appears he may have leaked some important information.
Okay, what specifically?
Is that why they...
Probably.
Honestly, I don't know if even in the later games of the
At least as
series
far as
this
I
is
could
a
tell.
factor.
Only one person was killed.
One person died?
So you're not sure?
Was the guy who heard the information killed? Or my brother, the one who leaked it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Dio. I heard the information was about a black market deal.
Was it?
With
You know, we're
some
looking for a Chinese cartel that runs with ships like this for their
Chinese
black market
cartel.
stuff. You know, I hear that word, I'm like,
The
wait a
Chio
sec. The Chio Men, that of course being the group that Landi runs. And the mortal enemies of Master Chen and Guizhang. Fine, you're not Mark, what's up?
What the hell you want?
Have you seen
Mad
any of the
Angels,
Mad
where are they?
Angels around the harbor?
Don't get me involved in shit like that.
I'm getting you
I didn't
involved.
see shit.
About the Mad
have
Angels.
you seen any of the Mad Angels around the harbor?
Get lost. I didn't see shit.
Got a minute?
I don't know, you're looking
the
far into the
hell you
distance. You
want?
sound like you might be one of
Have
them.
you seen any of the Mad Angels around the harbor?
Never seen him.
Alright, fine. Fine. One more time, I don't believe you.
What the?
He's looking
Have
at
you seen any of the
975
Mad
ship
Angels
out there. I
around
don't know what
the
that's
harbor?
about.
Don't get me involved in shit like that.
You got yourself
I didn't
involved
see
as far
shit.
as us talking to you, so alright, fine. He's not going to give us any more information. I do love that guy there. It's like, hey, you know, like, yeah, don't get me involved in shit like that. It's like, fine. We'll have to do more later. Alright, so let's go home. We'll do more Virtua Fighter toy collecting. Only because I haven't pulled much of the Virtua Fighter stuff as it's been. Also, by the way, today is... Let's take a look at our date. December 29th. Okay. So only 2 more days till the new year, and by the way, we do work on New Year's.
Goro.
Hi, Goro.
What's groovin', bro?
Not much. I'm not gonna ask him about the Mad Angels again. I already got him in a nervous case. I'm not gonna, you know, make him that much more of a scaredy cat on that one.
I've got plenty of time to ask around.
Wait, do I? No, I don't. Alright, because I want to ask about that deal. I was like, wait a second. Actually, maybe I should ask him about the deal then. So fine, we'll ask him about the deal. Also, it is a little easier to find, or to see around when it comes to this, so fine. Fine, you know what? Fine. Sorry, Goro, I said I wasn't gonna ask you, but I'm gonna ask you now. A deal of the Mad Angels, where are they?
Whoa, bro! Like I said, don't say that name out loud!
And like I said, I'm gonna say it as loud as I fucking want.
Ah, bro! Well, I ain't got no choice, I guess.
Yeah, you're right.
Motorcycles, they ride around the harbor at night.
At night, huh?
Okay. There you go. Is that them? Now let's see if that's them. Yeah, maybe other people know about this information. And as soon as they tell me I can go home, I'll go home. Fine, she said, fine, the suggestion is, and I don't know how much they go into it in the guide with the background, is that her son might be,
The Mad Angels?
dead.
I don't know anything about gangs.
Yes, you do.
No, it's not like that.
If I want to ever talk
About
again,
the
I'll
Mad
find her name.
Angels.
You can take this as one woman's opinion if you want to, but you shouldn't get involved with gangs. The fact is, my son... Nah. Forget it. I'm sorry.
Ma'am?
Anyway, don't get mixed up in something you shouldn't.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to get mixed up in something I shouldn't.
About the Mad
We're
Angels.
trying to find these guys
You
to,
might not
I guess,
want
help
to
them out,
hear
help
this
you out.
from someone you hardly know, but you mustn't do anything to cause your parents to worry.
Yeah, you say
The
that, but
fact
my
is,
parents
my
are both
son-
dead.
No. Forget it. I'm sorry.
Ma'am?
Anyway, don't get mixed up in something you shouldn't.
Oh, here we go. Because this is, you know, let's talk this. This, by the way, is Tomi Maruyama. She is 51-year-old manager of the Maruyama cafeteria right here. Originally from Tokyo, she got married at 23 and started the Maritomi restaurant with her husband Joichi, who was working as a cook. The restaurant was on the main street close to the industrial park of Kawasaki and attracted many bachelors working in the nearby factories. Though the restaurant was successful, they were forced to close 3 years ago when her husband became ill. The responsibility of raising her only son, Kyohei, who was born late in their marriage, forced her to find another job. Among the workers who frequented her shop was chairman of the Longshoremen's Unit, which is why she came down here. And then she was assigned to manage the Harbor Lounge with a low-cost and substantial menu, but boring and bland because she doesn't run salt. Actually, I did not know that. Okay. Because she wants to consider her workers' health. She does say that. She seems like she's very considerate of everybody. While the young workers don't like the food very much, she's even moved to tears. She's good at heart and known as the mother of the harbor. Unfortunately, her son was killed in an accident last year at 18 years old. And she's misty-eyed when Ryo visits the harbor because it reminds her of her deceased son. So, yeah, okay, so that's her background, which the game doesn't explicitly state, but it does give a little bit of a hint, saying, my son. So she lost her son when he was 18. So in that way, it's kind of a reversal of Ryo, in the sense that, fine, at 18 he lost his father, but she, as a mother, at 51, feasibly, I guess. I don't know if it's 51 now, fine, she is 51 now, but I don't know if she said, hey, at this age, I lost my son, or what that is. But that is kind of interesting to think, and fine, it's not in the game fully,
I
but
heard
fine.
about this gang in
They
the
have
harbor
stuff going
called the
on
Mad
saying, no,
Angels.
this is
Those
canonical.
harbor thugs, right?
Do you know anything
And again, it
about
goes to the
them?
richest of this game.
Sure, that they're real annoying jerks.
Yeah, you know, the thing
I
on the...
sometimes see them dumping these large sacks into the sea. On top of that, shouting something about how they gotta hurry the deal up and all.
Oh, talk.
Really
Is this on
wish
that
they'd
deal?
Keep it down.
I see.
Yeah, what about that deal? Talk.
What?
Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
Oh, Margaret, do you know the deal they're talking?
I know who you mean.
Good.
Do you know anything about them?
Sure, that they're real annoying jerks.
So you
know
say.
those morons dump garbage into the sea? On top of that, shouting something about some shipment coming in soon. I really wish they'd keep it down.
I see.
Well, thank you for hearing about that. Okay, so they're expecting a shipment soon. Alright, I think we should be able to go home now. That is, unless there's something I'm forgetting. Alright, fine, we're going home.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I can't talk now.
Yeah, she doesn't want to talk whilst we're waiting for the bus, I guess. Okay. Alright, so. Okay, so yeah, it's also as far as looking at my notes on the game. Not much we haven't talked about. Because fine, the only other thing is fine, outside of like notes I took for the game. Fine, just 2 voice acting performances, which we might get to tonight. At least I think. Oh, here we go. Here's our bus. And also, fine, you're saying you should be more considerate of people. Fine, I guess Ryo took Guizhong's advice to heart. It's fine. That woman and Mark, they're getting on the bus first. Okay, so let's go home. I'll tell you, I guess from... And yeah, he does take a seat on the bus. Actually, fine, everybody else is gone on the bus. So fine, as soon as they got on the bus, they disappeared. Actually, I'll tell you this from my personal experience. I'll go to this. I never necessarily found it boring doing the job in this game. Number one, but also, number two, I kind of found it interesting when I was younger. Saying like, hey, you know, I'm doing a job, kind of getting this routine of it. Not that it necessarily prepared me for, you know, my life of doing job now, which is not related to, you know, cargo movement. But just the case that something that it kind of... It's one of those games, honestly, like Harvest Moon to me, where it kind of opened my eyes to a bit of a different...
I love these.
I mean, fine, different culture, yes, but also a different...
Maybe just
I guess, element of life that maybe I never really gave much thought to. Which, I guess, like with any medium, really, kind of... That can be the power of something like this, that you kind of learn something more about that. And then, by the way, this is, these toys, this is Virtua Fighter stuff still. This is from Virtua Fighter Kids. This is on Sega Saturn.
Maybe I should get
It is a, redo of, Virtua Fighter 2 that's with, kind of big-headed, chibified versions of the Virtua Fighter characters. As far as its reputation, it's Virtua Fighter 2,
hey,
as far as its engine, and also there's young Leon. Or no, Lion, I should say. What a knucklehead, as he says in the main game.
I should try again.
But it's something that I don't know if hardcore fans of the game or the franchise really like it, because it's the case of fine. Why are you turning into a kids game? Number one. Some people said, hey, they took the big head mode of that era, as we got the B button from the Dreamcast as far as the toy as well. And then also saying like, wait a second, you also have a mode in that where you basically turn to kids mode, where it's basically turning it into single button for the one of the more complicated 3D fighting games around. And then people saying like, wait a second, this is intended for kids. Why then did the ESRB give this a teen rating when it came out as we're getting the Y button? So maybe we can get all the Dreamcast buttons out of this.
I should try again.
Alright, let's give it another try. It also, by the way, was the 4th and final Virtua Fighter game that was on the Sega Saturn, which... There's Virtua Fighter 1 that came out with the console that was...
It's the same one.
Not well received because it was a rushed port, like the console was rushed too. They sent out an apology, sort of, as far as like a different version that was better. That's Virtua Fighter Remix. Then they did a Virtua Fighter 2 on Saturn, which is awesome. It is one of the best games on the Saturn. If you own Saturn, you absolutely have to own that. And then they did Virtua Fighter Kids. Although the good news also, when it comes to a lot of those Virtua Fighter games on Saturn, because they made tons of them, they do not go for a lot of money.
Maybe I should get another.
Even as far as the US release, they don't go for a lot of money. Fine. Some of them are maybe a bit more expensive. I think Virtua Fighter Kids is like 30, 40 bucks. But by Saturn costs, I mean, that's nothing. I mean, compared to like Panzer Dragoon Saga, which is like a couple thousand, fine, 1,000 or 1,500, that's nothing. And they are really good games as far as how they work, no question. And I guess also other stuff as far as that, because yeah, there's also Fighters Mega Mix, which I do need to show that off. I gotta get a copy of that. Which is also by AM2, that has other cases of AM2 fighting elements. And, what was the other one?
This is cool.
Well, Fighting Vipers, as there's also the kids version of WoW. So, fine, that's also a weird case. Yeah, the old guy, or fine, one of the old, the old father of, Pi from Virtua Fighter is a kid now. So, wait a second, what's that about? It's kind of strange. Oh, gold Dural.
Great.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's gold kids Dural. Oh, that's a rare drop. Awesome. And fine. Also, before we do one of the last things in this game, we should also take a look at all of our capsule toys. 'Cause yeah, with all this money we've been making on our job, we're getting tons. And unfortunately, for Shenmue 2, as mentioned, the Dreamcast version did not come out here. It came out everywhere else.
I know this.
Because in that version, you can take the save from Shenmue 1 and carry it over into Shenmue 2.
Maybe I should get...
And because of the way we're going to play Shenmue 2, I can't do that, because we play it on the Xbox. The original Xbox, in particular. Because then, speaking of Sega Saturn, I get to show off the video of what Shenmue's looking like on the Saturn.
Huh?
Alright, there's the A button. So we only need the X button. We'll finish the Dreamcast controller buttons.
I should try again.
Yeah, you're right. We should. Alright, what's that? Okay, that's Jackie.
This is cool.
I do love how hearing his stuff is like, this is cool. I was getting tons of these things.
I should try again.
Fine, I'll try again one more time, and then I'll take a look at our stash. Yeah, because it was good I got that gold Dural. I'm really glad I got that out of this.
It's the same one.
That's the heavy bomb. Okay, you know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. Fine, we're doing the thing with the capsule toys now.
I should try again.
I should try again. We're not trying again.
I'll pass.
We'll do that later. But I think for the next purchasing thing, let's take a look at our collection just because... Where is it? Damn, look at all those capsule toys. Fine, there's Akira, Jackie, Sarah Bryant, Lau, Pai, Kage. They had 2 proposes of each of them. Wooden Doll, which I think that's Wooden Man. That looks like a take on Dural, but I guess it's not. Akira is a kid, Jackie's a kid, Lau is a kid. Wolf, yeah, because we didn't see the adult version of Wolf as well. Kage is the kid. Lion. Yeah, there's that gold Dural. Jesus, look at that. And Knights. Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Bean. I'm just seeing which ones we haven't looked at yet. Oh, the gold hang-on, right, me getting that. That was awesome. The Beans. Meow, which is from, Fantasy Star. Chicken Leg from Golden Axe. Rise Star, which is awesome. Alex Kidd, in fact, there's Alex Kidd right there. Opa Opa is the Jet. Pop Whores, which is also from Fantasy Zone. Kobe Beach in Ida 2. The Shop Balloon, which we got in here tonight. Mobo, there's a drunk who's walking to our shot. The Hornet from Daytona, USA. Oh my god, I love this car so much. Look at that, it's so cute. Yeah, try to go easy on the car. Yeah, we'll go easy on that car, don't worry. And alright, also our forklift toys. Fine, we'll show that. It's fine. Here's forklift 1 for winning the forklift race. And then here's number 2. So we can get 3, 4, and 5, and here are our buttons. We got the Y button, the A button, and the B button. And then there's Mini QTE title, Mini Space Harrier, which I somehow got, Mini Darts, which DollyFinn you got. Again, thank you so much for that. And yeah, there you go. Okay.
It's getting really late.
Yes, it is. Yeah, tomorrow also all I'll do is when it comes to buying stuff, I'm going to try and see if I can't get the boombox. Because why not? I may as well try. I've done everything else as far as new stuff. If we can get the boombox just to show it, may as well. It is admittedly, I believe, a 1 in 500 chance of pulling that. But I'll see what we can do. Alright, so back at Sakuragaoka we go. And yeah, we got another day of work tomorrow. But we do know a little more. We are getting a lot of information saying, hey, the element of this deal they're trying to do, they're rushing it quick. Mark might be too close to it. And maybe his brother was killed. But we'll have to see. Right, yeah, we're almost home, and yeah, the snow did fade away after Christmas, so... Yeah, let's get going, and also, fine, we'll then celebrate the new year, although, fine, in this game, fine, there's not really much of a celebration of the new year, really, or any of the holidays. It's just the case that that's the time on the... That's the date on the calendar. Alright, well, welcome home after a long day. We did get home in time, and actually, wait a second, is, question. Well, no, Ino-san's not gonna chew me out anyway, because I think she only chews you out the once. Yeah, she's not. Fine, we have a job now. She's like, well, alright, fine, we have, we're working, man. Or fine, Rio is, anyway. Alright, so fine, with that, let's do another save. Okay, awesome. Alright, it's time for bed. Also, next time I go to bed, I'm gonna show something actually. Surprised it took me this long to indicate. At least I think I didn't indicate this in part 1. About what training is. Right, so beggars gather night, maybe that's them. Alright, so back to our job. Alright, so yeah, time for another race. So fine, we got first place, we got second place, now we can do the rest of it.
Good morning, everyone.
Actually, this would be amazing if I can get all 5 of them, which actually I don't know if I've ever gotten all 5 of them before.
You all do your best now.
Alright, no problem.
Like always, 3 laps to the finish. Everybody ready?
You know it, let's do it.
On your mark. Almost time to go.
I do love when he says that, on your mark, it's like he's gonna say, get set, go. He says, on your mark, almost time to go.
Ready, go!
Alright, let's do it. Alright, by the way... Oh, right, I forgot, right, you hit up on D-pad. I forgot this one on my test as well. Or on my practice, I should say. Up on D-pad is your horn. And actually, this is something I was mentioning to my coworkers this way, because also meant, like, fine, I can talk about other weird Sega games that were not that were around at the time. Because I mentioned, like, hey, I said 18-wheeler American Pro Trucker, which I have shown on the show before briefly. I mentioned that game, you have the horn, and then fine, you get the upgrade by doing the parking minigame in the garage. They say, you got the horn! I was like, yeah, we do have the horn. But in this game, it doesn't do anything. Well, I don't think it does. Ow, shit. Okay, fine, I just want third place. It's fine. And then I'll just sit and do nothing. Actually, if that's the case, I might for the last day sit and not race. You know, why not? I'll do that because I've never tried it before. I should come with a discussion point of some sort. I don't know what else. Fine, what else to come up with that's not something I had real notes on? I mean, fine, stuff with schedule, obviously, coming up. Updates as far as some of the shows we're doing. And then... yeah, I mean, fine, you know what, maybe what I'll do is, since I do have a good idea of most of what we're doing for a lot of the year, I may as well give you a little bit of a preview at that point of all the stuff we got cooking up this year. And of course, we do have the viewer quest every month, and the second chance is going on every month. It's fine. The second chance will be every month this year. Going forward, it'll be every so often, but outside of that, yeah, that's how that'll work. Of course, the long-form games are going, and yeah, the guest appearances, which we're gonna have, yeah, a couple, I'm sure, this month. Most of this month. It's just this and Plumbers and Wear Ties. Those are the only times we're not gonna have guests as far as how they're gonna work. So, fine, because I'm doing Plumbers and Wear Ties alone, because, like, who else would want to do it with me? But fine, I'm not asking. Here's the thing, I'm not asking. Also, because a lot of people, as far as I've shown them this game already, so they kind of, like, they know what it is, because then it's also broadcasting now, so like, do you believe this game's real? No, they're like, no, this can't be real. And show them, like, yeah, it is. Like, what is this thing? Wait, I don't want second place. I gotta pay attention to that, so fine. Also, you do not have a look back button. So yeah, fine. Let him pass me. Yeah, because I already won. I'll just have some fun now. Like, hey, fine. Let's raise this and get it down. Now that they changed anything, it doesn't actually affect anything in the race if you raise this and lower it.
Finish!
Okay, so that's third place.
Oh man, so close. You almost had it.
Except that in this case, I didn't
Here's
want to
your
have it.
prize.
Okay, here we go. So here is number 3.
Thanks.
Forklift 3. There you go. Completing that collection.
It's time for work. Let's get cracking.
You know it. Actually, I also just realized you have like a speaker, like a microphone on your forklift, but you don't ever actually use it for anything.
Take this
Okay, so
cargo
today,
to warehouse number 18.
go to warehouse number
Here's
18.
the route map. Today's quote is written on the map.
Awesome.
No problem. Okay, get to it then.
You got it. So the quota is 8. Yeah, usually that seems kind of low. Yeah, it does, but it's because what they do for the days, you do have different routes you're going, different places you're going, and different distances of which you have to take. So warehouse number 18 is over here, but this is also the day where, because of where they're asking you to take, you're taking from 8 to 18. You do have more than one way of going. You can go this way, or you can go to the right. I think this is the shorter way, from what I can tell. Oh, shit. Okay, so here, fine, we're going back to warehouse number 18. Fine, gonna line it up. There we go. Okay, so yeah, here we go. Another day as far as how it is. So yeah, it is kind of getting that in and out case as far as what you're doing with work here. But also kind of that interesting case of saying like, fine, you know what? How do we make something like a job a game? I mean, because now we see a lot of like simulator games. And fine, we had Flight Simulator, of course, at the time. But stuff, in fact, I think there's like a forklift simulator game of some sort that's around now. You like Bus Simulator and things like that. So in some cases saying like, fine, how can we take that job, make it into a game, and give you a sense of, I guess, the feeling of actually doing it. Which is an interesting thing. Or fine, like Power Wash Simulator. That's another one that's kind of taking something that's, you know, fine, potentially dull. I mean, depending on you ask, it still is dull. Fine, I've said it's kind of dull because it's no music and nothing really to that. As far as you just have to keep cleaning, it's like you can be draining. But then they said, fine, all right, what we'll do is we'll leverage the Square Enix connection we have. We'll have DLC for Tomb Raider and Final Fantasy VII Remake. Let's have other franchises linked in because it became popular enough. So we have stuff of, you know, Shrek and Back to the Future and things like that, like and SpongeBob SquarePants and things like that too. So they spice it up that way. Or other cases where do they go for total realism? Well, fine, this game I think it's kind of, in a way, trying to do half and half a little bit with that. There's Mark. Fine, even he's getting stuck on some of the guards. Question, yeah, where'd he go? Fine, I guess he ditched pretty quickly. I also do have the touch here when you are in the first-person view, and this is why it shows the idea of that turn, because he does kind of turn it slowly. Fine, there's Goro again, but yeah, we're fine with that. Okay, I mean, at this point, I don't necessarily have to... Fine, you don't have to stack them on top of each other to start if you don't want to. And fine, in this case, it's probably easier just to do it this way. You just maximize the crates you're moving, really. And this music, though, even though it does have a pretty short loop to itself, and it's kind of the same thing, they had some elements in it as far as like the synth stuff on the soundtrack that it is still, in its way, still something that you can kind of jam to. Fine, not as much as other stuff in the soundtrack for sure, but still something that does fit for the idea of the job you're doing. You're like, yeah, fine, out of the way, friend. Now that I'm thinking about this, this was the part of the game, admittingly, I wasn't completely sure how much time was gonna go. You know what? We might actually, now I'm thinking about this, I don't know. Fine, we'll see. As far as where I end at 5 hours, we might actually get further in 5 hours than I thought. And not because I'm rushing this, because honestly, at this part of the game, you're not really in a case where you can kind of slow it down that much. Because you are beholden to your job as far as what it is. And you're kind of finding the information on your own as, yeah, the game started to load there. So at this point, this part of the game, I guess, even with it kind of just being the case you're just doing your job, it is maybe the most fast-paced part of the game based on how story progression goes. And there's going to be a lot that's going to happen. I mean, already we've had tons going on with how this plot's going, as we're basically saying, yeah, where are the Mad Angels, and learning out a little bits and pieces more as we go. It's fine. I want to honk the horn in front of people just to see what's going on. Yeah, they're not moving. It's not like 18-wheeler, as I mentioned, where if you get the horn in that, they will move. And then the other game that's kind of a little different, and it's a game I want to show on the show just because it's so bizarre but also hilarious. It's a little ditty called Smashing Drive. It's from Namco. It was an arcade game. They ported it to the no, they didn't port it to the PS2. They ported it to everything but the PS2. They ported it to the GameCube, the Xbox, and the Game Boy Advance. It's like a taxi driving game, but it's basically a point A to point B thing. It's not like Crazy Taxi, you're picking up people from destinations and then taking them and then like doing it across. Fine, you pick up one person as far as the story element, which actually home port's cut out, by the way. So you don't actually see the customer saying like, hey, take me here, like in the arcade. But you take them along and you can pick up these power-ups, including the sonic horn, where if you hit that, you basically are holding it long enough, the other cars will explode. And you get this weird, I don't know, like Europop music that's, has these vocals to it as far as Smashing Drive, and you get these weird sound effects as far as things going on, like dig it, 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 as far as it's up on the soundtrack. I'm trying to, see, this is I got in this trap when I was, talking about this game to one of my coworkers, like, you ever played the Smashing Drive? And he's like, no, I don't know what this is. But then I said, I was trying to think, like, what's the vocals on this? Like, how can the morning no matter what I do, down right now. And there's actually lyrics to that. It took people forever, actually, to figure out what the lyrics are. Actually, the one case of people who found the lyrics were actually not what I expected. It was the Retro Pal show. I mentioned I watched them sometimes as far as stuff. They did actually figure out the lyrics for this, and they ported this game to the Game Boy Advance as far as Namco's concerned, and it still has the lyrics in it. I was like, how did they do that? But it's hilarious, and not that it's a great game, but it is really interesting and really fun. I gotta come and excuse the show Smashing Drive off just for the very reason. It's also insanely bizarre as far as it, because it also came out, as I mentioned, it's on Xbox. It also looks like a game that could be on Nintendo 64 in terms of the graphics. And you compare that to really good-looking games on the console. Like, it just seems like a weird thing.
Lunchtime, eh?
But it is... It's unique. I'll definitely say that. Okay, so, yeah, next case of our lunch break. Alright, so we are still in line. I was love that shot of us kind of going down the line, just eating our lunch. Huh? Oh, it's Eri and Nozomi.
Take a picture of you two.
Oh, okay.
No, that's okay.
So we're getting an impromptu photo, huh?
Stand there. Here we go. Both of you.
Oh, look, the not Polaroid.
Smile.
The Akasaka film company, I guess. All right, fine. We get 2 shots. One of us, you know, next to each other, and one not.
Which do you want? Yo?
You get your choice of the pictures. Now, when I first played this, I took the one on the right. But you want to actually let Nozomi have the one on the right. I'll take the one on the left. The one of me on the side. Because fine, she loves us, so I'm going to have her have the one real close.
And this one's Nozomi's.
There you go. Fine. Although I'm not smiling very much as far as it, but she's like, oh, look at that.
Keepsakes.
Oh, thank you.
What's with her?
She's trying to get us together, but...
I'm going to Canada.
Yeah, she does confirm this. Even if you see the stuff we already saw, she'll flat out say, hey, I'm gonna go. She didn't want to go, but she's like, fine, I'm gonna go.
Ryo, don't do anything stupid.
Of course I won't.
Yeah, I don't know. Define stupid.
I'll always treasure this.
Yeah, she will not say that line if you give her the other one.
Ryo, take care of yours too.
We will.
I will.
I'll come back when I'm on vacation.
Great.
Sure.
Bye then, Ryo.
Alright, take care.
Nozomi.
Yeah, she will give a different line if you take the one with her close to you, which actually, I took the one closer to me the first time. I didn't actually think of that connotation, saying, wait a second, she'd be happier with the other one. But she's happy with it. Hi, Mark. Can you talk us about that deal?
No, sure haven't.
Alright.
Yeah, not since I got my ass beat.
But, Mark.
I'm warning you. You best stay away from them.
I mean, to be fair, it's not been our choice.
Mark, about the Mad Angels...
Oh, shit, I'm not trying to talk to you.
It ain't wise to go messing with them.
He's not wrong. I'm not trying to talk to him, though. Just...
Excuse me?
Yeah?
Have you seen the Mad
Maybe
Angels
they know.
around?
I don't know anything about them. Ask the foreman.
Yes.
Do you want to ask the foreman?
Hey, Tsuyoshi.
Tsuyoshi,
Hey,
what do you got?
Are you hiding something from me, man?
No.
You kinda got that look, you know? Like you're hiding something.
Well, I'm not.
Really? You sure? Well, you be sure to let me know if something's up.
Alright, so fine, we're confiding in our coworkers.
You know something? You look like you're bad enough to make some serious damage.
Well, I'm not.
Wait, he's walking away. He's like, yeah, don't walk away from me. What's up?
Hey.
Yeah, talk. Mad Angels, where are they? Fine, he doesn't want to talk.
Hitoshi.
Yeah, Hitoshi, let's talk to you.
Is your lunch big enough for you?
Yeah, it's big enough as far as because yeah, we do get the lunch program
if you
set.
want. Thanks.
You don't want it?
I got a small appetite, so sometimes I can't finish it, you know.
Okay.
Is that so?
Ryo, you be sure to rest and lunch break too.
Well,
yeah, you're right. Let's do that. In fact, let's go try and win the boombox. No guarantees on this, but I'll see what we can do. Or if not, we can at least win some of the other rewards. Because remember, if you go to the Tomato Mart, you can get a raffle ticket for getting chocolate, and also potato chips and caramel. And the prizes here are the same as the branch over in Debuita. Also, if you buy tapes, I believe she gives you a raffle drawing if you buy tape. Which, there's Barlinda, Yoko... Oh! Yokosuka Blues, I can buy that? Shit, I want to buy that. The theme of Goro, I absolutely want that tape.
This, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Alright, yeah. Definitely want that tape in my collection.
Sure. Draw a raffle ticket.
Fantastic. Let's draw a raffle ticket. See if we can win. No prize. Yeah, you look for a number. That's how you know. If you can't read Japanese, as far as that, look for the number, and you'll know if you won or not. As far as cost of stuff, they cost the same as far as the chips, the chocolate, and the caramel. So let's get the chips.
This one.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Fine, she doesn't like working here, so if nothing else, we can always make it a little pleasant, saying maybe we can get her day going on. So like, wait a second, I gave the winning ticket out for the boombox. Let's see. We'll keep trying. No win.
No prize, eh?
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, you do have to go back and pick up each time you want to buy something. So this might take some time. I was like, fine, not a guarantee either. I'm basically also killing time before
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Actually, you know what? Fine. Wait, before I do that,
Sure, draw a raffle
fine, Dragon
ticket.
one more, but I do wanna. There is one thing I forgot to do. I do want to go to warehouse number 8.
No win.
So I no win. We'll do this later.
That's too bad.
I think I got time to get over there before I start work again. Because I forgot, in some cases you might be beholden to making sure you find the information, and you might be on a tight schedule to do that. So I go to either warehouse number 1 or 8. I'm going to go to whichever one's closer. So that's going to be probably warehouse number 8. If I get my way over there and talk to the guy, I can get some more information about the Mad Angels. Not that it extends things out that much, but it's something that sometimes you'll have to try again in order to make the plot go forward. Fine, or at least to kind of give a little more stuff going on with that, but I'm going to get that now. Alright, I'll make it in time, so you in front of warehouse number 8, or you in front of warehouse number 8.
Excuse me.
Yes, what is it?
I'm looking for the Mad Angels. Where are they?
Some of the Mad Angels members.
Why the hell you want to go meeting with them?
I'm doing a news report.
Tell me if you know.
They often race their motorcycles round here at night.
Okay.
Motorcycle races? Where?
Over by the harbor cafeteria.
Okay.
The cafeteria. Thank you very much.
Wait a second, I want to see something else, which is... Actually, fine, those are some of my coworkers. Okay, fine, let's talk to them. Because fine, I got the note I need.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Have you seen the Mad Angels around?
I don't know anything about them. Ask the foreman.
Yes.
Like that guy. What do you know?
Excuse me.
You talking to me?
I sure
Do you
am.
know anything about the Mad Angels?
I don't know anything about them.
That was just...
I see.
You're kind of stammering, you know something.
Have you seen the Mad Angels?
Go away now.
I see.
Okay, he knows something.
About the Mad Angels?
Actually, I'm not talking to you,
Maybe
but
the
alright,
foreman
fine.
knows about them.
Right.
Alright, back to work.
Back to work.
The good news again, I'm right next to where my crates are. Fine, it doesn't matter. No matter where you are in the harbor, you'll be able to you'll be taken back here, or wherever your job is for the day. Also, you can't leave the harbor like to go to Dobuita.
Was it number 18?
Sure was. Okay, so yeah, for the rest of the day, let's get going. So, at night, we're gonna have to look at the harbor cafeteria, which we have looked at before. So actually, yeah, we were getting through this way quicker than I thought we would. I mean, we're not gonna finish the game tonight, we'll finish it next time. But we're actually gonna get further on this, I think, than maybe I thought we would. To the point where I might actually want to look up something. Actually, for a note that I find. Something I didn't take for a note, but I might want to look up for it in a little bit. Basically, as soon as we get our pay, I might look it up. So I'll have it on hand to talk about. Whoa. Alright, so which one is... Okay, up here. Also, you do need to be mostly straight with it. You can kind of be off, but not completely. You can't completely be crooked, you know, picking these up. And actually, I guess then to go back to what I was mentioning as far as getting in the line, that's kind of, I guess, above anything else, what makes it so that it's going to be out of the line. If you pick it up at an angle, it might be hard to put it in the right place as far as making it look nice. Although, fine, yeah, it's not looking too bad. Fine, I'm not necessarily making this look nice just to placate Crusader 64. I'm just saying, like, fine, let me make it look decently. Fine. I guess what I'll do is also for the last crate, I'll just put it down on, you know, in the middle, like where it's looking crooked. Oh. Alright, but yeah, they are nice to do back up. I was like, yeah, look at this. There's kind of a traffic jam here. So, alright, we'll have to keep going. And they will be smart enough to just stop when you're in the way, but sometimes you can't avoid getting in. Or hitting them. Oh, no, wait, right. Get down there. So yeah, this is kind of where we're at, but it's also something that, if nothing else, it is something, I guess, to give a good contrast to everything we're going on with the plot, I guess. And actually, fine, that's also what Shenmue 2 does. Because there's some similar stuff Shenmue 2 does with this as well. We'll get to that. Although, that one I'm going to need a little more practice or prep for before we get there, because for some of the time-sensitive events, I don't know how to pull those off as well as I know how to pull them off in this game. So it's one of those things that, fine, we're not going to go back to that quickly anyway, but when I do that, I'm going to want to prep that a little more. Because that's another one, like with this one, where you can have certain dates that go to certain things, and you have to be in the right place at the right time to do it, so I have to get a sense of what am I doing to make those things happen. And there's a lot, actually, as far as that game to do. And then 3, yeah, fine. I still need to play more up. Oh, yeah, where'd you come from? Oh, wait. Sorry, yeah, sorry, miss. Yeah, 3, I don't know, because I still have to play more of 3. And with 3, I'm probably going to buy the PlayStation 4 version, even though I have it on the PC, just so I can get a run on it easier. You know what? I'll be okay with this, but sorry, Crusader64, just to show you and, you know, get going on. I'm putting that on that line, so there you go. It's covering up 2 of those boxes. So I guess it's like, fine, not exactly the same. I'm thinking that episode of The Simpsons when Marge became a cop, and then says, like, fine, she just constantly sees people committing, you know, low-level offenses all over the place, and she says, like, wait, there's a car that's parked, across 3 handicap spots, and then you realize, wait a second, Homer's doing that. It's like, I'm on duty. He's like, yeah, you know, I should be at work too. But you have to move your car. Like, relax, honey. I'm just gonna go get some beer for those nice kids over there. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that, but you have to move your car. Although, I can still move that. I can still put it out of the way. I mean, as long as it's down in that white area, it doesn't matter where I put it. I'll still get paid for it. And I also don't remember if... Actually, I don't know if any of the days I've done this so far, I have a case where I had multiple... If I've had a crate on my forklift and I didn't put it down. Because I don't think it counts that. Shenmue 2 would fix that because there is, as I mentioned, this crate moving in a different way in that game. And if you have, for each crate you move, you get an amount, same like this one. But if you have a crate in your hands when the end of the day happens, you still get money for it. So basically, just assume that you moved it off screen. Yeah, fine. Yeah, I was like, where? Yeah, that guy was just kind of popping in and out of view, although fine. It's because of the way this game's handling draw distances, really. And mostly it's kind of handling it as like a fade. But even then, it's not too bad. In fact, I would even argue it's not as bad as later games on more powerful hardware. Specifically some of the Grand Theft Auto games. I think like Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories in particular, especially on the PS2, but even on the PSP as well. Because oftentimes you'll hit into things like just appears like right when you're in front of it. Although to be fair, that is a bigger world than this, so I guess I kind of get it to a certain extent. But still something that's like, wait a second, Shenmue did it really well too. I mean, I guess that's something I've been thinking about a little bit, I guess, with this, because fine, this is an open world game, kind of, but maybe not as much as something like that, or like the Elder Scrolls games. And in the case of where do you accept, you know, technical limitations when it comes to that. Fine, it was the question I was asking the whole time when it came to Pokemon Violet, which is, where do I accept this frame rate and, you know, the technical issues that go with it? As far as the big world it is, and when don't I? Fine, for that game, I think there's bigger open worlds I played that run better than that game does. Including some on the same system, like Nier Automata. Not to speak of the PS4 and the Xbox One versions already run better. Anyway, on the Switch, that's an open world game that runs better. And you would think that would not be an open world game if you're not familiar. In fact, I wasn't until Nocturne showed me. And then I said, wait a sec, this is down. Yeah, it is a big open world. Like, yeah, it runs really well. It's something like the Witcher games, like especially the Witcher 3. That's one where it's a pretty big world as far as it. And Shenmue, honestly, really never had massive worlds like some of those games did, or the Elder Scrolls games. But also, I guess with this one, it does segment them a little bit in the sense that for this game, it is loading a map technically. In fact, that was something that Ace Riverside mentioned last time, which is how is this game handling, you know, the size of maps. And fine, this is technically a map in the sense that when you come to the harbor, it's this big area, but it is segmented off from everything else, so it's not like, hey, it's rendering, I guess, the highways of Yokosuka all the way up to Dobuita. Like, I don't know, fine, the Dreamcast probably couldn't do that, honestly, back in the day. Especially for a 3D open world like this, because fine, Grand Theft Auto 2 is on the Dreamcast, but that was the 2D method, whereas the top-down thing, so technologically speaking, it could handle that. But with like an open world thing like this probably couldn't, although to be fair, there is also, speaking of, we mentioned like emulated cases, or fine, sometimes this idea of saying, like doing a version of a game on less powerful hardware, seeing, can you make a game run this way? I think Sega Lord X did a video on this, or other people did it. Either way, I'll put a video link for this when I edit, which is, there was a project that was basically putting Grand Theft Auto 3, the 3D one, the first 3D one, to the Dreamcast. Which honestly, maybe that's not as much of an ask because Grand Theft Auto 3 was a PlayStation 2 game. And the fact that the Dreamcast is kind of comparable in power, sort of, to that. A little. In terms of like anti-aliasing, it actually is more powerful than the PS2. It's fine. The Dreamcast has it built in, the PS2 doesn't. And if you look at certain games ported against both consoles, there's actually a lot of times the Dreamcast game looks better, shockingly. Not always, mind you, but there's some cases where it definitely does, like Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore, that especially. That was way better on the Dreamcast than it does on the PS2. But for something like that, looking at the way that ran, as far as like a fan case of doing Grand Theft Auto 3, so yeah, it's pretty impressive the fact that Dreamcast can run this, and also that they're running it as well as they do. We're gonna get most of the crates delivered today, I think. Alright, so yeah, I think we should be able to move one or two more. Fine, it might not be all of them, but it'll be pretty close. Fine, we're not getting them all, but we'll just get to work. I also do love that because you're seeing what I'm doing is I'm doing a backup quickly when I pick it up. As long as you're picking it up with the forklift, you can start moving. And while it's going up, it basically go in reverse and spin it around in order to kind of drive forward. So it actually does keep this nice pace to itself, you know. And also a nice rhythm you can get into to kind of maximize your money count as far as the crates you pick up and deliver. Okay, I can put on top of that one. Right, I guess this will be my test, seeing of the number of crates I have, or fine, I'll see this when I edit, when I get the money rack up. It starts with the amount you have and they'll count up, so if today is 400 yen a crate, I'll be able to get out of my way, friend. I need to capture one more just to have that in line. I'm not getting back with it in time, but just have it so I can see, does it count it for the pickup. There you go. In this case, fine, I'm gonna go the other way. Okay, so there we go. So I have one in my hand specifically for this. Okay, so end of day. Yeah, let's take armor pay.
Okay, good job.
Awesome.
Here's today's pay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You met quota, son. So starting tomorrow, you'll get a 50 yen raise.
Damn, look at that.
That'll be 450 yen per crate.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Yes, thank you very much.
That being said, we do have one other thing we can do. Yeah, we keep getting moves from Shoujo Mizuki. He has one more thing to teach us. And also, we have to hang around at the Harbor Cafeteria anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and get that move. And we don't have to practice this, we just have to have him teach us. He's come by where he is at about 5 o'clock, and, actually, wait. Is it? Hold on.
Excuse me?
Yeah? What is it, youngin?
I'm gonna try and get you to, teach me this move, if you don't mind. Yeah, I'm trying to get him to teach me this, unless... Do I have to? Yeah, day after I learn the second move, you get this. Is the cross charge. We'll see if he teaches me, but like, yeah, he's not, so far he's not teaching me, and I do have to walk around over here. Fine, there's Goro again. You know anything about the deal?
Goro.
What's groovin', bro?
Yeah, may as well talk to Goro every time I see him.
Have you seen any of the
I keep asking this, like, yeah, nothing is not persistent.
Whoa, bro! Like I said, don't say that name out loud!
Alright, fine.
Tell me.
Ah, bro! Well, I ain't got no choice, I guess.
I think it's the same thing. Yeah, same thing with the motorcycles. Fine, at night. Alright, alright, alright. Actually, then again, maybe I can't, you know, do this. I'll talk to Tom. We haven't seen him in a while. Fine, let's also listen to our cassette tape. Why not? Fine, we have to get that cassette thing for our room. Yeah, hear the Yokosuka Blues. You know what? I want you to listen to the whole Yokosuka Blues, and then we're gonna go and do that. Just enjoy this, because I love this music so much. Yeah, I just want to let you hear that in its entirety, because, like, yeah, it's so fucking good. I love it. It's one of my favorite songs in this soundtrack. Fine, we do need to actually win one of those things. Also, see, I also did that thing. Maybe it gives me some time so he teaches me his move. Fine, because he's not teaching me. He's supposed to teach me the cross charge. Fine, maybe it's tomorrow. It's fine. We do need to be in here in a minute. So fine, let's go buy some more chocolates. Let's try and get that boombox. Or maybe, fine, here's the other thing. Fine, because, I mean, I could learn it after, actually. Because, fine, I'm just looking as far as the way the times are, because I don't want to miss anything. Okay, there we go. So let's get some more candy.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because we have tons of money. We can definitely afford this. At this point, there's really not any reason to not spend it this way. The only other thing I'd say, if you didn't buy the other move scrolls in Dobuita at the antique shop, go get them.
No win.
But since I got them earlier after we got
Too bad.
Fine, after we got the Hong Kong ticket and then had stolen, that's why I'm not doing that now. Because fine, it also goes to the idea, like, what does the routing of this game really look like? Fine, because I mentioned, you can miss a lot of this stuff. And if you rush this game, you can get through it. You're probably gonna do this in 2 parts and rush this, I guess. Maybe. Like 2 or 3 at the most. But I said, fine, I want to go the whole way.
Sure, draw a raffle
Also, fine,
ticket.
12L came in on the show saying, like, you're not gonna be, like, rushing through this or anything, are you? I was like, fine, I love this game so much, I want to show this. That's it. 5th prize. Okay, something, like, 1.
Here's your prize. Open it up and take a look.
Sounds good. What do we got? Ooh, Sonic the Hedgehog. Okay. Except she doesn't say in front of her this again, because actually I think that is a this again case. Yeah, just keep doing this till 7, because we do have to go out at 7 o'clock in order to find, well, the motorcycles. The motorcycles coming around the Harbor Lounge.
I'll take this, please.
Yeah,
at 7
sure.
o'clock.
Thank you very much. Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
Okay. Let's see, maybe something even better. We got something off of this.
No.
No.
Try again another time.
Alright, I'll try again this time. Actually, it's interesting, though, because she does have, unlike the one who works at the Dobuita place, she does have more, too bad you didn't get it,
this one.
Quotes.
Yeah,
The other one only has the
Thank you
one,
very
which
much.
is, especially since you bought merchandise. Although, fine, you don't get the Tomato Convenience Mart music here as far as that,
Sure,
which I do
draw
love
a
that
raffle
music, but
ticket.
still. Yeah, it's the one thing you don't get. So it is like a pick and choose, I guess, as far as, you know, get one case that's good, one that's
No
not.
win.
That's too bad.
Alright. Alright, so yeah, I'll take the Shenmue brand
I'll take
potato
this.
chips.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Fine, fine, I'll tell you, she said, like, go singing with us. Like, fine, we're not doing that, but we're just gonna
Sure,
fund
draw
her
a raffle
singing
ticket.
career. And I don't think we get a element to that in later games. Fine, we don't in 2.
Fifth
As we got another
prize.
5th prize.
Here's
Maybe
your
in 3 we
prize.
do. For
Open
all I
it
know,
up
we
and
do. I
take a look.
guess I gotta just put 3 in and play it. I just would need to make sure, like, hey, it was optimized on my PC correctly, which was kind of weird how it went. But alright, we got a, we got a ship wheel. So go, definitely going with the nautical harbor theme. Yeah, fine. It is. I'm not expecting to necessarily get this thing, just to, you know, put it out there. Oh, is it? Oh, it's 7 now. Okay, so we can go outside. Fine. Let's get a caramel bar. Yeah, get us ready for what's
This one.
outside.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
All right. So yeah, one more for that. Let's see, and then we'll go outside.
Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
Okay.
No win.
Yeah. Sorry.
Try again another time.
Yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll say this also, if I don't get it by the time we do the next part, I'll have a link list item for it. Okay, so you said, or fine, the notes were saying, hey, if you go around here, we'll find them. Alright, here we go. Oh, got a flashlight warning for that as, look who's back, Charlie. Remember him?
This the guy who's been sniffing around us like a dog?
Looks like we're gonna have to run this straight off now.
Ooh, don't say that. I'm gonna kick your ass. I love this. Oh my god, this part's awesome. In this case, yeah, we're pulling the motorcycle out. We're going after him. So yeah, remember, Charlie loves his hog. We are seeing a through line to that. In this case, yeah, we're tracking them down. We're gonna kick their asses.
I'll give you pain. Oh, shit.
I love that jump and kick him. My god, it's amazing. Oh, so great. I thought I was gonna miss that one. Oh, you can choose your path. Yeah, that's the other thing. Some of the QT choices, you can choose your path to follow or keep an eye on where Charlie is. It actually kind of works intuitively. It's like, hey, you see him going that way, go that way. All right, here we go. All right, Charlie, I thought you gave up, but apparently not. Yeah, not too bad.
Smooth move. You ain't so bad, punk.
Who knew?
Why, you... But your time's up. You wish.
Alright, so yeah, we gotta fight
No
again.
one takes on the mad angels in this harbor and lives to tell about it.
I think we're gonna break the record, though. Oh shit, so that does give credence to what everybody's saying. They're gonna kill you and toss you at the bottom of the sea. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's fight, guys. Yeah, that double blow, oh my god, it's so useful. And every move can be useful in this game, too. Whoa. Yeah. There we go. Hey, I kicked him right out of the air. That was good. There you go. It's fine. I don't want to be, you know, too reckless on this. Boom. They're down.
You little brat, I'm gonna break your face.
Yeah, there's Charlie. He is gonna come out and fight. And thankfully they do recover your health through this, which actually I didn't realize they did. There you go. Actually, it looks like I wasn't even hitting him when he got close. I'll look back at the video just to look at that, because, whoa, I did dive out of the way in time. Yeah, there we go. Actually, maybe that stab armor has better reach than I thought it did. Crap. Oh, but I got him. Actually, maybe that really helps, because, yeah, he went down way quicker than I thought he was going to. But to be honest, on my practice, I did not have remove. There we go. So, Charlie, you gotta start talking. Tell me about the little deal.
How are the Mad Angels
and how the Mad Angels and G-Man are supposed to be linked. How are they?
I don't know.
You want me to kill you?
Wait. I don't know if he's human, but there's some Chinese big shot leaving here soon.
Chinese big shot, huh? Who's that?
Yeah, they had me arrange a cruiser to take him out to a big ship offshore.
What's his name?
I don't know, but I hear he wears some silk robe thing with a dragon on it.
It's Lan D. He's here.
Lan D.
So he didn't leave for Hong Kong yet. We got shot to get him.
Please, I beg you, don't tell anyone I told you. They'll kill me.
Alright, but even he, when he's back in the corner, will be a coward. Okay. So, that is actually very helpful. So, with that, let's go back. Finally, yeah, let's go back because we are over here. I'm going to try and see if I can't learn that move. I should be able to now. Yeah, we have Charlie coming back, so that's kind of a great surprise. Like, yeah, this guy, like, we ran into at the tattoo shop. So, yeah, he wanted revenge, I guess, about, you know, us having things going on. But they're like, wait, here he is now. I was like, whoa. And yeah, the QTE there, which is admittedly one of my favorite QTEs in this game. But there's Goro still doing his rounds. Yeah, the harbor will be safe with him going around, and that's, I think, the idea. When you have no objectives going on, you talk to him, he'll just come out and tell you that. Alright, before I go, I want to try and see if I can't get Shozo Mizuki to give me the move. Or maybe he has to not be here at a time, because fine, he's over there.
Excuse me.
Can you teach me a move?
About the mad
Fine, it's supposed to be triggering a cutscene, but it's not.
Yes, I am. I heard that they are planning some deal.
Yeah, you know about the
Do
deal?
you know about it?
The deal? I did hear something about some large-scale deal happening soon.
Did you know?
Have you heard anything else?
Well, I don't know none of the details.
Alright. I should go home.
Yeah, you're right. We do have to go home. And actually, at this point, I think I'm just going to go home, as is the case. Yeah, I think I... Oh, what's the day? Okay, I was looking for dates Tuesday, so yeah, I do have to wait for the bus again. So actually, you know what? Let me think what I can do to kill some time. Yeah, I just making phone calls is gonna take too long. Yeah, let's have a drink. Actually, I think I've... Well, fine, I don't think you can get a winning can off this, but, you know what the hell, let's have a coffee. It's the one case it's the one drink I don't think Rio's had yet. I don't think you can get a winning can off of this, at least I don't think you can.
Ooh. Ah, good.
And now Rio will be up all night. But it is worth pointing out when you do have a drink of some sort, it doesn't change anything as far as him, as far as changing behavior or something like that. I mean, it's not like, actually, well, oh, no, actually, no, going back to Grand Theft Auto San Andreas again. Based on what you eat, you do have cases where you gain weight or you can be more fit and ripped, depending on what you do. It actually does change the dialogue in that game as far as how that goes, where they'll actually have cases where CJ, Carl Jr. in that game, he will make mention the fact of like his weight or if he's really fit in shape or something like that. But I do love that detail where he says like if you kill somebody when you have when you're like overweight, it's like this will help me keep my belly full. So it's like okay, that's kind of cool. But there's nothing like that in Shenmue. The closest it gets is in Shenmue 3 where you have to eat as far as keeping your stamina up, but it doesn't actually change like his body structure or anything like that. Alright, so we're home. Okay, so actually looking as far as where I'm thinking we'll end for tonight, I'm gonna be probably leaving you on a big cliffhanger, I think, for this. And I think that's gonna be the right place to leave. And, it's gonna be, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that in an hour and 15 minutes. And if I can, I'll go a little... If I cannot do that, I'll go a little longer, but... Because I think I know where I want to end. So actually, in that case, I gauged this right. And sometimes it's actually been a tough thing to gauge this game. Even though I know it really well, for the purpose of the playthrough of this, I didn't know as far as how parts were running. Because we have another day of work tomorrow and another race and all that stuff, and we'll see as far as what's going on. Because I mentioned something about a deal, and if we find out more about this deal and get a sense that hey, Landy's here, we can maybe find him and stop him. Although, given the fact this game has sequels, and I've said before how it is, I kind of already spoiled the idea of what's going to happen that way, but. That being said, I didn't explain what's really going on, so we'll see. It'll all be revealed soon enough. Alright, I'm home. And also remember now at this point, I think I might have mentioned this part 1, but in case I didn't, I'll mention it again. You can have training running where what it'll do is when you go into a parking lot or something and do training, it will increase the power of all your moves equally as you go, or you can have it focus on if you're trying to do it for hand moves or throw moves or leg moves. And I guess in the throw move case, you'd have to have an actual opponent. So if you're sparring with Fukusan, or if you're in battles where you're doing throws, it'll basically increase its experience more. In fact, right here, it says right there. Modified method of training, which is that they focus on throw moves and they become more effective compared to leg and hand moves. Hand moves, they'll be more powerful with that. Same with leg moves. And then all equally means it'll distribute experience for moves at an equal rate. I tend to run the equal rate as it is, so I'll keep doing that. And we'll do a save. Okay, we're done, so let's go to sleep. But since we did learn that Landy's here, we're having a dream about him. Oh, New Year's Eve. Okay, so fine, here we go. Yeah, we are going to be working on a holiday. Actually, they didn't even give that indication.
Gotta get going.
They actually didn't even give that indication when it came to Christmas, which is interesting. But all right, fine. We are working on New Year's Eve, so yeah, I'm working on my birthday. Oh, actually, Rio... Actually, did they indicate what Rio's birthday is now? I'm thinking about that. Yeah, the guide, I think, does. Okay, no, never mind, they don't. Oh, no, I indicated... if he's 18 now in 1986, that would mean... that he was born in 1970...
Morning.
70.
Time for a daily warm-up race. You all do your best now. Yeah! Like always, 3 laps to the finish. Everybody ready? Yeah!
1968. You would have been born in 1968.
Time to go.
As far as what his actual date of birth is, I don't think they indicate that much. All right, fine. Another race. We're going for 4th place.
Ready? Go!
And then for the last one, what I'll do is I think I'll recite schedule then, because given where I want to end, I think I'm going to just leave it as far as that cliffhanger and not elongate it out. Also, because the way this game runs as far as its time system anyway, I'm pretty much gonna have that set beforehand. So next time, since I need to get 5th place anyway, I'll just sit there. Actually, wait a second. Actually, I don't even remember if you just fail for that. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, it is interesting. Me actually trying to not win now. Fine, we want that complete set, and actually, if that's the case, I can get that. That'll be pretty nice. In this case, just following the path. Okay. And actually, there is a detail of that as far as like why am I also doing it this way that I will mention. Oh, that was weird. Fine, I'm tailgating so much that when he turned, I kind of, I guess, shifted over a little bit. Also, yeah, I guess, yeah, as far as the speed, yeah, because you have a speedometer on this thing. It is only 33 kilometers per hour that you drive these things. Yeah, they're fine. They're not, I guess, intended to be racing vehicles, but fine. The fact they turn them into that is really interesting. Actually, I think the only other games I mentioned, I think, is Grand Theft Auto. I don't know if all of them have, like, races or, fine, checkpoint things you do with this. Fine, San Andreas, I don't think had checkpoint things with this. You just use it for a mission and you can go pick it up and do stuff with it. But yeah, outside of that, I can't really think of things where they said, hey, let's race in these things. That was not somehow connected to this with another game or something. So yeah, I don't want to win as far as this, or I don't want to get past him. Since I almost had as far as second and third place. Actually, I don't know if I've ever heard what he says in fourth place, but we'll get a sense. Right, yeah, the sounds for lifting the forklift thing for that is on point awesome.
Finish! Man, you really need more practice. Here's your prize.
Okay, well, yeah, we got number 4.
Thanks.
And next time we lose. And then we complete our sets.
Time for work. Give me your best.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so for today's work, where are we going?
Gotcha. Take this cargo to
warehouse number 18 again.
Here's the map. The quota's written on it.
No problem.
This one's a bit further, so don't get lost.
Actually, this is by warehouse number 17. Yeah, the quota is 18 crates. Oh no, it's 8 crates. We have to go to warehouse number 18. So in this case, also, it makes it a little harder because of the fact that we have a tighter gap to get through there. That was the case. If you're not seeing where forklifts and things are, because you can actually get into them pretty easily, the first-person view will be your friend. Also, by the way, if you... Oh, fine. He literally just ran in front of my, my forklift. If you do try to put it down outside of those lines...
They'll get mad if I leave these outside.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going to warehouse number 18. And then it's about getting back. Fine, quota is 8. Okay, just wanted to check that. Yeah, back up. Yeah, usually here you're gonna run into people, so yeah, just be careful of that. Fine, get out of my way. They saw me coming. So fine, me and Nisha not carrying. And fine. Okay, there you go. Go. Get through. means you're sometimes gonna have to wait. So they do up the ante as far as the job, as far as what you're doing each day, which I do like that. And it does ramp up nicely. Although, as I mentioned, technically doing the job is not the point. Yeah. And also, there's technically not a penalty if you miss quota. But you have to try to miss quota, in all honesty. Which I guess is interesting, the fact that this game is on just barely on the edge and hitting it. In order to have the worst outcomes in it, you really have to make an effort to make it happen. Even getting the bad ending is basically the case that when you're doing that thing for the sneak into warehouse number 8 as we did last time, you basically have to just keep doing that many times to get the date out far enough to get game over. Looks like this is gonna be a little cleaner going through. Well, this is a nice day as far as New Year's Eve in Shenmue Land. Yeah, thank you for disappearing, by the way. That was just kind of the funny thing. It's the kind of thing when I was doing practice on this, I was basically just saying to my coworkers, hey, we're going through this. First off, where'd he come from? And then second off, like, oh, they just disappear. That, in a way, is kind of... It's one of those games we mentioned. This is actually kind of a great comedic game. Sometimes in a way that maybe it doesn't intend. Sometimes in a way it kind of does. But also something that, as I mentioned every time before we came to this, when this game is asking me to carry on its plot, I absolutely carry it completely, and I'm totally invested. Maybe it's because of that. And in fact, I think maybe the reason for that I'll go into is maybe it's because of that levity. It feels like... I mean, maybe the tone of this game is this, that it, you know, maybe if it took itself too seriously, you'd think, oh, this game is totally stuck up. But if it was too comedic, you'd think, wait, it's not taking itself seriously enough when it comes to, you know, it's really important with the mystery. But I think this game, honestly, there's, I think the word I'll probably use the most when it comes to my final thoughts when I get to that is earnest. There's something earnest about this game in terms of its tone and its focus, really. That in a way, it kind of makes it, in almost a way, like a favorite animal or something. The idea, like, hey, you know, even if there's annoying things that might go to that, you can't necessarily stay mad at them in the case that, you know, you love them regardless as far as anything, you know? I guess it's almost like an unconditional love, when I think about it. And Shenmue, for me, is a game like that, where it's like, fine, I can say, wait a second, shouldn't I be able to use the analog stick for control? Although, fine, for the pre-battles, I understand it. It kind of makes more sense to use D-pad for that very reason, so I'm not necessarily upset about that. I mean, that makes sense as far as that design decision to do it decently. Because, like, hey, you know, maybe you're kind of hanging around in certain cases as far as waiting for things to happen. Okay, it's like, fine, you're just going to one area to another. Or even people saying, like, the voice acting. It's like, fine, we don't like the voice acting. But to me, the voice acting is just such a great element of joy that I get out of it. And just because you can kind of talk to everybody, it's something that you kind of see something new each time and can find all these different things. So it's also the kind of thing that, fine, for me, I guess it's maybe one of these games that kind of is encapsulation, really, I guess, maybe what I can look for out of a game. Which in some cases, the idea of, like, kind of a great escape from life in a way, like anything, really. But also in some ways that, hey, it's going for realism, so how's that work? But I think maybe for those realistic moments, it feels authentic in a way, like, hey, I'm within this game, but this feels real. And it, I don't know, there's something about it that just hits me so right. I guess because nothing else is that this entire play is going to be me pretty much doing as much as I can to show you why this game means so much to me. And I guess explaining as best as I can, which I think that's the idea. Like, look, if I love this game, I can talk for hours and hours about it. I think that's kind of maybe where the idea of the show comes from. But also, fine, look, all you out there, when we play a game that means a lot to you, you can definitely do that as well, you know? Beep, beep, out of my way. And how you attach to it personally, or what it means to you as well, you know? And for me, Shenmue is one of those games. It's almost maybe one of those great desert island games to take. People's like, oh yeah, if you're only on a desert island and you only have one game, what would you take? Sometimes the case is like, hey, maybe take a classic game compilation or something like that. Or maybe a game that encompasses so much you never get bored of it. And honestly, I think for me, Shenmue is a game like that. Because it has a lot of things within itself, but also something that, yeah, there's kind of a almost intangible feeling that I kind of get off of it for, you know, the atmosphere it gets me into, you know?
Lunchtime, eh?
Alright, so time for lunch. Alright, so. Let's have our lunch one more time. We're going to talk to our coworkers. And there's one of the coworkers I want to talk to in particular. And that is Hiroaki-san, who is right. Yeah, this is him.
Takeuchi-san.
Oh wait,
Hi.
that's not right.
They say there was some commotion last night.
Is that so?
Fine, Takeuchi's fine. Takeuchi's his last name. So Takeuchi-san, that's the guy.
They said some got hurt real bad.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Hey, Ryo. So hey, what's your girlfriend like?
I don't really have one now.
It's kind of bullshit because we kind of know on
women
Nozomi.
that are intelligent as well as cute, sweet and honest.
Yeah, those are good qualities.
Yeah, agree with
I
that.
just know that there's someone like that out there for me somewhere.
I hope you find her.
Yeah, so in that case, he's like, hey, you know, I do
Hey,
want to
yo,
try and
you got a
find
girlfriend?
somebody nice.
No, I haven't got the time for one right now.
Fine, we sort of have one with
I don't
Nozomi,
have
but
one
also he's like,
myself,
fine,
so
I don't,
I'm really
but,
not in a
you
position
know,
to talk, but it'd be nice to
it would
have
be nice to
someone,
have
eh?
someone that way. So, yeah, you're kind of learning about kind of their
Hey,
hopes
yo,
and
you
dreams
got a
as far as
girlfriend?
this. And
No,
it's that
I
great
haven't
sense
got
of
the time for
camaraderie
one
that you
right now.
get, you know?
I don't have one myself, so I'm really not in a position to talk, but life would be so much better having someone to share it with.
Yeah.
You think?
So if nothing else, like, yeah, he's not a major character, but you kind of just talk to him and realize, wait, you know, you learn a lot about them.
Hey, Dio.
What's up?
And you can miss
Hey, man,
this.
you got a girl?
Fine, we'll keep, that's the discussion today, as far as, like, yeah,
Don't really
how
have
do you
time
have
for
somebody
stuff like
special
that.
in your life?
Well, you at least got your eye on someone, right?
Yeah.
Mark, I'm...
Dio, I don't know what you plan on getting out of life, but I'll tell you, it sure is a great thing to have yourself a woman.
Mark. Mark.
You should go on a date once in a while.
I know what you're getting at, but I wouldn't want someone important to me to get involved in my problems.
Right there, that's
Dio,
also, I think, the
you're a-
reason why Rio's saying, hey, you
Mark,
know, I don't want to do
Take
this.
it easy, Dio. Don't go acting crazy.
That's fine. It's one thing, because I guess that's the question. I've sometimes indicated this or found this with people. I think Electronic Game Monthly mentioned this. They said, hey, you know, Rio's a dope in the sense that, fine, Naomi has to paint him a diagram in order to get a sense that she's interested. But I think right there, he kind of encapsulates it right there and saying, hey, you know,
Here these days.
Right.
I don't want to get them involved in my problems. Like, I have this thing, I feel like this is my cross to bear. And even with Nozomi, he's like, I'm not sure how I'm feeling. Maybe he does feel something. No, he does feel something for her as far as, you know, a connection. Maybe he doesn't feel romantically, maybe he does, but then the case is saying, like, I can't let her be involved in this thing. I feel I have to do this when it comes to, you know, my life and what I'm doing as far as finding Plan D. Like, what's she gonna take on this? But do you know anything out of a deal?
Huh?
The Mad Angels.
Yes.
Don't talk about that sort of thing. Some of them guys have been keeping a close eye on you these days.
Oh.
On me?
They have?
Yeah, you can tell by that real cold look they always give you. If looks could kill,
Is that so?
watch out.
Okay.
About that deal I mentioned,
I'll give you some good advice.
All right.
You stay out of trouble.
Fine. Trouble keeps coming to us, so in some ways we can't completely. Although, fine, he wouldn't stay out of trouble. Okay, I'm being spied on them. Good. They'll make it easier to find them. Come on out. Okay. Fine. What about
Just thought I'd let you know. I think you should stick around.
Fine. He's saying like, hey, you should stick around for work. I'm gonna stick around for work, but in my case, like, no, I can't. Okay, so fine. While we're waiting for the next part of our day to begin, I'm going to go and try and do the raffle ticket thing. I don't think we're winning the boombox, but I'll give it a shot. And you have a move for me. I gotta try and get that. Maybe I can get it today. Alright, so get me some potato chips. And by the way, if you buy certain things like the dried fish, you will not get a raffle draw. It's basically just the snacks and the tapes.
This one.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Alright, maybe some luck this time. Fine, we're not, you know, low on money. We can definitely do this.
Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
I mean, I guess it would be nice if you actually buy the actual boombox. But I was like, yeah, just gotta keep going.
No win.
That's too bad.
Alright. Now, he's all varied up with what I'm buying. I was like, let's buy some chocolate. I mean, we're talking about women as far as our lunchtime discussions.
Yeah, sure.
Like, fine, there's a woman on that.
Much.
Fine, we'll get into that in the next game.
Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
And fine, we have her as well. Although, fine, we're saying, no, we don't want to join your desire for being a singer. Fifth prize. Okay, I'm going to have 5th prizes. At least it's something.
Here's your prize. Open it up and take a look.
Let's see. Maybe it's something I haven't had. And 5th prize, by the way, it is always a random capsule toy. Sometimes it might be something rare, but sometimes it won't be. And there's Knuckles again. Fine, I have Knuckles already, but A, he doesn't say it in front of her, and B, I'm alright having Knuckles that way. I mean, we're going to kind of see him in 2 weeks anyway, as far as how it is, so we're just prepping for that.
Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
Alright, just keep drawing. Keep drawing, and then I'm going back to work.
No win.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to manipulate this. In fact, I don't even know if there's a, I'm not sure what the cheat devices on the Dreamcast really are. Because I don't remember if Game Shark was on the Dreamcast. Actually, I think it was, but...
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
I think it was, but I've never used it. And the DCX was not a cheat device. It was a region-breaking device. Basically, in that case, I could play Shenmue 2 from Japan or Europe on this, if that was the case. 4th prize. Okay, there we go. That's better.
Wow, congratulations. Pick the one you like.
Okay, and for this one, you get a rare capsule toy that is exclusive to this era. So we can get Fork Red, Fork Blue, the Fairy, or the Crane. Let's take the Fairy.
Okay, this one.
Here you go.
Thank you. Yeah, these capsule toys, the ones for 4th prize, you can't get anywhere else. So wait, that's something at least. And if I don't win this time, I'm also going to take a quick look at that capsule toy, and then we'll get back to work. And then I think we'll have, we'll get through tomorrow's day of work, and then I think that's going to be the end of the show.
Thank you very much. Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
Okay. One more, and then I got to go back to work. 5th prize. Okay, so fine, I won a prize. So yeah, we can't go back to work yet.
Open it up and take a look.
So fine, sorry boss, I'm gonna be late. Alright, Akira from Virtua Fighter Kids, okay. Actually, I think that's the second one, I don't think I have that, so alright, fine.
Back back to work.
I was like, oh shit, I am gonna be 5 minutes late to work. But I got back really quick. In fact, yeah, I teleported really quickly back to where I was at. Actually, that was quite a trek. Alright, so back to warehouse number 18 from where we are. Okay, cool. But yeah, back up and disappear. I do love that. And I also love how oftentimes it's so random, because like either they pop out of nowhere and or then you're like you do a turn and they just quickly disappear out of nowhere. Okay, so we do need to go do this. I'm gonna take a little bit of a roundabout way. I mean, this is sort of a straight shot. You can kind of go either way. And this... Actually, I don't know. Actually, you know what? I don't know if this is quicker to go this way. Because I could say, fine, I'll just take the straight shot and go around. But I think in this case, because of where I'm coming from, it is quicker the way I'm going. Well, coming back, well, I don't know. Coming back, it may or may not be. We do have to get moving because we gotta get close. We're close to our quota. Oh, wait a sec. There's something going on. What's up? Goro, what's going on? And also, why is the crate now down lower to the ground?
Goro,
what happened?
I was just walking with that sailor guy.
That sailor guy? Oh, you bastard.
Come on.
Yeah, the guy asked about the tattoo. Let's go get him.
Hey, over here!
Wait!
Alright, so yeah, you beat up Goro. You're not gonna get away with that.
He's coming. Ha ha! I took the bait.
Uh-oh. So yeah, it is a trap. Oh, it's you guys again. I also love the way this scene is lit, I'll tell you that for sure.
So you showed, eh? You guys again. What's your problem?
Yeah, why are you beating him up?
That'd be you.
Yeah, fuck off. I love the way he's like, yeah, he's taking no shit now. Like, boom, boom, boom. I love that.
Oh no! Hey, no escape, boy!
Oh yeah, that. By the way, if you do not have the double blow, this cutscene goes differently. You do the pit blow on him instead. So it does pay to have your moves updated as you go, because then you see that going. Like, look at that. I love they just hit the fist and it punched him into the crate on the side.
You're gonna pay for beating up.
Yeah, you are.
You his girlfriend?
You shut up, you homophobic fuck.
Best watch your back. Next time it won't be just you.
What? What?
We're gonna go after your family and friends. Gonna get them. That's it. Oh.
There's a fitting that came up today as far as discussion as far as, you know, not getting girl involved with my problems. Like, fine, he's saying, like, hey, A, you're gay. He's like, you know, stop that as far as that. Don't be homophobic, although fine. It's like, as I mentioned, they don't discriminate when it comes to their hate as far as people. They'll hate you no matter what. If you're in their way, you could be, you know, exactly like them and they'll kill you. But anyway, the case of that is saying, like, fine, we're going to go after your family and friends. And that's, I think, above anything else, really, what Ryo is afraid of the most. How many times he said, hey, I don't want to get other people involved? First call we made in the game when you, when I went to the phone, it said, call the police. He said, no, I don't want them involved. That's not going to help. Case as far as, like, hey, you know, Fukusan's like, no, I don't want to do, no, I want them involved. I hid behind the back of, I went behind the back of Ini-san with some of the stuff because I don't want people to get hurt. So, if nothing else, it does show the fact that Ryo does have the reasons about, A, why he's doing this, and really, what is he fighting for? Because one thing as far as fighting for the honor of his murdered father, but also saying that, hey, when he gets in so deep on this, when it comes to the Mad Angels now, he's saying, hey, I'm not gonna take the idea that my friends are being threatened or hurt. And oftentimes you're seeing this, he's kind of making these snap decisions to kind of fight for their honor, really. Because fine, I guess that's the idea of him living up to the teachings of his father, which is saying, hey, you know, treasure your friends, always remember that they'll be there for you even after your parents are gone. And also that sense of saying, hey, you know, family's important in the sense of what he said to Mai, saying, hey, you know, Mai, don't treat your sister this way. And then also saying that, fine, when they're making a threat like that, that's when he gets the most angry above anything else. I mean, fine, he was accused of, you know, of being gay for Goro, is the case. For that, and like you'd think, like, well, that would be one thing. It's like, no, not necessarily. It's fine. That's not where Ryo's focus is on anything, really. As we mentioned earlier, it's like you're not focusing men or women, really. And the only way he really is saying, like, I don't want him involved in my problems. And then when he says, we're gonna get your family and friends, that's when he goes, that's it, and he punches him. So at that point, it's like that's where the breaking point is. And it's interesting to see that as far as the growth of Ryo, like what's gonna really set him off, and when is he going to kind of step up for something, even when it's a case where they're saying don't go looking for trouble. He kind of is going to look for trouble, but also cases we're seeing not completely. He is sometimes just running into it just by his very nature, because Mad Angels guys have their eyes on him. They're saying, like, wait a second, you get the sense of him, not just the fact that he's the new guy, which we've been doing that, but just saying something about him getting in the way, what he did to Charlie. Fine, we had to do that to Charlie as far as what it was, because they were coming after us. And I guess that other thing, which is, in some ways, a lot of the stuff that's going on is a little bit of a special defense case, kind of, but also in some ways it is a fighting case as far as saying, like, fine, I'm going to fight for what I believe in. And make sure, like, hey, you know, things are going to go well for everything, you know? So it's really interesting to kind of see those shades of Ryo that way as a character. And then also, how are other people reacting to that? Because people was like, wait a second, you're wasting your life on revenge as far as this. Are you not focused on your training? That's sometimes what people have been saying at the end. Saying, wait, keep staying on this path. Even members of the Yakuza were telling us that, saying, don't stray from the path as far as doing the right thing. Like, okay, yeah, there you go. But in some cases, what is that for every character? And really, in Ryo's case, because we're running him as far as the play of this game. What is that really? But also the case of this, which is that fine, it's his family and friends he gets most mad about, but in a way, he kind of would help anybody, even if he didn't know. He's like, hey, you know, because he didn't know Gao Wen, the young boy, as far as, you know, the grandson, or, the grandson of the owner of the Rusi China shop. He just said, like, fine, I'm making a snap decision to help him. Like, what's going on? And then he finds out, and he ends up finding a friend that way, and find people who realize, hey, you know, you helped him out, we appreciate this. He now wants to be strong like you. Almost because he's not necessarily trying to necessarily, even as far as Ryo's concerned, show that he's, you know, the best guy or anything, or necessarily he's like, hey, people like me or something. Fine, he's not focused on that. He's focused on finding Lan Di. That's what we're doing this whole thing. But saying that he is making an impact in other people's lives the same way that his father did. We've been hearing that a lot. People saying, hey, your father was there for me. A lot of cases we used to do sparring and drink sake together. That's what Yamagishi-san said. And we even had out here as far as Shozo Mizuki saying, like, hey, the Hazuki style is something that, as a martial artist, I know this, I revere this. And as I mentioned, even off-screen details, the owner of the bar, Bar Yokosuka, saying that she had a thing for Iwao Hazuki, and he's gone, and she doesn't even want to talk about it anymore because I guess the pain is too much. And I love the richness of this game when it comes to that. While also being something that can be really fun and funny when it comes to cases like, fine, let's just get capsule toys, or let's play an arcade game, something like that. Which actually I'm realizing, aside from the play of darts, this is the only part where we haven't played an arcade game in it. Although fine, we play darts every part because we have to. Although next time, I don't know if we're gonna play darts. I mean, I might do it one more time for old time's sake, but because we're getting to the end of the game, we're gonna be done next time. To the point where it's, yeah, to the point where it's going to be. I don't even know if next week's show is gonna be that long, or next part of this is gonna be that long. Next week's show is gonna be really long. Next week's show is gonna be 9 hours, as it was always. Because fine, we're doing Shadow's Cup next week. We'll get to the schedule. Sure, let's put the box down, please. Okay, fine. Sorry, Christianer64 is like, yeah, I just want you to get it in the lines. Like, sorry, that one's not getting in the lines. Fine. Next week's show is gonna be really long, but I'm saying next part of this, I should say. So I guess then, I'll have to think. Well, if it is short enough, because just to let you know, as far as what next part's gonna be. Next part's gonna be end of this game. And then I'll show off stuff with Shenmue Passport, which I might be limited on what I can show off anyway. I gotta get a sense of maybe what I can toss in there as an extra. I don't know if I preview the next game or I swap off from my Dreamcast my Xbox for that. I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe I'll pull something out on the Dreamcast as well. I don't know. I'll have to figure that with that point, but. Not fine. Not because I'm against having a really, really short show, but just because, fine, if it's like, I don't know, we might not even make it to 2 hours. At that point, I'll say, fine, at least give you 1 hour more, if nothing else. Yeah, I'm stuck. The cat, yeah, I was stuck with the cat in the way. Yeah, because you can't, fine, you can't run with the cat. Not that I want to, I just can't, but it's also like a solid object like everything else. Okay, so fine, since I'm not gonna get another day or another crate in. Okay, that looks pretty nice. It's just the two on the front that are not so hot, so let's pull out.
Finished for the day.
Alright, let's go. So, pay time. Alright, so, what does our pay for the day?
Here's today's pay.
Okay, what is it?
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
You met quota, son.
Yes, we did.
So starting tomorrow,
you'll
get a 50 yen raise. That'll be 500 yen per crate.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, we are doing well.
Thank you very much.
As far as that, so there you go. Thank you. Okay.
Hey,
Mark,
Dio.
what's going on?
I overheard some information.
What is it?
Information?
I heard them all whispering something about Long Ja. That is soon.
Long Ja?
Long Ja?
Best I can figure, it's some Mad Angel's black market deal. Makes sense. They've been on edge lately.
Yeah, no kidding.
Long Ja. When's it supposed to happen?
Yeah, maybe he'll know more. In fact, he will know more, so we have to go find him and we'll talk to him again.
Mark.
Dio, I got some big news.
Yeah, keep talking to him.
I overheard Tony and Smith saying that a Long
Tony and
Ja
Smith,
is
huh?
going down soon.
Really? When's it gonna happen?
Maybe within the next few days.
Oh, okay.
Be careful, Dio.
I will.
Yeah, you too, eh?
No problem. I'm cool, but I'm worried about you, Dio.
Okay.
The
Fine, he
day
got
of
beaten
Long
up
Ja.
twice, so like, yeah, I'm
Someone must
surprised
know.
that, but like, yeah, he does
Yeah,
see something in
but
us.
finding out
Finding
ain't
out about
gonna
it's not gonna be
easy.
an easy
To
thing. huh?
them, it's like a really big deal, you know?
Maybe the only option is to ask them directly.
Well, maybe, but Dio.
Believe me, I know.
Yeah, but I'm prepared to take the risk, especially after what we had happen today.
Mark.
If it looks too risky, back off.
Okay. Alright, two foreigners I rarely see, Tony and Smith, are part of Long Ja, perhaps. When is it? Alright, there is one person who might know. And he's over by warehouse number
1. Excuse me.
I knew you just popped in. Here's something about a deal called the Long Shot. Do you know anything about it?
Don't know about stuff like that.
Do you?
I see.
Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it, I did see me a couple of foreigners snooping around.
Did you now?
They looked mighty suspicious to me. Maybe they got something to do with it.
Maybe they do.
Suspicious-looking foreigners? A pair?
Where are they?
About the foreigners.
I think they done gone.
Uh-huh.
They done gone. Where'd they go?
They sure look suspicious, they did.
Uh-huh. Excuse me.
Maybe you know about these guys?
Have you heard about some deal the Mad Angels are arranging?
Well, I wouldn't know about that, you know.
So you haven't seen any of them around?
Nope, but I saw a couple of sailors acting kind of suspicious.
You
the
did?
harbor is full of all kinds of sailors, don't you know?
Yeah, it is. We've been looking for sailors the whole game, it feels like.
Over by the harbor lounge.
Oh, you don't say. Perfect.
About those two guys you saw?
They're probably not around anymore.
Okay.
I see.
I guess we'll have to come back. Although maybe we can get that move from, why do I keep forgetting his name? I have it written down, Shoujo Mizuki. If I somehow don't get this move, I didn't know like there's a lockout of this move. But if I can't get it somehow, I will indicate what it is and show it later. There's Goro. Oh, no, we're good, yeah, thank God.
Hey, mister.
Oh, youngin', it's you.
Yes, it is.
I heard about you. Here you're after the Mad Angels.
They're also after me. That's also part of it, too. They said they didn't hurt anybody close to me.
But
yeah.
If something happening to you, how about the Hazuki tradition?
Fukusan will probably take it over.
No buts, boy. If no one were left to carry on, oh, what a shame that'd be.
Right.
I will show you another move.
Okay, what is it? Oh.
What's that move?
It's called the
cross charge.
Just at the moment you evade, slam into your opponent's side. When used up against multiple opponents,
which we often have been here
they
since
can all gang
perfect.
up on you, you know. This move is perfect for times like that.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
And you don't have to perform this. By the way, the way you do perform this is you press forward, and hit Y and B. It's kind of a throw. You basically move to the side and you slam your body into them to knock them all down. Awesome. So thank you. And since we know where they are, we can probably go home. And they got one more day, and then after that point, fine. I'm gonna go into schedule when we do the race tomorrow.
Maybe I should ask around about the Mad Angels.
I still have to do that, really? I mean, I thought I got everything, but fine. I guess I'll do that. They do keep you from going home. Maybe you know.
You need directions?
Yeah, to where the Mad Angels are.
Sorry.
Actually, no, maybe the work at the cafeteria. Maybe she knows. Oh yeah, this place is pretty cleared out.
Excuse me.
Yes? What is it?
I heard something about a deal called the Long Jaw. Do you know anything about it?
Are you hungry or something? Don't
Yeah, hungry
worry
for
about
revenge.
money. You can eat without paying sometimes.
Oh, thank you.
No, it's not that.
Okay, I don't think she's gonna have information for me. Alright, fine. Actually, I might be in a case where, fine, because that note I got, as far as, there might be hanging around here, that is, what I was looking for. So maybe there's not gonna be much else I can ask people. Fine, let's go buy another thing for raffle. And then at 7 o'clock I'm going home. Actually, wait a minute. If I'm gonna miss the bus anyway because they're not gonna let me go home.
Excuse me.
Yes? What is
Maybe
it?
we can ask you something. What do you got?
Do you know anything about some deal the Mad Angels are making?
Hey, watch what you say.
Alright, she doesn't want to talk about
Don't
me
talk
either.
about them so loudly.
You don't say. About the
I also
Mad
say
Angels?
about the Mad Angels. Talk,
You're
please.
too fresh and unspoiled. We should aim for better things than life on the harbor.
She does have a point, I guess, there, but then again, it's also something that...
No,
I mean,
I'm not interested.
Some people here said they like working here. So fine, they might have it in their blood. In her case, she said, no, the pay here sucks as far as what it is. I wish I could do something else.
This one.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
Alright, let's have a draw, and then we're gonna try and go home.
No win.
Yeah, sorry.
That's too bad.
Alright, yeah, as I said, I'm not gonna guarantee that thing with the boombox, but I thought maybe I'd try. I mean, it shows how you basically have to get tons of money in order to do this, or start it from the beginning of the game. Which I mentioned we did the Dreamcast Racing Showcase. The reason I was able to show off Hang On is because... Or fine, the reason I made it easier to show off Hang On is that I loaded up a new save of this. I went to the Tomato Mart. I basically just spent all my money on the drawing thing until I got it. And then when I got it, I saved and went home. But for this...
Maybe I should ask around about the Mad Angels.
I thought I asked around about them already. Yeah, I guess they're not letting me go home yet.
Yes. Can I help you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Do you know about a deal the Mad Angels are making?
A deal? I had no idea. My boss made it clear I'm not supposed to get involved with them.
Oh, so they're basically
Is that
being warned,
so?
don't get involved. Got it. Just want to go home as far as what it is, because there's not much else I can do here. They are supposed to be here, but not tonight. They'll be here tomorrow. Yeah, looking for two guys, Tony and Smith. So fine, we're gonna go home. If we can go home. Let us go home. Everybody else is leaving.
Maybe I should ask around about the Mad Angels.
I thought I did. Like, we can't ask more.
Excuse me.
What is it? I'm out of here. I didn't catch even one fish.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Happens to everyone, you know.
True. Fine, let me have a drink. I just gotta have a drink, and then I can go home. There we go, getting the jet cola. Actually, I'm realizing with this, maybe it's because I've been doing practice with the HD version, I'm realizing the parts of this Dreamcast game that seem like they are running at 60 FPS, which I did not expect to see. In fact, I don't remember if it even was. And the HD version doesn't run like that. I think it's like a cap 30, which is fine. Because they're going for a movie method of this, and it is consistent with the HD version. Yeah, sometimes here, I guess when there's not a lot of geometry, it's going to be a bit quicker. But quicker even here than it is in the new version. It's like, okay, fine.
Maybe I should ask around about the Mad Angels.
Rio, I want to go home, please. It's like, yeah, fine. I don't know who else to ask. You're fine. They'll let me go home at 9 o'clock or something. I don't know. You know, since I'm at the cafeteria, let me go in here quick. And actually, they close in a little bit anyway, so let me just try something. I'll keep talking to her.
Excuse me.
Why not?
Yes, what is it?
Ma'am?
What is it? Are you hungry or something?
No, I'm not.
Don't worry about money. You can eat without paying sometimes.
No, it's not that.
Fine, how about these two?
Excuse me.
What? You know, it's really not a good time to talk now.
What's with you? You lost or something?
No.
I'm sorry, but I haven't got time now.
Try again later.
Okay. Looks like they're about to close.
Right, they do, and if you are in a building when they're gonna close, they kick you out. Fine, maybe you can go home now? Oh, it's starting to snow. Okay, cool. Yeah, just waiting to start the next day, and then we will, Okay, now I can go home, so I gotta wait till 8 o'clock.
Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Yo, I got some big news.
Oh, more on the, Long Jaw?
I overheard Tony and
Okay,
Smith
same
saying that
information.
a Long Jaw is going down soon.
Really? When's it gonna happen?
Maybe within the next few days.
I see.
Be careful, Dio.
Yeah, you too, eh?
No problem. I'm cool. But I'm worried about you, Dio.
We'll be alright, and we'll take care of you, don't worry. Actually, wait a minute. Yeah, it's, okay, fine. There you go. We're celebrating, New Year's Eve. So, fine. New Year, starts tomorrow. And actually, that is going to be, oh, it's perfect. So, in that case, we'll, be able to get that set. And what I'm going to do, as I mentioned, is when we start, the race tomorrow, I'm going to go into schedule. And then I will do the day. And then at the end of the day, and, right before one event that or right when one event happens, that'll be in the show, and it's gonna leave on a massive cliffhanger for about 6 weeks, I think. Anyway, where'd he go? He walked off. I guess Mark decided to walk home tonight. And actually, for this might also be a case where, what is it? This might go a little longer than 5 hours, but it's fine. Alright, so back in Dobuita. Back in Dobuita, it's New Year's Eve and it's nice and snowy. Wait, who's in the park?
Ichiro.
Oh, Ichiro.
Hey, bro. What were you doing? Just thinking. Wondering what's for dinner. Wanna grab a bite with me? Not now. Maybe next time. Oh man, you're no fun.
Okay, fine. Our friends we ran into last time or came by our house.
Later.
Okay, at least we get to see them. I didn't even know they were over here.
Yo, you seem really busy lately.
Yeah, I got a job.
No, not really.
Are you sure? I get the impression that you're involved in something very dangerous.
Yeah, you're right.
Is it just me?
Yeah, it's just you.
Okay.
I know it's none of my business, but I've been kind of worried about you myself.
Actually, I've never seen them over here, so it's interesting I'll be able to talk to them. Alright, well... Ichiro, what do you... Oh, no,
I hope I'm wrong about this, but everybody's worried about you lately.
Oh.
I see.
Well, fine. I'm worried about them, because remember, we heard today that, you know, they're gonna get my friends and family. But we're not letting anything happen to them, I promise. Okay. Actually, I've never seen them over there before, so, yeah, great to have stopped by. And fitting, I guess, because at the beginning of last part, they came by the house. Actually, wait, they're probably over there. Actually, no, I don't think there's anything specific for New Year's Eve, now I'm thinking about it. Just they have a certain pattern, but I guess they're there. Alright, so yeah, let's go home. We're gonna have our stuff set going on that way. And then tomorrow, another day of work and schedule. And also, it's worth pointing out, I don't believe that Rio can stay up till 11 or past 11:30. So, yeah, he'll be going to sleep before the new year. So yeah, we're gonna rock in 1987 with a bang. And by bang, I mean going to sleep, and that's it. As I mentioned, based on how you play this game, you can beat it before the new year starts. But for this, I needed something around Christmas as it is, so that was part of what that was. In this case, yeah, we are going to celebrate 1987. And, you know, before we go to bed, I want to see Fukusan. We have not talked to him tonight. We did talk to Ine-san, but Fukusan, how you doing?
Fukusan, Ryo-san, try and get home earlier, okay?
I have a job. I can't avoid that. But either way, good talking to you. Actually, yeah, I literally couldn't avoid it tonight because I tried to go home before 8 and they didn't let me leave before 8. Alright, so save time. Okay, so let's go to sleep. And since I am going to be intentionally losing the race... by the way, Happy New Year. I am going to talk schedule. Fine, after we hit B on this. Yeah, we're getting close to the end of the show, but this is not quite the end of the show. But this is going to be, I think, the best time to talk schedule. So let's talk it, because there have been some updates since last week and some things I found out. So we said, yeah, Happy New Year, Rio. Yeah, thank you, DollyFinn. Yeah, you go. And nice snowy case as far as our New Year's Day thing, but we have to work on the holiday, so sorry. Okay, so yeah, while we lose the race to get the last case, fine. We do have a nice snowy case here, like, hey, you know, actually, no, fine. I'm gonna lose this race. But one thing I want to see before I lose the race is, since it is snowing and there's snow on the track, what's that going to do to us? Is that something where there's actually like a traction thing going on with that? I don't think there is, but I want to get a sense of it.
Everybody ready? Yeah! On your mark. Almost time to go.
Actually, wait, I think maybe I should do the race because...
Ready? Go!
Okay, it doesn't look like it's having any effect. Okay, I probably should do the race because I think they, well, actually, I don't know. Maybe they don't. You know, fine, I'll tell you what, I'll compromise. I'm going to park here, I'm going to let them crash into me. In fact, I'm going to park on the turn. Okay, so whilst I'm parked on the turn, we have our nice view over there. Let's talk schedule. Because next week's show is 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be on March 8th. Crusader 64 and Kazan 22 are coming back. We're playing Shadow Hearts Covenant for Part 2. So we continue our adventures with Yuri Hyuga and all of his new friends. We're seeing what's going on. It's We're in Florence, and we've met one of their favorite characters in the game last time. We'll get more about her this time. It's going to be a long show again, as the Shadow Hearts Covenant's parts always are. So at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're starting next week, next Saturday. Week after that, as I mentioned, we're swapping off Smartball's show as he didn't crash into me. Oh, there you go. Yeah, push me out of the way. Okay, that'll work. The week after, fine. The week after that is the 15th. We are playing Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I did get a confirmation from Nocturne today. She will be joining us for that. And because she's joining us for that, we're going to do this a little differently than I planned as our Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance. The way I'm going to do that is I'm going to be... We'll show off the versions as I mentioned, sort of, kind of, but we're going to focus mostly on the Sonic Origins version because as two-player co-op, it lets Tails fly. And we've never co-opted this one before. And since we do that as far as the Sonic games we can do it with, we're going to do it that way with this one. And also in her case, it's a personal one because it is her first Sonic the Hedgehog game. So in that case, she said, I want to be involved in that. We'll show that off. We're going to show off, the Origins version, but also give credence to the Genesis original and also to the Sega Ages version, even with the problems that they have. I'll find the Ages one did, because it crashed me. I'll show the crash happening when we do that show. And yeah, we're gonna have a good time, I think, for celebrating Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I'll look forward to doing that one. Week after that is going to be a Friday show. That's going to be on March 21st. That's going to be with Edwack and Nikki. They're coming back because Edwack is running Smart Ball for us for Super Nintendo. Hosted by Sony, enveloped by System Socom and Game Freak of Pokemon fame. So yeah. The one thing I guess we didn't see at the Pokemon Presents was anything that was not a Game Freak, or Game Freak game was not Pokemon, understandably so. But yeah, that was a favorite of him growing up. He still loves that game. He's going to be ready to do that on Friday, March 21st at 7 p.m. Then week after that is Plumbers That Wear Ties as our April Fool's Day show. We're using the Definitive Edition on Switch. That's going to be absolutely hilarious. So 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on March 29th. Do not miss that show. And we should get into April, where actually I am going to have a guest actually when we start Bakugan Defenders of the Core. Just to let you know. It is going to be DollyFinn, actually. We were talking as far as that, and she kind of wanted to see some of this. So she's going to be joining me for part 1 of that, which was on the request of Sweet King Rondage. If I can't wait to get to that one, and I'm doing my practice to get ready for it to start. And then April 12th, we'll come back to this game for the finale. We'll finish the game. We will show off the Shenmue Passport. I'll see if there's anything up there on the shelf on Dreamcast that might be worth looking over. Unless, chat, you have some suggestion of something you want to see. Yay! Oh, it's DollyFinn you're looking forward to, I guess, being on the show. Anything else we're saying? Maybe a bunch of different things. Yeah, feel free to indicate that as is the case, because yeah, we'll have that going, and definitely looking forward to all those cases. And then April 19th, just to let you know, on April 19th, that's going to be our second chance for the kiosk demos of Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword from Wii. Ultra 94T is coming in for that one, being back on the show. No, I get it. I'm glad you're there. Now we got our final prize. Thanks. So we got all 5 of the forklifts from the races. Awesome. I'm looking forward to having you back, DollyFinn, of course.
Give me your bed.
Yeah, by the way, the kiosk demo shows of those 2 Zelda games from Wii, we're going to start that a little earlier. We're starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with
Gotcha.
Ultra 94T, who is going to be showing those games off for us. And then on the 26th, we have Part 3 of Shadow Hearts coming at 3 p.m. as always. May, we don't know when Shadow Hearts' part is. Bakugan going.
Warehouse number 8.
May 24th is a compilation show on the Quest of Elect. First, we're doing Title Legends 2 for PlayStation 2. I got a second chance show. I'm thinking I might give you another compilation show, kind of, sort of, with that one. I think I'm going to show... I might want to show off Shadow Dancer, The Secret of Shinobi, except what I'm going to do is... we'll show the arcade version, I think. And for this, I'm going to also show off the Astro City Mini, because I need to use that to play it, and I haven't shown that before. Oh, I forgot.
Suppose I shouldn't leave these crates out here.
Right, you don't want to leave them out here, because actually for this mission, it's worth pointing out, you do need to deliver the crates to one warehouse and then go to another one. So we have to go to warehouse number 8, drop it in there, and then we have to get the red crates out of it and bring it over to 18, and then come back. So this is the most involved of what we got. And then also in May, we've got the 40th anniversary show of Super Mario Brothers for NES. We're going to be celebrating that game, looking at NES, but also looking at the versus Super Mario Brothers version from arcade. The Star Courses will show off in the NES game. Super Mario All-Stars a little bit as far as that end. Super Mario Brothers Deluxe, as far as how we're delivering Super Mario Brothers Deluxe, that's going to depend if we go Switch Online, release of that on March 10th for Mario Day. We'll see. Let's see. And then in June, we'll still have Bakugan. I guess Shadow Hearts, as far as another part. We'll definitely will for Bakugan. Shadow Hearts Covenant, we'll got to figure that. Stay tuned next week's show. We'll get a sense of when some of those shows might be or might not be. And then the second chance I'm going to do for August, I don't know, June, I should say. June is going to be, I think we're doing Resident Infinite. I think that's what I have on my list that I want to do. That's going to be addressing an audio problem we had when we played it before. And then on June 27th to 28th, we're not going to have a show, so I'm going to be off as far as that, but I do have shows set for you. I have recorded most of our play of The Wolf Among Us, which I mentioned I can't show on the show anyway live for nudity reasons, at least in its entirety. For both the Friday and the Saturday, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. I'm gonna have the first 2 parts. So Friday will be part 1 that's going up on the YouTube site. I'll put up at the same 7 p.m. time I usually do, as far as having it as a premiere for YouTube. For part 1 on the 27th on Friday, and then the 28th for the Saturday will be part 1 for the 27th, and then part 2 for the 28th. And then other stuff we'll figure going through the year, but also I'll mention one thing, which is that going back to Wolf Among Us again, I got weekends in, or a weekend in September I'm also not going to be around. That's going to be September 12th and 13th. So for those, I'm going to do the same case. I'm going to have Wolf Among Us uploading to YouTube site, part 3 on September 12th and part 4 on September 13th. And then I guess Shower's coming and we're having a part then. The stuff for summer, I'll get into that probably a little later as far as maybe in a couple weeks. Because I definitely have some stuff. Fine, I'll at least go into what some of those things are. I've finally been playing Road Avenger for Sega CD. I've wanted to show that one for a while. We got that. I know Leg first wanted to see Space Invaders for the PlayStation. I'm going to do that in July. And as far as, actually, also, by the way, one other thing, which is, have you heard of the Midnight Walk? It looks like a Tim Burton production with it's like a shooter and puzzle game. Yeah, actually, DollyFinn, funny you mentioned that. That was actually something I brought up from the Sony State of Play for a few weeks ago. I went into that the last time we did this, but it's also something that at the beginning of tonight's show, I did talk about the stuff I didn't mention, and actually that was one of them. Yeah, I have heard about that. It looked so cool, so DollyFinn saying. Yeah, it's for, it's coming out on PlayStation 5. They're doing a VR version on PSVR2, and it's also getting a PC version. It is on May 8th. It looked cool. Yeah, I mean, it looked neat from what I saw. So yeah, thanks for mentioning that, kind of tying into some of the stuff we're talking about tonight. I didn't actually really look at that, like, yeah, that's weird. VR, yeah, because, actually, I think I might have been wrong on one show when I said, hey, Sony was discontinuing the PlayStation VR 2. I think they might have been doing it, but it then did well enough and they pulled back. So that is something that's going to be available. Super. Actually, to mention one other thing. As I mentioned, we're going to do Res Infinite at some point. I have it on PlayStation 5. It does have VR support, but I do not have the VR 2 unit. And I know you asked, like, hey, how can we do VR for Tetris Effect Connected? Which I think there's ways to stream that. That might be an avenue at some point to show, I guess, maybe PSVR for that apps. Although I guess then the question is going to be this, which is that in the case of the Midnight Walk, what's that necessarily going to look like for what VR is looking? Because I think they said it's going to use it or supporting it, but I don't know how much it's changing it. Or, fine, given the fact you're saying it's like a shooting puzzle game as far as what's going. Or, yeah, Guy, can you get on my way, please? Yeah, it'll be an interesting one to see how are they gonna implement that, because I know, fine, actually, Res actually is another case like that, where it has support for, find both those modes for running that, and actually find another one that's not exactly VR case, was Child of Eden, which was it's on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, which is kind of like a spiritual successor to Res. At some point we should play that. I gotta get a copy of that before we play it, though, so I don't have it. And on 360 it used the Kinect, the motion sensing camera, which, by the way, for one of those delisted games this year, I'm going to show off a Kinect game for that. And it's one that actually has a pedigree to itself that I did not expect. I'll mention that one now. It's called Haunt. It actually was developed by the guy who made Parappa the Rapper. And it's a game I got to do Parappa the Rapper. I just got to be ready to do it as far as being able to practice and put in a place aside when I can get the game going. Because I was going to do it a couple years ago, but I said, fine, I swapped show because my brother Inherent was around. I said, fine, we're going to do World of Illusions this year. I don't know, like, hey, when his scheduling's working, how I can get him going. So I said, fine, that one will do. But, yeah, Parappa the Rapper, the guy who made a VR, Kinect game called Haunt that is kind of like a haunted house. That has, like, a horror vibe to it a little bit, too. that I got before they delisted everything for 360. So I'll definitely give an indication. So yeah, we'll have something going on, and I definitely want to take a look at the Midnight Walk. That case of, you know, a game that maybe isn't as big a name as everything else, but sometimes it gets some attention, and you look at it, it's like, man, that looks really cool. And the idea that sometimes finding that next classic, you know. But same with me with Shenmue when you really think about it, because with Shenmue, it's a case where I didn't know anything about this game when it was coming around, and
lunchtime, eh?
Like, wait, what happened? I thought I hit something, and I realized, man, this became one of my favorite games of all time. Fine, I'm prefacing my final thoughts in a month. This game means so much to me. It's one of my favorite games ever. To me, this is one of those games, I'll tell you, that I know we all have these games like this, but it's one of those games that feel like is made specifically for me, even though I know damn well it isn't. It's made for a lot of people, as far as it's not necessarily made specifically for me, but it feels that way. It's just speaking to me in a way that maybe other games don't. And fine, I know we've had that case a lot for certain reasons. I know Lightforce had that with Kingdom Hearts. DollyFinn, I know you have that with Tetris Attack. Gemini 96, I know you have that with Earthbound. As we're seeing Goro again. Hi. And Mai.
Bro, I'm gonna settle down and go straight.
What are you talking about?
Gets me a real job, work hard, and marry her.
Oh, so Goro and Mai are getting married.
But she's too young.
Don't you know, Dio? Girls can get married from 16.
But
yeah, actually, that is true in Japan, right?
Well, Goro, he's not so bright, but he's got a heart of gold.
Yeah,
but
Goro.
I don't think he keeps asking, yeah, but Goro.
Be seeing you around.
See ya.
Alright, so yeah, there you go. So Goro and Mai are getting married. That's one thing I want to show, but there is another thing I do need to show, as the case. Alright, so fine. They do give you a note, actually, in the book for that, saying, it seems Goro and Mai are getting married. And I love how it kept asking, like, but Goro? Because I guess the question, like, hey, how much is Goro meaning as far as that? Kondo-san?
Is it me, or do you look happy about something?
That's obvious, huh?
What is it?
I recently made a fortune playing mahjong.
Oh, right, because he is at the mahjong parlor. He keeps going there, and now he keeps
Only
losing.
Longer till quitting time.
You're right. Maybe this job isn't so bad. I sure wish I could sleep better at night, though.
Oh.
You look worn out.
Well, fine, he stays up late at the mahjong parlor, as he mentioned.
You're right.
Actually, I've never seen this
Since I
dialogue on
started
him as
this
well.
job, food tastes great.
Oh?
I'm always kind of sleepy, though.
You look worn out.
Okay, so that's interesting.
Hey, Tyoshi.
Tyoshi, what do you got?
Yo? I heard about some deal the Mad Angels are making.
Do you know anything
Do you
about
know
it?
when it is?
A deal? I don't know about that, but I saw these foreign thugs I've never seen before. Maybe there's some connection.
Yeah, yeah, I heard Smith and who was it? Smith and Tony. That's who it was.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Have you heard anything about a deal?
You mean the Mad Angels deal?
Yeah, that one.
I don't know anything about it.
Is that so?
I saw some suspicious guys earlier. I wonder if they're involved.
Yeah, they are, I think.
Yeah, they were walking in front of the Harbor Lounge.
Right.
I see. Thanks.
Yeah, it might become important pretty
looks
soon.
like you've got the hang of things.
Yeah, more than got the hang.
So.
Hey, Ryo, how long you planning to continue working here?
We'll see.
Yet, but not too long.
I see.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, we'll see you later. What about Mark?
Mark.
Dio, I got some big news.
Oh, that's the thing about the deal, right?
I overheard Tony and Smith saying that a loan job is going down soon.
Alright, so that's the same thing.
When's it gonna happen?
Maybe within the next few days.
We gotta find them, so like, yeah, where are they?
Dio.
Yeah, you too, eh?
No problem. I'm cool, but I'm worried about you, Dio.
Alright, fine, be worried about me. Fine, we're gonna have one last, hurrah trying to get the boombox. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that as far as that DollyFinn with the Midnight Walk, because that's one that actually looks really, really cool. I'll also link to, I guess... Actually, yeah, I'll look to that video from the Sony State Play event on that one. Because, yeah, that did look like a really interesting version. And yeah, that's a request of the show. You know the word, we can do it. Alright, because that's one thing on schedule, I didn't mention this. When it comes to Halloween block, technically, we're starting in September. We're not starting in October. We're starting to...
Hello,
we're getting 2 months of Halloween block as it's turning out because...
Duel.
He just forgets my name, number one. And number two, your request for, Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, I need 2 parts for that, so I'm starting in September. And then same with Medieval, which was on the request of I'm Laughing to Death. I guess we'll have Shadow Hearts Covenant's part, and also Wolf Among Us technically is going to count for that for parts 3 and 4.
Yeah,
As far as part 5, I haven't recorded yet. I'm going to record that in a couple weeks, and then I'll find a case when there's nothing going on for the show, because I know I have to take.
Yes.
There's another weekend I have to be off. I don't remember I don't know which one it is yet.
Ma'am? What is it?
When that happens, I'll put the finale of that one up.
Don't worry about money.
But okay, thank you. Oh, sure, no problem.
Sometimes.
Yeah, because that's one of the other things. Like when it comes to some of the requests we got or get for the show, it's also something that's fine. How can I squeeze them in? I'm looking at that and realizing, wait a second, I can. If it's the case where fine, I'll be able to cover it over more than one show or need more than one show to do it. I want to make sure that's it. And actually, it's both of those. Scooby-Doo, Night of Running Frights, and Medieval, they're, I believe, like 10 so hours, I think. Maybe less than that. So it's something that as long as I get my stuff going on practice, I should be fine. Which I did start practicing Scooby-Doo, Night of Running Frights a little bit ago. I just need to see how much further that is. And Medieval I bought recently. I just got a sense of, like, what are we doing with that one? Oh, I guess the good news then is actually for a little bit of time. Of what I'm practicing, I don't really have much I'm practicing except for Bakugan. Because I don't need to practice Shenmue that much.
Thank you very much.
And actually, Fighting Sonic 2 I don't need to practice because I know it well. Poems Over Ties is just going to be, you know, I've already played through it entirely and unlocked everything as far as the documentary footage. So I just want to make sure that that's set. And then Smart Ball's not my jurisdiction, that's EdWax, and then Shadow Hearts Covenant.
Another time.
So in that case, actually, I'm pretty open. But I do have to practice also some of the other stuff we got for Halloween Block because, as I mentioned, along with those two, which will have their finales in October, I guess we'll Shadow Hearts Covenant again, unless Crusader 64 says, no, we want to do something else for the time being for Halloween Block specific. It's not that. What, Mega Man 7, as far as our second chance, and we also have Castlevania Chronicles, which I know that I have to practice. Which I've also started practicing, but as I said, I'll get into that deeper as we get closer. Fifth prize, because at least I'm winning something.
Here's your prize. Open it up and take a look.
Alright, we're almost at the end of the day, so this is going to be probably a bit longer as far as probably like 5.5 hours, but we'll be set. Alright, so we got truck. Alright, thank you. Yeah, let's try, if I can try and get this thing, actually, what's on the tape deck? Fine, okay, they haven't changed them out because they do rotate every week. Also, yeah, fine. Yeah, she's working on New Year's Day as well, huh?
This one.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, come on, what's up? I'm not gonna say I feel lucky, I just want to try and show off, Actually, fine, because that's the only one I haven't shown, because I did edit in getting the Sega Saturn game into one of the parts.
No win.
No.
That's too bad.
Yeah, it's okay. It doesn't bug me that much. It's just a case of fine. If I can show it, I can show it, but I know it's a low chance of making this happen. I mean, I guess the way I tend to do the thing with the boombox myself is I basically just vicariously live my fantasy of having one through Tom, because he has one on his truck. He does let you use it completely, so he's a good friend that way.
Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
Alrighty.
No win.
No prize, eh?
Yeah, no, and if I can get one thing more before going back to work, I'm gonna do it. Right on the dot, so give me this and I gotta go back to work.
I'll take this.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
It's gonna be interesting. This is gonna be the time I win this, as far as it, because, like, fine, I'm gonna be late back to work.
Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
I was like, wait a second, I don't think it gave me the prompt to even pull it out.
No win.
I didn't win anyway.
Try again another time.
I don't know if it's because I did that when the watch went off.
Back to work.
Fine, except it's not beeping because, fine, I went way past it. Okay, so I'm finding a little limitation over there. Okay. So, we just have to do a little more as far as our work day and we set.
First, take the cargo to warehouse number 8. Then, go to warehouse number 18.
Okay. Alright, so let's continue and then we'll almost be done. There's one very specific place I'm gonna end. Which is kind of where it's playing to end anyway, but it's also something that I said, wait, what's the time on this gonna be? I mean, it's not bad either way. Fine, because there's 18, but I also do need to go to 8, so I'll go to 8 this way, and then back to 18. So I do like that they kind of add up, or update the things you have to do, and also make it a bit harder. It's like, wait, you have to go here, and then you have to take the crates that are out the other one over this one. And also, it's worth pointing out, when it comes to your quota on this, which is 10 crates, put that down, please. It does count both the crates you do, so the 5 here, and then the 5 I have at warehouse number 18. Oh no. So if you can sure it's saying, hey, I need to get a quota by getting 10 at each place, no you don't, it just counts your total crates. Actually, fine, I only have 9 here, so actually I have fewer. Oh, fine. The reason I have fewer is because I have to start from with the crates to go to 8, and then get the ones out of get the ones out of 8 to bring here. Yeah, we'll be fine as far as what it is. As I mentioned, you do have to try to misquote, and you do get a cutscene that I'll have not an edit. Well, I'm trying to think. Do I have a? I don't know if I have a file as far as the HD version to quickly put an edit in for this. And fine, that was stuck bad. If nothing else, I can. Whoa. Also, fine. This is the other reason we're not doing Shenmue 2 on the Dreamcast. Not least of which because I don't have it, and I don't have the thing to run imports on my Dreamcast. But also because the frame rate is pretty bad in that game. Because it's clearly pushing the console to the limit, and it's not able to hold up. The Xbox version removes the frame rate, or removes the slowdown. I should say the Dreamcast game had. Yeah, I was saying, if I'm not able to have footage to edit in for showing like what happens when you don't meet quota, I'll give a link list item for the cutscene shows when you don't have quota. I mean, you don't get yelled at, but they basically like, hey, you know, you gotta work harder, so try and meet quota tomorrow. And if you don't meet quota, the only penalty really you get is you just don't get more money. So yeah, we're almost set. Fine, man, this area is getting a lot choppier than I remember it. But maybe it's just because of there being so many people here. In this case, as far as, you know, getting everything in the lines, well, I guess it's decent enough. But like, yeah, I guess sort of all bets are off right now. Yeah. Yeah, that is a good amount of credit. You know what, fine, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Sorry, Crusader 64 again. Because honestly, it doesn't matter what I do. I'm putting it there. It's not in the line whatsoever. Fine, maybe I'm doing that a little bit to screw with them, but like, fine. For this, yeah, our day's almost over.
What?
Okay, so yeah, let's deliver this, and then we'll get one more over here. Oh, whoa. I was at first like, wait, why did it stop? I also love that they're not yelling at me saying, hey, why are you being so reckless? Okay, so, actually, wait a second. They're not putting them all in the lines either. So you know what? Fine. I'll say this to Shenmue fine. The game is not following its own advice either. So fine, they're not perfectly in the lines. So fine, if that's the case, why should I be? Actually, I don't know if the other ones are like that as far as the other crate stack-ups. They mostly were in line from what I remember seeing. There we go. Turn around. Actually, fine. These are almost all the crates anyway, so alright, fine. I guess I've done most. Okay, I didn't know I was doing that well. Oh, wait a sec. What's going on? Yeah, with that disc grinding means something's going down. Oh!
It's them.
Yeah, that is, those are Tony and Smith, by the way. Hey. I got a second, hey, can you talk to me about a long jaw deal?
Long jaw?
What? I have to work tomorrow, so signing off. Great show, thank you. Alright, thank you so much, DollyFinn. Next week's show is Shadow's Covenant at 3 p.m. with Captain 22 and Crusader 64. But yeah, we got to do a run. We're almost done, though. So there won't be too much left. Have a good night, and thank you so much for watching the program tonight, as we're QTEing our way across the way. And then you can jump off the side. I love that. Ooh, shit, I missed. Oh, Jesus Christ, that frame rate. Bob, help.
Get rid of him.
Oh, shit. I'll do that to him. Left, going over here. Left, go.
You crazy?
I'm going after him.
Hey, Pedro.
Yeah, Pedro, I also do want to talk about his voice actor. I'll talk about him when we're done. There's something very famous who voices Pedro, that guy up there with the hat. Good night, super. Thank you so much, DollyFinn, of course. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining the show, and have a great rest of your weekend. Okay, so here we are. He's at the case of this, and I'll mention the thing with Pedro, because I finally get to talk about this. I'm waiting until the end of the game to do it, because this is when we first see him. Alright, so when's this deal going down? You're full of shit. I'll bust your arm off if you don't tell me.
Only the boss of the Mad Angels knows.
Who dat?
Who is the boss?
It's Terry.
Terry.
Terry?
Right, we'll hear him next time. His voice was mentioned last time by Rob Crocker. His only other voice was as Griad in DNA Dark Native Apostle for the PlayStation 2.
I don't know. It's the truth.
As far as Pedro's concerned, though, he's voiced by someone very famous. It's Robert Belgrade. He was the voice of Rock and Hephaestus in Soul Blade. He's the voice of Alucard in Castlevania Symphony of the Night. He was the narrator of Tenchu Stealth Assassins and Sky Odyssey. Tenchu Stealth Assassins on PlayStation, Sky Odyssey on the PlayStation 2, Tekken Tag Tournament, Tekken 5, Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection as well. He's the voice of Cygnus in Mega Man X7. He's Coolsey in Shenmue 2, the sequel to this. We'll get to that eventually.
Thank you.
As I pick him up my pay, but there's something else. He's also the voice of Optimus Prime, Soundwave, and he's the narrator of Transformers on the PS2.
Man in a suit.
And he's also Joseph Schreiber in Silent Hill for the Room, and Orlok Dracul in Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. So yeah, someone actually very famous as far as this. So yeah, Pedro is the guy from his Olive Garden Symphony of the Night.
Beware.
Right, fine. The mail is after you. Beware.
Guizhang.
Says Guizhang. Sorry, we got a letter from him.
Ah, the long jaw.
Sorry, we're gonna ask
Maybe
them
Mr.
about the
Chin
long
knows
jaw,
about it.
perhaps. Maybe they know. Basically saying our life is in danger. Yeah, we saw him last time. We haven't really seen much of him this time, except for talking to Guizhang a little. But alright, what we got? Hey. I got your message.
Master Chen, is Landi coming for the long jaw?
Why do you know about Long Jaw?
Because I ordered over with Mad Angels.
So,
I got your
is
warning
Landi
too.
coming?
Where is he? I know he's here.
Landi has nothing to do with the long jaw.
What are you talking about?
Only the lowest Chio men members are involved.
Oh?
But Terry and his gang have arranged transport for Landi to a ship.
He's acting as a guide for Landi, so as to ingratiate himself with the Chio men.
You know a lot about this. So basically, it seems like they held information from us in regards to Landi. So you knew he was here.
And that you're trying to stop the long jaw.
And you're trying to stop this deal, right? And I think he's realizing what he realized. Yeah, because as we saw here, they do a lot of import stuff of paintings, calligraphy, and antiques.
Terry's gang deals.
But they deal in
The
drugs.
next big shipment is drugs.
Okay.
If they get established, our market will be destroyed.
Okay, we can stop that.
If our trade route is disturbed, it will cause trouble for us in China.
Yeah, but you were holding information, so it sounds as
you
far as
see,
Landy. You said, "Oh, he's not
go
here
home
anymore,"
before
but
you
yeah,
get hurt.
but he's like, "No, he is here." He's like, "Go home before you get
can't do
hurt."
that.
No way.
Someone as young as you should not be involved.
I know you said that, but
Tell me when the long
when's
jaw
that long
is.
jaw?
I cannot tell you.
Oh, so he knows he's holding out on
But
us.
if you can be patient and listen to my counsel, no harm will come to you.
That sounds like a threat out of him, honestly. But even Guizhang saying, "What are you talking about?"
To his father,
But I'm bound to my promise by Zhu Yanda. But
I will hear no more of this.
he's saying that
today.
doesn't involve this long jaw deal. So, yeah,
Very
no.
well.
All right, so we're gonna have to give up.
Your father would not have wanted you to throw your life away so senselessly.
How would you know what my father would have wanted? So actually, yeah, that's the one time in the game so far, at least. So like, wait, Master Chen A was holding out on us when it came to Landi, so he knew he was here and lied to us and said, no, he's not here. But also the case of saying, hey, you know, you're fine. Basically, you should go away from this, and I promise you won't get hurt. Like, what are you talking about? And why would he be saying that? Didn't we help him out?
Hi! You're looking good.
Hey, yo, how about a dog?
Yeah, we're gonna have to take
No,
a rain
thanks.
check on that
Maybe
one, my
next time.
friends. Okay, so yeah, now that we got that set, we gotta look for Terry. But actually, for that, we are gonna go home. Because at this point, we are gonna be in a case where we're gonna be almost done.
Sorry, but I don't much feel like talking just now. Try me later.
No problem. Yeah, and since it's a holiday, I can get to the bus stop in time, and it will not leave. Yeah, we're basically almost done with the show. It's basically just gonna be a couple more minutes. And since I went into everything in schedule, we'll be set for that, and basically I'll leave you on the massive cliffhanger that will be going on. Okay, also, fine, since I'm waiting for the bus, let me just see if there's anything else in that schedule list that I didn't indicate. Yeah, some of the stuff in the summer outside of what I mentioned is going to be up in the air. As I mentioned, the Croc Legend of the Godless finale, that's going to be up in the air when we hear a release date on that HD version, which, yeah, we heard the Gex Trilogy's case this week, but not that one. We'll keep an update on that, and Nocturne and I will be figuring that. As I mentioned, we're doing Road Avenger later this summer. Careerish wanted Radiant Silver Gun. We're going to do that. November, as I mentioned, we have Shadow the Hedgehog. We'll come back to that for 20 years for the second chance as it's as we look at the the super hard mode. As we're getting on our bus now. DollyFinn wanted to see Pinocchio for the Disney Game Show. That's the weekend before Thanksgiving and the weekend of Thanksgiving, or after it, I should say. This is Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2, of which, got a bunch of stuff going on. I mentioned Haunt. I mentioned, Penny Arcade on the Rain-Slick Precipice of Darkness. There's 2 other ones I need to actually get discs for, because I realized, the official Xbox magazine, there are demo discs for, XBLA games on that. And there are 2 in particular I'm absolutely going to pick up. One was the fulfill a quest Nikki had last year that I couldn't fulfill because I didn't download the demo of this in time. That being for the Fancy Pants adventure. And the other one is one for me. That is Sega Rally Online Arcade, which I thought initially was just a reskin of Sega Rally Revo from Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, which there was a version of that. Well, fine. There was a version of Outrun Online. Oh, there was a version of Outrun 2 that was like that. That was Outrun Online Arcade, and we're going to show that off too. But actually, as it turns out, Sega Rally Revo was not the same as this online arcade game. The online arcade game was mirroring Sega Rally 3, which was digital only. It was delisted because of the car licenses, and they have not re-released that. And I think the licensing with Toyota and things are probably the reason why. So I'm going to find that demo disc of both of those 2, and we're going to show those off. So yeah, it is delisted stuff, but I'm gonna go into what's going on. But wait a second, you look like you're interested.
Eddie?
What?
Ari? Oh wait, fine. Never mind. I was gonna say there's no stuff of the holiday. That's a lie.
About Nozomi. She still seems upset. Whenever I try to ask her, she starts crying. Any idea what's got her so upset?
Yeah, no, we do know that's a lie.
Come on.
Actually, wait, I got that note already. Fine. That was a while, so it's fine. She noticed. Actually, is... Okay, so fine. Alright, never mind. I said, hey, there's no, element of, New Year's, Day. So fine, I guess it is a New Year's Day thing with the flowers. Oh, cool. Okay, so never mind. If you do come here on New Year's Day, Ariel will be in a kimono outfit. And you'll see, yes, the flowers for hoping the best for the new year. Wow, okay. So I never saw that. Alright. Yeah, but, okay, so going back as far as schedule, yeah, that's basically everything we got coming up as far as in the pipeline. But definitely other stuff, and as I mentioned, for next part, it's going to be the finale of this, I promise that. And then we will have other stuff going on as maybe an extras for something on Dreamcast. I'll have to figure that, but yeah, we gotta go home. Well, we gotta to go to sleep. It's been a long day. Well, again, I have to wait till it's 8 o'clock in order to go to bed. So fine, we'll do that, and then after that, there's one last thing, and I'm gonna leave you on that. All right, but I'm home, everybody. Okay, so yeah, this is about as long, honestly, as last part was after I did edits. Alright, so there's Ine-san working in the kitchen. Hi.
Ine-san.
Let's say hello.
Ryo-san, also, do make more of an effort to return home as early as possible.
I will try my best. See you later, Ine-san.
Yes.
Okay. Fine. I think the one thing I'm going to do before we go tonight, and also before we do the last event, which I'm waving you on, is going to be... Let's go to the... We're going to go to the shrine. We're going to have a prayer. Alright, next time, Father, we're completing this game. We're finding what's going on with Land D. We're gonna see what's going on with the Long Jaw.
Father,
we're gonna find where this Terry guy is. And I think we're gonna be good. And yeah, it's gonna close the book on Shenmue for the Dreamcast. I'm looking forward to doing that. Not because necessarily, okay, I want to get the game done. It's just the case that Yeah, fine. It's honestly what Alec said when we did Kingdom Hearts, saying maybe I'm gonna be a little sad when it's over, but fine, we got into the game. Fine, same with Kingdom Hearts, and I gotta figure when we're doing Chain of Memories because I know I owe him that, and I know we got to do that at some point. Let's say hello to Fukusan.
Ryo-san, if there's something bugging you, come to the dojo. We'll spar for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, when you start the job, you can't actually go spar with him because he only spars during the day. But since you fight every day anyway, it doesn't really make much of a difference. Okay, so fine. Let's just take another look at our house and just see what's going on. Also, I guess I'll do what I did on the practice to get some nice mood lighting. Yeah, that for the Sega Saturn. That's really nice. Actually, can I turn off the light here? Actually, yeah, let's do that. We're shutting down the house tonight. Fine, we're shutting down the show soon, so let's shut down all the lights in the house. Actually, this looks really nice. The way the colors are. Hi, Annie-san, you want to go through? Sorry. Yeah, Ine-san, where are you going? I just want to get a sense of like where you're going because I want to hit. Oh, it's over there. Because you can turn the light off. She will not react to that. She'll not like, Ryo-san, please turn on the light. I can't see when it's dark. They won't comment on that. But there you go. Oh, look at that. So nice and atmospheric. But all right, there you go. So, and you know what? Fine. Let's also say like, yeah, sorry, Fukusan, lights out. But Ryo-san, it's only 8 p.m. We're celebrating the holiday. Happy New Year, indeed. Okay, look at. You know what? Fine. In that case, wait a second. I want to go back in there. Just briefly. Oh, well. Look at him. He's reading in complete darkness. But I'll tell you the other thing to try and do. You know what? Fine, I'll tell you. We'll compromise. Oh, right. It's on the. Oh, right. I forgot. It's on the Switch. Okay. And I guess I can't turn on his desk lamp. Okay, it is 8 o'clock. Let's go and save. And then one more thing. And then we will shut the show down. So yeah, definitely want to save. And then, yeah, as I mentioned, we'll be back to this on April 12th. I am looking forward to doing that. Thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday, everybody. I, of course, appreciate everybody coming in, joining us, and joining me on the journey that is Shenmue. And anything we do, of course. But let's go to bed. Because it's been a long day of work. So long that we're going to wake up at 11:45 p.m. Like, wait, why? We never wake up.
Go out and get some fresh air.
Alright, so yeah, something's bugging Rio, I guess.
Were you just with Nozomi-san?
No, I just got up.
Something happened to her?
Well, Ida-san just phoned.
Yeah.
And it seems Nozomi-san hasn't come home.
What?
What?
Nozomi-san said she was meeting you.
She did?
Ida-san said she can't reach Nozomi-san.
Uh-oh. Hold on, let me get this.
Hello? It's Ryo.
Oh shit, it's Chai on the other end.
Who's this?
Yeah,
what's up?
Behind warehouse number 17.
Okay.
Don't, Ryo! It's a trap!
Oh my god, it's Nozomi.
Nozomi.
If you don't show, I'll make her cry.
So Chai kidnapped her.
Don't you dare touch her.
I'll give you 4 hours, or else. Behind warehouse number 17.
Ine-san, I gotta go.
And she's not gonna complain about this one. It's an emergency.
Ryo-san.
Alright, so what's gonna happen? Will Ryo be able to save Nozomi? What's going on with Chai? We're gonna be able to stop him and put him in his place for good. What about the Longjia? What about this Terry guy? And we only have 4 hours to get down to the harbor.
By 3,
so we gotta leave by 3 a.m. Yeah, that's gonna be what's going on next time. So yeah, that's gonna be our goal. And yeah, we are gonna be going out into the nighttime of Dobuita for the first and only time the game has it. So with that, you have to come back next time for the rousing conclusion of Shenmue. Thank you so much for watching the show, everybody, by the way. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I'll see you on April 12th for the finale of Shenmue. We'll see what happens here. I'll see you next week at 7 p.m. Oh, no, 3 p.m. Fine. Next Saturday, March 8th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Crusader 64 and Chasm 22 for Part 2 of Shadow Heart's Covenant for the PlayStation 2. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Hold on, Nozomi. We're coming for you. Take care, everybody.